Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Tuesday so far. We're doing it all over again. We covered almost 7 hours yesterday, and we'll probably be here for about the same amount of time today based on our new SPC outlook. Looks like a very big threat for severe weather here possible for the next about 12 hours or so. Across a good chunk of the central U.S. So let's see what we have here in the chat today. We have Caleb, Proxy, Sam, Use the Force, as well as Grumpy Grandpa, Mix, Alt, Jefferson, ATR Media. Glad to see you guys all in here in the chat. Mesomat, glad to see you back in here. Hopefully everyone is having a great Tuesday so far. And yeah, let's go ahead and dive right on into this. Let's switch our scenes. Now, the orange is a bit different color today because this is a high-end enhanced risk. We are at a borderline moderate risk for severe weather today. If we get an upgrade in hail probabilities, we would see a moderate. And if we get an upgrade in TOR probabilities, we would see a moderate because we already have a SIG-2 in both the hail and tornado probabilities. So we are at a borderline moderate risk for today's risk for severe weather. And I don't know if we will see a moderate risk at 20Z, that's 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. It is certainly a possibility, and it's probably going to come down to what the storms are doing at that time in about 2 hours from now, how clustered those storms look. But either way, don't get too caught up on if they stay enhanced and if they go moderate. Either way, we're looking at a very dangerous day for significant severe weather. I don't want you to get too caught up with, okay, if they upgrade to moderate, that means it's a serious day. If they stay enhanced risk, that means little to nothing. Don't get caught up in something like that because we've all been there at some point before under a risk for severe weather. So even if they upgrade to moderate, it's not going to change generally what we're going to be thinking today, which is still, again, even if it stays enhanced or goes moderate, we're still going to be looking at the risk for the same ordeal. It will just be higher confidence. So we're still looking at the risk for multiple tornadoes, multiple strong tornadoes today, including a few intense EF3 plus tornadoes. And most likely if they upgrade to moderate, what they will do is they won't upgrade the significant risk. We'll stay to SIG-2. They'll just highlight a 15%. So if they upgrade to moderate, basically it would just mean higher confidence in a specific corridor of getting tornadoes, not necessarily confidence in stronger tornadoes if they upgrade to that moderate risk, because again, we already have a significant group 2 added here, which means EF3 tornadoes are possible today. So let's go ahead and look at the categorical risk. I'll go ahead and stop looping that model run. We've got a very large risk for severe weather today. Multiple different areas to pay attention to for severe weather. Is that right now? We might have severe storms. Okay, yeah, we actually have severe storms ongoing in Ohio right now. So, yeah, that's one area to watch imminently for severe weather, northeastern Ohio. But we have one area back up here in the northeastern U.S. We have our main enhanced risk for severe weather. That is that orange shaded area right in there, a level 3 out of 5. And then we have another level 3 out of 5 back here. And that is a horrible 3. We have another level 3 out of 5 back in here in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. And a very, very large level 2 out of 5. Slight risk there. 2 out of 5 in the New England states. And then that green area is that level 1 out of 5 for severe weather. So a lot of severe weather on the table today over a very widespread area here in the U.S. We've got a pretty good tornado threat on the table back here in Oklahoma. We've got that 5 Sig 1, which means a few tornadoes are likely today, 1 or 2 possibly strong, up to EF2 intensity. And then this is our main risk, where we were just talking about the potential for a moderate risk at the 4 o'clock update here in 2 hours and 9 minutes, where we have that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for tornadoes. That is a 10%. So this hatching you see here, this hatching right in here, that is a 10% chance. Let me not draw an 11. That's a 10% chance here for not severe weather, for tornadoes. 10% chance for tornadoes every 25 miles of a given point inside that hatched area you see here. But the catch is, this hatched area has the potential for tornadoes even up to EF3. That's from 16 hours ago. 80 mile an hour wind gust southwest of Kansas City from 16 hours ago there. Let me fix those reports. I'm not sure why it is showing a report from 16 hours ago. There you go. Now that's gone. Can't be having 12 plus hour old reports popping up on the screen. So yeah, that's a 10% chance for tornadoes every 25 miles of a given point. But again, in this specific hatched area where you see those lines, those solid lines going up like this diagonally, that's where we could see intense EF3 tornadoes today. And I wouldn't rule out a violent tornado either today, up to EF4 intensity. But that would definitely, it's on the table for a violent tornado today, but it's not by any means a guarantee that we see a violent tornado today. So the main risk for tornadoes, I don't want you to get too caught up with all the colors on here. Basically, just make sure you're weather aware if you are in the yellow or greater. The green area isn't going to see much today, but if you're in the yellow area or in the orange area, you need to be weather aware today. Regardless of what you think may happen today, just be weather aware if you're in that yellow region, because yesterday Mother Nature decided to throw out severe weather and a marginal risk and a general thunderstorm risk. So be weather aware if you're in that yellow area or greater, and still be watching the skies if you're in that green, just in case, although probably not going to see much severe weather in that dark green area. And then for the tornado threat, once again, I just want to rediscuss this because it is a bit confusing. If you're in this green area, that is just an ordinary 2% chance for tornadoes. You've got a 2% chance for tornadoes every 25 miles of a given point, and the peak intensity is weak tornadoes of EF0 to EF1. So if there is a tornado in this green area, it's a high likelihood that it will be weak. Now, this brown area, you could see we start seeing a hatching here. This is a significant risk, and they've redone these ever since, I believe, early March. So, over a month ago, they redid this categorical risk, and we got this different significant grouping. So it's actually CIG now instead of SIG. So instead of it actually being SIG for significant, it's this time SIG for conditional group intensity or conditional intensity group. And this basically means if you're in this first hatched area, that you have a 5% chance for tornadoes every 25 miles of given point. And if a tornado touches down, the reasonable maximum intensity of a tornado is EF2. That doesn't mean we can't see an EF3 in this area. It just means if a tornado touches down, the strongest the SPC thinks that it will reasonably get to is an EF2 tornado. And then if you're in this 10%, you can see back here towards, like, let's say Waterloo, Iowa. You're in the same ordeal, except for it's a 10% chance for tornadoes every 25 miles of a given point. And again, the reasonable max intensity of a tornado there is strong EF2. And then once you go here, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, back here, Rockford, Illinois, back into just north of Davenport, Iowa, you have this different hatching here where you have those diagonal solid lines. And that is where you get to your 10% chance for a tornado every 25 miles of a given point, which is still the same thing, except the reasonable max intensity of tornadoes is now EF3. So most likely we will see an EF3 tornado or two somewhere in this diagonal hatched area if today plays out as we expected. And again, I wouldn't rule out a violent tornado because the environment we'll see later this evening should be quite volatile to the point where I think there is a possibility that we see a violent tornado today. And then we do have a 2 sig back here in New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, a very conditional risk for a brief strong tornado. So we could see a brief tornado in here, and it is a possibility that if it does touch down, it could get up to an EF2, up to a strong tornado. However, it really looks like we're not going to be seeing much of a tornado threat here. Maybe just a brief spin-up tornado or two, and again, that brief spin-up has a chance to be strong. But the main threat here will be 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and 1 to 2 inch hail. I believe, is that hail threat? Okay, rephrase that. The main threat is actually wind up here of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and the hail threat is actually a 1/2 inch to 1 inch in diameter hail. So the wind threat is actually the reason for the slight risk up here. I thought it was hail originally, but it's actually wind. Glad to see you in here, Kaylee. Z, glad to see you in here, Grumpy Grandpa, once again. Legacy, welcome to the stream. Pete, glad to see you in here. Rockets, welcome everybody to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. Even if you just hit the like button, simply just being here helps support the channel. But if you hit that like button, that can help get us out to the YouTube algorithm and help people become more weather aware. Well, I was about to mention the potential for an MCD across here in Iowa, but it looks like they just put that MCD out. I didn't have time to get to it because I was going to start mentioning the fact that we're starting to see a lot of clouds form here, a lot of CU, cumulonimbus clouds. So there is your mesoscale discussion. I was about to mention it, but looks like it took me too long to get to that. So we now have 4.25 inch hail. So maximum peak hail size up to 4.25 inches in diameter, damaging winds of 65 to 80 miles per hour. And then that peak tornado intensity does go all the way up to 120, 150 there. Yep, there you go. Some strong to intense. The risk for supercells capable of producing several tornadoes. That is strong, very strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center. They do not use that lightly. Several tornadoes, some strong to intense. A tornado watch is likely between 19 to 22Z. So 19Z is in an hour, so we're not going to get that tornado watch until 3 p.m. or later. Tornado watch is likely within the next couple of hours. And it should be issued, let's see, before 20Z. So we should get a watch probably between 3 and 4 p.m. Eastern. But they don't use that wording. Giant hail, too, by the way. Giant hail and several tornadoes, some strong to intense. That is both wording that you don't see too often from the Storm Prediction Center. Giant hail. So we're looking at hail 4 inches or greater in diameter being possible. So we could even see, 4.25, 4.5 inch hail today. Really surprised we don't have a moderate for hail. I honestly think we should have a moderate for hail. I called that out yesterday, but we still don't have a moderate for hail yet. Let's see. Intense tornadoes with any long-lived supercells and a continued risk for giant hail and severe wind gusts. Eventually, thunderstorms may have a tendency to grow upscale into clusters with eastward extent, which will yield an increased risk for damaging wind swaths. So this is probably going to be a pretty high-end tornado watch. If it is very high-end, if we're at like a 70-60 tornado watch and we get this before the SPC outlook, we could be looking at a moderate risk at the 4 o'clock update Eastern time. Yeah, really, this type of wording is really moderate for both tor and hail. Several tornadoes, some strong to intense, and giant hail. So if their confidence increases in the tornado threat, which it looks like it already is, they'll probably end up issuing that moderate risk for at least hail, but probably tornado as well. We have a new HRRR run coming in here, and you don't want to get too sidetracked using the HRRR day of, but storms haven't fully fired. So I don't think the HRRR is going to be horrendous. When storms fire, that's when the HRRR tends to get pretty bad. So you could see if this were to occur, that would definitely help decrease our tornado threat if storms do fire more clustered like that. But even as they fire, this is 4 o'clock. Right as they fire, they're still going to be discrete to semi-discrete. So it depends how messy storms fire. Regardless, we're looking at gigantic hail. So I think really no matter what, the SPC should go moderate for hail. I mean, we're talking about 4.25, 4.5-inch hail being a very real possibility today. So I think we should be at moderate for hail at least. Let's go see if WOFUS is running here. I saved that link because this time I learned my lesson. I'd imagine WOFUS is running with the potential for a moderate today. It sure is. WOFUS started running about 30 minutes ago. And definitely a lot of different scenarios. This is 4:30. WOFUS 1 doesn't even fire storms until about 4:15. 4:10 Eastern. But all of them show supercells forming. So the biggest underperformance for tornadoes today is going to be if storms are extraordinarily clustered. Kind of like what we saw yesterday in western Wisconsin. If storms get too clustered, they impede on each other's environment and a lesser tornado threat. Here's the updraft tracks here between our ensembles. And you could see, or between all of our member ensembles here, all 20 of them. Is it 20 or is it... I feel like it's not 20. Hold on. Now I gotta go check. It's 18. 18. Almost 20, but not quite. And you can see they all start to fire. So we should have storms. There's a chance we get storms as soon as 3 o'clock. But we should have storms fire somewhere around 4. Most likely 4. 4 o'clock is the most likely time frame for storms to be ongoing. And then this is the older WOFUS run, but it goes out further. And you can see, man, I mean, we are in it. We are going to be in a huge threat for tornadoes here across Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, and northwestern Illinois by the time we get to 5 o'clock. 5, 6 o'clock. Everything lights up like never before across this area. Look at that. Everything explodes. So, yeah, definitely going to be looking at a big time threat for all hazards. And then let's see. This is Hailcast. Swath of hail near or less than 2 inches in diameter. And you can see a lot of the ensembles and members here painting eastern Iowa, southwestern Illinois, that being a hot spot. The HRRR has tended to be a little bit more north of guidance from what I've seen. Like it has those Yeah, it has everything being in Wisconsin right now. Look at that, though. I mean, we are looking at some gigantic hail if that happens. So the HRRR is tending to be a little bit more clustered and a little bit more north than some of our other guidance on these more recent runs. But, I mean, you're looking at ginormous hail with that. Gracious. I'm going to have to refresh because College 2 page is bugging out. Go back here. This is the simulated hail size, and you could see a simulated hail size of almost 3 inches in diameter in eastern Wisconsin. That's very rare to see on a simulated model run. That's pretty dang rare to see. I also got a new MCD out here in Ohio, Pennsylvania. I don't know how new it is. Issued at 2:03, so literally 2 minutes ago. So watch issuance may be needed. I imagine that's going to be multiple damaging wind gusts may occur, accompanied by an MCS over the next few hours. So line of damaging winds possible there. If we continue to see those storms stay severe and continue to increase in intensity, we will likely see a severe thunderstorm watch in the next 2 hours if they can continue to intensify. Damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and large hail upwards of about an inch, inch and a half in diameter possible. No, we're not. I don't think we're going to see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch because I don't think our wind threat is high enough across our moderate risk, or not our moderate risk, our enhanced risk. I said moderate risk because I'm already assuming they're going to upgrade it across our enhanced risk area for severe weather. I don't think we'll see a PDS severe watch, but yeah, the only reason for that though is because our wind threat isn't high enough. I wouldn't rule out a PDS tornado watch. I don't think we'll see a PDS tornado watch, but I wouldn't rule it out, especially if we do end up with that moderate risk. But I feel like our watch is probably going to come before the outlook. PDS severe thunderstorm watch, the probabilities have to be high on both wind and hail. So if you have like a 15% wind and a 45 sig 2 hail, that's probably not going to get a PDS severe watch because your wind threat is going to be lower and probably too low to the point where it's not going to qualify as a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Whereas with a PDS tornado watch, you only need the tornado probabilities to be 80-80 or greater. Whereas for hail and wind, I don't know the exact criteria, but I think both wind and hail, both for normal and significant, I think you have to have all 4 probabilities at 80% or greater for a PDS severe watch. So, you don't typically get those unless it is like a derecho. But yeah, actually, now that I think of it, now I'm going to have to go look, because with a derecho, typically you're not going to have crazy hail. So let me go look at, see if the NWS has it. We're going to go try to find. Because everybody always talks about the PDS tornado watch. I can't even remember the last time we had a PDS severe watch. Okay, May 12th, 2022 had a PDS severe watch. So I'm going to go back to that just to see what probs that watch had. May 12th, moderate risk. Just to get an idea. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't have to be both wind and hail. Here is an old PDS severe thunderstorm watch. And you can see only the wind was high. the hail was at moderate, and the Tor threat was ironically actually a bit low there. So it doesn't have to be for both wind and hail. But yeah, this verified absurdly well. SPC did a great job on this risk. Look at that. 33 tornadoes, over 400 wind, and just over 90 hail. That was a crazy day. I always thought that it was a PDS severe watch was both wind and hail, but the more I think about it, the more that makes less sense, because what if you have a derecho, like I said, and a derecho is going to be more of a wind threat than a hail threat. So yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen today. I don't think we'll get a PDS severe watch because our tornado threat is decently high. But again, we're probably going to see at least a high-end tornado watch, and I imagine the wind and hail probs are going to be pretty up there on that. So, but I think they'll go for a pretty high probability tornado watch, probably like a 80, 60 for a Tor. And then hail we might get like a 90% probability for hail. We might get like a 90, 95% watch prob for large hail. Because I think 10 1-inch hailstones is pretty much a guarantee today with how upper echelon our environment is. We'll wait for another meso analysis. 18Z, we actually already got it. Yeah, I mean, golly, man. Holy crap. Very, very clear that our main area is southern Wisconsin into central Iowa, back into northern Illinois. That is by far your main area. I mean, you are just caped like no tomorrow out here. 4,000 instability. I mean, much of your warm sector has greater than 3,000 instability. Even all the way down into off the screen into central Missouri has more than 3,000 instability. I know surface wind shear, 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear, lower level wind shear is definitely going to be a bit of an inhibiting factor for the start of this threat, but we should see that uptick in the next 4 hours or so. So if storms do instantly go clustered, I do wonder about that tornado threat, but again, I think we should have a moderate for hail. I am very, very confident we'll see multiple large hailstones greater than 2 inches in diameter today. I do have to mention, because it is something that is of pretty high concern, we do have a day 4 enhanced risk for severe weather by the Storm Prediction Center. And if this holds, we are easily looking at a moderate risk for tornadoes being likely. Friday looks like a very widespread upper echelon potential tornado outbreak. As long as we continue to see things hold and or uptrend. We have like, I don't know exactly what this is, but just know that the ceiling is for sure a high risk on Friday. There is the possibility for an upper echelon moderate or high risk as we go into Friday. If we continue to see the trends that we are seeing, and CSU severe has a borderline high risk. It has a widespread moderate already out on the day 4 outlook, so very high confidence on CSU severe for a widespread tornado outbreak. And you can see this purple right here, that would be in the high risk probability category, and CSU is at 0.566, which is literally just 0.034 away from a high risk already. So we'll see if CSU severe is going to keep being that aggressive. And then I haven't looked at in SSL, but I imagine that also has at least a very large enhanced. This is actually something different here. I have to pull this up on this. Okay, so there's today, in SSL for today. You can see that has a moderate in eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, which I agree with this. And I'd have to imagine that's probably for the biggest problem being large hail. I don't know if that would be a moderate for Tor. I don't think you could look at exact probabilities for this. And then on Friday, this has a very large enhanced risk. So we're definitely looking at a pretty high-end threat for severe weather on Friday. That is for sure. Now, things could trend differently, but we're at least going to have a level 3 out of 5 on Friday. That's already been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Yeah, I'm pretty concerned for Friday as well. The tornado side of things is likely going to be just as bad as today for Friday. There's been some very aggressive model runs already for Friday. So, yeah, and another problem is Friday also looks a whole lot more widespread. The severe threats that we had today and yesterday, they were, I wouldn't say more regional, but, you know, yesterday's main threat was like southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, and then a little area around Kansas City. And then today's threat, the main area is in southern Wisconsin, central Iowa, northern Illinois, as well as in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. And then Friday's main threat is like, I'll go back to it. Friday's main threat is quite considerably larger. You could see it's over a much larger area here. So yesterday and today, like I said, they're not very widespread threats, and they're not exactly regional threats, but Friday is going to be a widespread threat for severe weather. Oh yeah, that is very, very much possible. Very much possible we see a SIG 2 for tornadoes on Friday. Especially if we continue to trend the way that we've trended over the last 24 hours. But, you know, I think we're probably going to end up with a bit of a downtrend at some point for Friday, because that's just typically what happens. But, I mean, right now, Friday looks very much upper echelon. You've just got such a large trough across this area, and there's so many embedded negatively tilted troughs inside of that flow. You can see you just get a crazy... I mean, your lower level jet starts, like, instantly. You really never lose your favorable lower level jet. Whereas you could see, like, today, we don't really have much of a lower level jet today until after the 5-6 o'clock time frame. On Friday, that lower level jet is going to arrive Thursday night. Yeah, they said strong tornadoes expected on the day 4 outlook. They already are saying strong tornadoes expected, I believe. Exact wording was... very large hail and strong tornadoes are expected. And that is on the day 4 outlook. So Friday is definitely... Friday right now looks like the biggest day for severe weather out of this whole stretch. You might be cooked on Friday, Kaylee. You might be cooked on Friday. And the next week has a very high signal too for some reason. The 23rd is appearing as a very high signal. I wonder if the GFS is picking up on that yet. Nope. The GFS actually has a dominant high pressure on the 23rd. The euro, however, is picking up on that higher end threat going into next week too. But that's going to change a lot. There's a big difference between those two runs. I mean, look at that. One run has a high pressure over the central US, and a different run from a different model run has a crazy trough. So there's no need to worry about next week yet, but just know that, next week is going to have a very active stretch for severe weather as well. Yeah, you need to watch very, very closely for Friday for sure. You're on the edge of that slight risk. But Friday looks pretty bad across Oklahoma. Now, right now, the absolute worst severe weather on our model runs looks to be on the northern side of this enhanced for Friday. However, that could easily trend south or could trend more north for Friday. And we do have a day 5 for Saturday here. Almost forgot to mention that. Saturday also has a risk. That's day 5. You could see NSSL has also increased right where the SPC has their day 5 risk. So, we'll see about that. I mean, let me look at the Canadian. This is actually the GFS now. I imagine damaging winds is going to be the biggest problem on Saturday. But golly, that trough, man. Oh, wow. If that trough is just differently timed, I mean, if this was just differently timed and a little bit further to the south, that would be absurdly impressive, because that is as crazy as it gets when it comes to negatively tilted troughs right there. But thankfully, that's not going to happen at a most favorable time. So we're lucky with that. The fact that it's going to be further off to the north, and it's going to be happening overnight, which means it's not meeting with the best instability. You can see there's not a lot of instability overnight as that trough amplifies like crazy. But if this actually does happen, Saturday would definitely feature a tornado threat as well, although I still think damaging winds will be the biggest problem on Saturday. Let's see here. Dixie come back when? We aren't expecting Dixie Alley to be that active this year. If you go back to my tornado forecast, really the main area we were expecting this year is the plains to the Midwest. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure Dixie Alley will have a good threat at some point this year. But this year has really been the year of the plains in the Midwest. And it will probably continue to be that way, at least through June. Now, yeah, we are going into an El Nino, and I believe that does favor Dixie Alley for the chances of severe weather. But that might be, Dixie Alley might be something that wakes up in second season, actually. But that's very, very far out. That's very far out. Second season is like October. An upgrade to moderate is kind of like, I would say, right now, I'd say it's more likely that they upgrade to a moderate than they keep it enhanced. But you never know. The SPC is typically conservative. They've always been relatively conservative, and that's what you have to do. You never want to say the worst case scenario for severe weather. We all know, the worst case scenario for today. If you're a weather enthusiast, you know what the worst is, but thankfully that's unlikely to happen. But I mean, with all these runs coming in with the large hail threat, I think we'll see a moderate for hail at the next update. And for tornadoes, I'm more 50-50 on a moderate for tornadoes, because I think clustered storm mode could really hurt today's tornado threat. That's definitely a problem, but The thing about hail is, if it's clustered or discrete or semi-discrete, hail is still going to fall in an environment like this. Friday will most likely end up going moderate as long as it holds. The next outlook is at 20Z, which is about an hour and 35 minutes away. That's 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Yes, I did see that. The SPC did mention that they were considering an upgrade for tornadoes to a moderate risk for today. And like I mentioned, just storms growing upscale too quickly is the reason why they withheld that. Wonder if that's our first little storm. Is that a tiny little rain shower starting up? It's crazy how huge supercells that produce intense to violent tornadoes start up as the smallest little rain showers. In environments like this, things can go from a tiny little rain shower to a full-blown intense tornado threat in a matter of an hour. Sometimes even less. North Dakota was the hot spot. North Dakota was the tornado hotspot last year. Actually not completely. There definitely was a hotspot into June and July, EF5 tornado last year in North Dakota for sure. But the real hotspot was actually in eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee, in the Boot Hill of Missouri. That area saw an absurd amount of tornadoes to the point where it broke a lot of records. But the biggest hotspot for tornadoes last year was by far, because of that March 14th outbreak and April 2nd outbreak right in here. Illinois has been getting hammered the last 2 to 3 years. Honestly, ever since like 2023, Illinois has been getting hammered. Illinois has been above average probably every single year since 2023. 2023 was a big year in Illinois. 2024, I remember a few tornado outbreaks in Illinois. 2025, I remember multiple tornado outbreaks in Illinois. 2026, we've already had multiple tornado events in Illinois and Indiana. I wouldn't say Tornado Alley is shifting. When you say that, people think like it's shifted a bunch. But for the 2020s, the decade that we are in, it seems like this decade has tended to be a lot more favorable for tornadoes in the dead central US, in like Missouri, Arkansas, and Illinois, and into the Midwest like Illinois and Indiana. It seems like in this decade, like this area has actually been the favored spot for tornadoes, as opposed to your traditional Tornado Alley back out here in Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, your Great Plains Tornado Alley. But I mean, you don't get too focused on that. The most common area for tornadoes in the US is just simply east of the Rockies and west of the Appalachians. So, like this entire area here is common for tornadoes to occur. This entire region. And then when you get into June, that does shift further to the north, but like the entire central US, really, it's quite common for tornadoes to occur every given year. I mean, we see on average roughly like 1,200 somewhere around there tornadoes every year. Like I said, though, the hot spots have tended to be the Midwest recently. Midwest back into the northern Dixie Alley. And even into Dixie Alley. But, like, you got to remember, like, for instance, you know, when you say Tornado Alley is shifting, you know, here used to be the biggest hot spot right, for tornadoes, but just literally look back to 2011. Where was the super outbreak of 2011? It was in Dixie Alley. Where was the super outbreak of, what was it, like 19... forgot it. 1974, I think it was. Where was that at? That wasn't in the Great Plains. Guess where that was? In the Midwest, into the Tennessee Valley and northern Dixie Alley. 1974. So there you go. 2 super outbreaks that were definitely nowhere near the Great Plains. $80-74 tornado watch probs. Sam, I mean, anything between... I could see them going even to, like, PDS. Like, I could see them going even 80-80. Or, like, yeah, 80-80. It wouldn't even surprise me that much if we get a PDS tornado watch. But, of course, if that happens, it would definitely go moderate. I don't think they'd go higher than 80-80. But anywhere between, like, 80-70, 80-60, 80-80, I think all 3 of those are very reasonable. I think that first one, though, 80, I think we're going to see that. It's the second number that's going to be a little bit more wacky. New MD. Let's see that. Weatherwise gets mesoscale discussion so quickly, it's insane. Yeah, this one is new out here in southern Texas. Up to 2 to 3.5 inch hail, 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, and few brief tornadoes possible. Tornado threat will increase later this evening with any discrete supercell or cells, 1 or more supercells. However, the core of the lower level jet seems to be focused and displaced further off to the northeast. Thus, the magnitude of the tornado threat remains uncertain at this time. Regardless, a watch will likely be needed before 5 Eastern. This could be a severe or tornado watch. All right, let me go back. There we go. Future radar for Oklahoma. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. I've seen a few areas. I'll show that for a few regions. So we'll start from south and we'll go back to the Midwest, and then we'll even go to the New England states too. So roughly about 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central, we'll start seeing storms fire along a dry line from Texas to southern Kansas. This will be when our severe threat is the highest, right just minutes after those storms fire. That will be our highest threat for severe weather, including tornadoes, because storms will be semi-discrete. So from 4 o'clock Central all the way till about 8 o'clock Central, which is right here, that is when your threat for severe weather will be highest across those areas. And you could see even going into Oklahoma City, 8 o'clock, we'll have the potential for severe storms moving into central Oklahoma, even into Wichita, Kansas around that time. As long as storms fire, which we are expecting storms to fire, there's a high likelihood storms fire today. It's not like yesterday, which was more conditional. Tornado threat won't be very high across this area, but we definitely can't rule out a few tornadoes, maybe even 1 or 2 strong, especially into western and central Oklahoma. But the main threat will for sure be large hail upwards of 3 to 3.5 inches in diameter and damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is your main area to watch for severe weather in Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. And again, just going through the timing of that, this is 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then after 9, once you get to 10 o'clock, these storms should start dying out quickly. So 10, 11 Central, these storms should be dying out statewide across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. And back up here in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin, storms are expected to fire here within the next 30 minutes. If not, they may already be firing. I don't see any notable storms firing yet, but storms should fire here within the next 30 minutes. Those will quickly form in Iowa. We'll need to watch to see how fast they form and how many form and how clustered they form. But yeah, 3 o'clock Central. Actually, my bad, 2 o'clock Central storms fire. 3 o'clock, they really start to intensify. 4 o'clock, we're starting to hit peak severe threat. 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock Central, still peak. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, we're still at peak severe weather threat. And then somewhere between 8 and 9, we'll start to see that threat go down for overall severe weather. But we'll still see the opportunity for severe weather up here in Wisconsin and Michigan, probably all the way until 1, 2 a.m. Central Time. Really, until these storms get into northern Ohio, southern Ontario at 1, 2 a.m. Central, they should stay strong to severe that entire time. And the area for the greatest risk of severe weather is from central Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, down into central eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, northwest Indiana, back into central Michigan, central southwest Michigan. Few tornadoes are expected. 1 or 2 strong tornadoes are expected. And we could also see an intense tornado. A few strong tornadoes are expected, my bad. Few strong tornadoes expected. 1 or 2 of those likely to be EF3 or greater. And damaging winds up to 80 miles an hour. If we do get a full-blown QLCS, a full-blown squall line like this, I wouldn't even rule out 90-mile-an-hour winds if storms grow into a huge line like that. So all hazards are all going to be a big problem. Large hail up to 4.25 inches in diameter, 4.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds up to 80, 90 miles per hour, multiple strong tornadoes, even 1 or 2 being intense, all possible. And then back up here into the New England states for today. Not expecting much, but you can see we could have a bit of a surprise threat for severe weather here if you're not paying attention in New Hampshire, Vermont, even into Massachusetts, where we could see a brief tornado or 2, maybe even 1 strong, and 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, as well as 1 inch hail. And storms will really start firing about 4 o'clock Eastern, and then continue from 4 Eastern all the way till about 7 or 8 Eastern, where they will then begin to weaken and move offshore. The reason why they didn't pull a moderate risk for tornadoes today is because these storms could quickly grow into a messy cluster, which could then promote large hail and damaging winds as the main issue, and tornadoes would be less likely in this scenario because all these storms would be fighting for the same environment. But I think they should already have a moderate for hail. I think we'll get a moderate for hail, and we may even see a moderate for tornadoes as well. All right, let's go to WOFIS here. See if 18Z WOFIS has rendered here. Okay, not rendered yet for all the radar, but you could see not many storms expected here within the next 2 minutes. This is the next 2 minutes here, and I mean, we're not expecting storms to be popping off like crazy, but like I said, storms should at least start to fire in Illinois back up into central Iowa within the next probably 20 minutes. Moderate for wind? I don't think so. I don't think so. If they go moderate for hail, they will go moderate for Taurus simply because they never go fully hail-driven moderate. I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, if those storms cluster up like the HRRR is hinted towards, you definitely could be looking at a lower tornado threat. I think we have a storm firing. Yeah. This is quite a bit further to the west. But it's not far enough west to where it probably won't be an issue. We'll need to watch that, see if it can really intensify. But we do have our first good storm trying to fire here northwest of Des Moines, Iowa. Pretty well northwest of Des Moines, Iowa. That's back towards Jefferson. I just looked up WOFIS and then it popped up. Here, I'll send the link in chat that we don't have to go looking for it. Moderate or high on Friday? Well, right now it's enhanced. I'd say a moderate is likely if we continue to trend the way we go, and a high risk, we can really only discuss that day of. I mean, we're still 70 some hours out, 76 or so hours out from storms even getting underway. There's a lot of stuff that could very easily change between now and then. But I definitely will say I think a moderate is likely. I mean, I'm definitely pushing it, but I mean, if things keep uptrending, if things keep going the way they are going, I wonder about an afternoon day 3 moderate. Yeah, see? Exactly what Double just said. Day 3 is the first day you could issue a moderate, right? Yes. I would be shocked if they pull a moderate at the morning update for day 3 tomorrow. But maybe the afternoon, if the 12Z runs have what they have today. But we've seen severe threats 4 days out completely fall apart in 12 to 24 hours. So, you know, you really could go either way. All right. We're approaching that time frame where we are probably going to get a tornado watch. Like I was saying, sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. is in 18 minutes. So we're approaching that time frame where we're anticipating a tornado watch to be out imminently. So yeah, the SPC, their MCD expires at, let's see, it's just a white page over here. So we'll find it here then. MCD expires at 4, so 3 to 4 Eastern. We should get that tornado watch. General area for a moderate being possible on Friday. So there's the day 4 official SPC outlook right there, which I think is very much in line with what we're dealing with for Friday. But yeah, that enhanced risk, if I were to go moderate, the enhanced would definitely be expanded more to the north. And then probably the most likely area for a moderate. I'll just go check some model runs real quick just to make sure. Two areas. Two areas. I think the most likely area right now at this moment would be southern to central Iowa. So actually on the northern end of this enhanced risk, I think would be the most likely area at this point. But I would also watch back here into Kansas and Oklahoma. So realistically, I mean, realistically, we could be looking at a huge moderate if we keep trending the way we're trending. But again, it's still 72 plus hours out. There's plenty of time for that to fall apart. But right now, I'd say the most likely area for a moderate is in Iowa and northern Missouri. Again, that's only if we keep on going the way we keep going, which happens. It happens more. I would say it happens probably more often than not. We really continue to normally when you have such a strong signal like what we have on the day 4 outlook, normally we continue to trend. It's either going to stay significant or even uptrend. Not too common that you see like a major downtrend to where we start talking about from like a moderate level risk to where it downtrends down to like a slight risk. We have seen it in the past. It's just not that common that we see such a downtrend like that. So we'll have to see if it kind of stays the same tomorrow or if it keeps uptrending. Friday will, like I said, if it keeps on showing, these models keep on going the way they are going, Friday will most definitely be worse than today for tornadoes. So, but first we got to get through today. Then we'll get through tomorrow's severe event. And then once we get through tomorrow's event, we can really home in on what Friday's going to do. Today is the main risk at the moment for the next 4 days. And then tomorrow, we still are going to have a risk out here from Wisconsin down through northern Texas. So that's going to help create some more uncertainty on what Friday could do. So if we go to our high-res Canadian run, which has been fairly good this year, I really like it, to be honest with you. We got to get through this trough right here, and this gets through the central U.S. as we go past Wednesday night. So we'll know a whole lot Thursday afternoon on what Friday's going to do. Because Thursday afternoon, this is 1 o'clock Eastern, our main trough that's causing severe weather both today and especially tomorrow will be moving off to the east. And then the trough that is going to cause Friday's severe threat will be entering the northwestern U.S. And it looks very significant. You've got a strong amplified trough up here into the northern U.S. and then a larger trough extending further into the Four Corners. And then that creates all your short waves that would increase your severe threat across a large area in the central U.S. on Friday. Like I said, we would be dealing with, if we go to Friday here, we'd be dealing with the risk for significant severe weather from central Oklahoma all the way up into central Wisconsin, southern Minnesota, into Iowa, back into Kansas. Dang, I drew that almost perfectly. I drew that almost perfectly right there. And like I said, your lower level jet would really never be fully diminished. You're going to have a solid 30 plus knot lower level jet the entire day. And then when you get to the evening hours, increases to a 50 plus knot lower level jet. And again, this shows you the two areas where I would be watching the most. Like I said, southern central Iowa into northern Missouri is one area. And then maybe back here down towards where you see this kind of bulging on the instability, just out in front of that. And that is for Friday again. Still nothing firing here just yet, but again, we're going to see storms fire today. Things are going to fire, and this is going to be a significant day. Just give it some time. Don't let your guard down. We don't even have that tornado watch out yet. So, yeah, this storm, by the way, in Jefferson, It looks like it got north of the warm front, so it literally just died out. So it won't be a problem. If we take a look at satellite, let's go to visible, mesoscale 2. You could see our CU field is right in here, and that's right along where our warm front is. EF2 confirmed from yesterday via Wikipedia. I'd rather have you using Wikipedia than AI, so I'm not going to fuss about that. Let me see. Kansas? Looks like. Yep. There you go. That was that strong tornado that went through that southern side of Ottawa, Kansas. So, looks like it did stay in an open field out here. Looks like it did do damage to a home in this area. Continued through the southern side of the town, intensified quite a bit in here. That's where it produced its greatest EF2 damage. Right along that corridor. Went up to the northeast. Still, actually, before lifting, even produced EF2 damage on this home. So that's your first EF2 tornado confirmed from yesterday's outbreak. We'll probably end up with another strong tornado confirmed from, could be from the same storm. We also had that crazy storm back down here. I really would like to see the survey from that other storm. Mound City. Yeah, and here. That also easily, if it did go through the southeast side of town, also easily could have achieved the same EF2 intensity. Because that was a very impressive radar presentation from that storm as well. Severe thunderstorm watch just got issued across the New England states. This includes Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Vermont. It does not go into New Hampshire yet. This is only a portion of that watch. The full watch hasn't come in. Believe me, it's not just that. That would be a weird watch. $18Z, no, I didn't see the observed sounding. I don't look at observed soundings as much as I should. Here is your observed soundings, 18Z. This is the Davenport sounding. I mean, it's very much geared up for some huge hail. Not impressive by any means for wind shear. So that photograph looks ugly. But that will improve probably by the time storms get there. Oh, my bad. You sent a super chat? Wow, I didn't even see that. Thank you, Major, for the $2 donation. Do you think a high risk is possible for Friday? It depends on your definition of possible. There is a non-0% chance for a high risk on Friday. But I'm definitely not going to say it's likely. There's a non-0% chance for a high risk on Friday. Moderate risk today, not yet. Not yet. We get an update in 1 hour, and it's kind of it's still kind of right around that 50-50 mark of if we see a moderate or not. It just depends on the Storm Prediction Center's confidence in storms being more discrete than linear or clustered. And I'm not the SPC, so I can't tell you what they're thinking. But no moderate risk yet. It is still an enhanced for today. Which again, I don't want you to get too caught up in that, whether they go enhanced or stay, whether they go moderate or stay enhanced. Regardless, we're still looking at a very, very dangerous day. So I don't want you to get too caught up in that. If they do issue a moderate risk, it would for sure be somewhere across southern Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, and maybe even into northern Illinois. They don't always issue an upgrade MCD. No. That is incorrect. That is a myth. A lot of people think they do. They do not. They do not always issue an upgrade MCD. It is definitely a thing, and we do see it quite frequently, but it is not something they always do. Do I have... Okay, I have that open over here. I have way too much stuff open. There we go. All right, here's our meso-analysis again, which updates in 15 minutes. Again, we have a very, very favorable environment for extraordinarily large hail. Again, 4 to 4.5 inches in diameter possible today. The environment for tornadoes is not yet that favorable. There is definitely an environment that could still be capable of producing tornadoes currently. But we don't have a lot of lower level wind shear, so that will limit the tornado threat imminently. So when storms do get going, that tornado threat may not be imminently present until an hour or two later. I don't think that tornado threat is going to be that high until after 5, maybe even after 6 p.m. And again, by then, storms could be clustered. And because of that, that's why they've withheld that moderate risk so far. Thank you, Use the Force, for a $5 donation. Greatly appreciate it. My friend is in a mobile home in Mineral Wells, Texas. Should I have them stay at my house? I'm in Cool, so it's not much further. I just have a house. Let me see. I put mobile home, Texas. Not Mineral Wells, Texas. Y'all didn't see that. Right off the bat, I'm going to say no. I'll look just a bit closer. Cool is just a little bit further off to the east. The tornado threat's relatively low. The hail threat would be the biggest problem, but they're right on the edge of that biggest hail threat. Let me check the HRRR. I think they'll be fine. I think they will be fine. The main threat looks to be along the dry line in southwest Texas, and then along the dry line in Kansas and Oklahoma. And maybe into northern Texas. I'll take a look at a different run here. Here's another run. And yeah, that keeps Central Texas clear as well. And then this is typically an aggressive model run. So let's see what that has. And that keeps Central Texas clear as well. So I think y'all will be fine out there. You may get some isolated damaging winds and small hail with the leftovers of these storms. But I don't think it's enough to where they're going to have to evacuate their mobile home. Thankfully, the tornado threat's low enough to where, that doesn't seem needed. And the hail threat, I think, is going to stay off to the southwest. And the biggest hail threat will definitely stay well off to the north, back into Oklahoma. Should I look at the RRFSA for Friday? Is that a bad idea? Has anybody seen it for Friday? Because it's 84 hours out. Our threat is roughly 76 hours out, and the RRFSA goes out 84. So I wonder if that is a bad idea to drag this model run out. Let's see. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. So there's today. Golly. It thinks this is what we're actively looking at right now. And just in case you don't know, that is dead wrong. We barely even have rain showers forming at the moment. So that's already dead wrong. 7 o'clock, it explodes things along the dry line in Texas and Oklahoma. 7 Eastern. See what it does for tomorrow. Explodes supercells along the dry line tomorrow. Tomorrow might actually be a cold front. Is tomorrow a cold front? Yeah, tomorrow looks more like a cold front. There is a dry line back into southwest Oklahoma into Texas. But this looks to be on a cold front. So this stuff's on a cold front up here. This might be on the border, like in between the cold front and dry line right there. So it fires things along the cold front in Kansas and Missouri tomorrow. Also back up into Iowa. Also storms along the warm front in southern Wisconsin. All that stuff keeps on going well into the overnight hours. And then into Thursday. Only threat on Thursday portrayed by this model run really is Michigan. Maybe isolated severe storms in New York and PA. Something random along a dry line in Texas on Thursday too. And then Friday. Definitely sloppy right off the bat. Things go sloppy. But oh boy, you've got supercells from almost up here in the... is this the peninsula of Michigan? Might be the peninsula of Michigan. Northern Wisconsin, this portion of Michigan. I forgot exactly the word for it. And then all the way into Wisconsin, Iowa, all the way back down till the tail end of your dry line back here into Oklahoma. Nothing fires in your dry line down into Texas. You could see there. Nothing fires into this portion of your dry line, but this portion of your dry line, cold front, all of that fires. Gracious. So definitely a very, very good risk for severe weather on this model run for Friday, but it is very far out, so there's just an early look at Friday on a very long range cam. Holy instability. Upper Peninsula of Michigan. All right, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was the Peninsula of Michigan. I just didn't know for sure. That's a lot of instability, though. A lot of instability. Plentiful moisture as well. Let's see. Yeah, nothing firing. Oh, crap. Just realized Central Illinois' radar site's been down. Been down since 1 o'clock yesterday. That's not good. So, early heads up there. We're not going to have a radar in Central Illinois, at least for the short term. Hopefully that comes back later this evening. But that would be a very big problem, considering we also got an MCD out here just now. New MCD. Let's see here. So, 40% issuance of a watch. Up to a strong tornado possible. So, yeah, tornado or 2, maybe 1 strong possible. Main threat is hail up to 2 to 3.5 inches in diameter. And then damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. There is a lot of uncertainty on storm development and coverage evolution. So a watch remains possible. Not likely, but possible. So almost a 50-50 chance of a watch out here. It just depends on if storms are able to fire. A watch issuance is possible, and trends are being monitored. If a watch does get issued, It will be a tornado watch. I've thought about getting Cash App, but so far the only way to donate is through YouTube. If you really want to donate. I mean, I know YouTube takes their cut, but no matter what app you go through, it's always gonna, an app's always gonna take a cut. And if not, taxes definitely will. That's for sure. I think watch props will be 70, 60. I don't disagree with that either. I do think that, that might be a bit more conservative. So that's probably one of the most likely probabilities for the SBC to do for a tornado watch for today. 70, 60, 70, 50. That's more conservative. But if that first, I'd be shocked if that first probability is lower than 70, and I'd be shocked if that second probability is lower than 50. I think 70, 50 is like the lowest they go. Little rain shower popping up with these other rain showers in northeastern Iowa right now. I don't know if that is a storm that we're gonna have to watch or not. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm shocked we don't got storms right now. I'm pretty shocked. Wofus 1 doesn't fire storms until 4. Wofus 2 fires storms in the next 10 minutes. Wofus 3 is roughly the same. Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. The later we push initiation, the better wind shear gets. So storms taking longer to fire is actually a bad thing. Because if storms fired an hour ago, they would not be tornadic right off the bat. Now, if we delay initiation, the later we delay initiation, the better chance we'll have for discrete storms to be able to be tornadic because of that higher wind shear. The later we go in the day, the better wind shear we get. So the longer these storms take, as long as these storms fire before like 7 o'clock, most likely the higher tornado threat we'll have. Yeah, the SPC goes by 10 probabilities for watches. Except when it comes to high end. So they do 10%, 20%. I don't think they do 0%, so I think it goes 5%, 10%, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95. I think the only numbers in a watch that ends with a 5 is the very low end being 5%, and then the very high end being 95%. And then for tornadoes can actually go down to a 2%. I believe the chance for strong tornadoes can actually go down to a less than 2%. I think that's the lowest tornado probs go. What's the tor probs on our severe watch? Yeah, severe watch probs, the tornado probs, 20%. Chance for one. Let me see here. Chance for one or more strong tornadoes is 5%, so very low. Severe wind, 50%. Significant wind, 20%. Severe hail, 20%. Significant hail, 10%. So notice how the only one that ends in a 5 is the tornado threat. Because I think the hail and wind threat, I think the lowest of those can go is 10%. Yeah, they definitely still do PDS tornado watches and severe watches. We just haven't had a threat high enough this year to promote one. I don't think we'll get a PDS tornado watch today. Like I said, if we do, it wouldn't shock me, but I don't think we will. Is June 20th, 2025 a PDS watch? Actually, good question. I don't remember. I'm going to go look at that. Let's see. So we had a high-end watch prob for severe wind and severe hail on the first watch in western North Dakota. The second watch, we had an EF5 and a watch probability of 40-20. Yo, what? I didn't even notice that. 40-20 tour prob, and we had a freaking EF5. That is wild. That is wild. Wow. Yes, Proxy, you were right. That did have 40-20 prob. Nowhere close to a PDS watch on June 20th. And that thing had an insane derecho and an EF5. What a horrible watch prob. I didn't know it was that bad. That's crazy. That is crazy. We had a 95-95 that didn't break the drought, but a 40-20 watch did. Yeah, there is some more initiation trying to happen here north of Des Moines. And then there's some initiation attempting to happen here in northeastern Iowa, but we still don't have any very notable initiation. This could be a bit more notable initiation, and I call it more notable because satellite shows a better area of CU field starting here. You're probably thinking of the 45 SIG tour in 2021 in Dixie Alley. I forgot exactly what day that was. That was right around the day when I started intensely tracking weather. Like I started getting my radar programs and really getting interested in weather. I forgot if it was the exact day. I've definitely forgotten, but I don't know what this is. Some other Outlook model thing has a 60%, huge 60% for day 4. I don't know what that is, though. That's the, what is this? The FENGWU model doesn't sound too accurate based on the bunches of letters. I don't think that's going to be too accurate. Reminds me of the RRFS-A. The more letters, the more inaccurate. Not actually, though. Because one of our most accurate models is the Euro. That has 4. And then the HRRR has 4. And the HRRR is not the most accurate. That is for sure. I still, as badly as it sounds, I still think the HRRR is the most accurate CAM model. Which is convecutive allowing model. One that shows these, the high resolution simulated reflectivity. Those are CAMs. So like the HRRR, the NAM3K, and the RRFSA are your main 3 CAMs. March 15th could have been absurd, but clustering killed it. March 15th, 2025 was the most high-end environment I have ever seen. And that was also a 95-95 watch. Also one of the most insane watches I've ever seen and ever tracked. Thankfully didn't verify completely, but unfortunately we still had an EF4, so it didn't verify over as large of an area, but definitely had some verification on the southwest side of the high risk on March 15th. Crazy, March 14th and 15th, right back to back. Both risks. Both verified. Like I said, the southwest side of the high risk verified on March 15th, and then March 14th verified as a high risk, but we actually had a moderate. Let's see. New SPC outlook in 45 minutes. And we should be getting a tornado watch very soon. Sometime between now and 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock is like the latest we get a tornado watch. Just by the way, the HRRR 17Z, which we now have 18Z, but I believe the HRRR is running anywhere between 1 to 4 dew points too dry. So moisture is actually better than what the HRRR is hinting at. So here's the HRRR for now, and you want to look at the radar. Yeah, it doesn't look the same, does it? Expectation, reality. But it still fires storms in Illinois and Indiana. It still fires a big, huge supercell in eastern Iowa. And it still fires elevated thunderstorms. Partially elevated, actually. Those are right on these, right up here. These are elevated. These are elevated. This one is actually surface-based. So surface-based on that far southern one, elevated on the northern one. Still very, very significant day on this model run. But you could see, again, the clustering is what could prevent today from being a very notable tornado outbreak. New model run for Oklahoma still shows right along the dry line in south central Kansas into western Oklahoma. Initiation about 5, 6 o'clock. And then storms grow upscale. Tornado threat decreases not but an hour or two after storms fire. But we still have that all hazards threat, specifically hail and wind, even going into OKC at 10, 11 o'clock. This goes through, this model run shows 9 o'clock from OKC. Like I said, still nothing here. Nothing right in here. Just that random supercell in far southern Texas. And then all the initiation along the dry line in far north central Texas, western Oklahoma, into south central Kansas. Wow, even more aggressive run on the potential for hail, damaging winds, and a tornado or two, maybe one strong here in the New England states. So don't let that sneak up on you. We'll have to see if we actually do end up with a tornado threat up there as we go towards 5 o'clock, 5, 6 o'clock. And this model run is also going to go into tomorrow as well. Here comes a new scan. We're at 5-minute radar scans here. So let's see if this looks drastically different or generally the same. Here comes the beam. Oh, definitely, for sure, different, and definitely initiation. Now we for sure have storm initiation. And we also got a new mesoanalysis too. It doesn't show the storms yet, so we can't see exactly where those storms are positioned towards the warm front. All the counties in Iowa look the same in the middle of Iowa. All of these counties look like literally just duplicates of one another. I was gonna try to see if I can match the county on here, but it's like impossible to see. Yeah, these storms, I wonder if they're gonna be able to sustain in eastern Iowa. They're in a good environment, but obviously our best environment is somewhere near those storms that are firing now in central Iowa. Yep. Oklahoma will have a threat for severe weather up until about 11 o'clock. 10, 11 o'clock. Got an update to our day 3 outlook by the SPC. Not yet in here, but they did extend the marginal back into southern Missouri, northern Arkansas. They also extended the marginal all the way up into even a small portion of western Vermont for Thursday. Thursday will probably end up going slight. I'd imagine we'll probably end up with a slight risk. The best chance for that is for damaging winds up in probably New York. I don't think Thursday is going to stay marginal. I'd love it to. I'd love to have a marginal day, but I don't think so. Day 3 moderate tomorrow. There would have to. The thing is, models are gonna do something, right? They're either gonna stay the same, uptrend or downtrend, and that's what it depends off of. I wouldn't rule out a midday day 3 moderate if models stay the same or uptrend. It's already a big day 4 enhanced, and the SBC said strong tornadoes expected, Tracy. So you're playing a little bit of catch up. You might want to go read the discussion and look at the outlook and models. Believe me, there's a reason why we've been discussing a moderate risk already for Friday. If it stays the same, it will probably go moderate. And if it uptrends, there's a high likelihood it will go moderate. So, as long as it doesn't downtrend. But again, it very easily could downtrend. It's still 70 plus hours out. Davenport, Iowa thoughts tonight. I think the worst of the storms will stay to your north. But we'll have to see. It's not everybody is going to get a storm. Not everybody's going to get a storm today. But if you do get a storm, there's a pretty good chance it's going to be significant in eastern Iowa, southern Illinois, or rather, eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. So, like, if you do get under one of these storms, they're likely going to be significant. But I think the worst of the storms will stay barely to the north of Davenport. But you do want to watch out very closely because you are still in the enhanced risk, level 3 out of 5. Yep, next outlook in 37 minutes. Next day 1 outlook in 37 more minutes. And again, we should get a tornado watch before then. At least that was the thinking. It's taken a little while to get that watch, but, you know, storms have just now initiated, so. How about Tulsa? I think storms will be weakening by the time they get to you. So most likely, your only risk is isolated damaging winds. You can see this is about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And this model just shows very heavy rain, maybe some isolated damaging winds, maybe very small hail. So I don't think Tulsa will get much. The main threat for Tulsa actually is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the main threat for Tulsa. Tomorrow evening. And we'll be live for that too. We're going to be live every day. All the way up till Saturday or Sunday. Probably all the way up till Sunday. The NAM, I do trust the NAM more than the NAM 3K. I do trust the NAM more than the NAM 3K. I can tell you that. I think the 12K NAM's better than the 3K. Now I don't trust the NAM better than like the HRRR or the RAT model, but definitely trust it more than what like the NAM 3K. I think the NAM 3K is probably the most unreliable model run, to be honest with you. I think that is the RRFSA. The RRFSA is probably the worst model run that you can use 84 hours out. Or even just in general, the RRFSA is probably the most inaccurate model run. And then the NAM 3K's got to be right there with it. The RRFSA has not gotten better. It has not gotten better. It is not. Toward possible severe in New York. Oh, those are starting up way earlier than I thought. Yeah, look at that. There is already an area rotation and a bit of a hook here. So, yeah, we've got the potential for a tornado threat here in New York. This severe is for Indian Lake in New York. So make sure you're away from doors and windows and close to your safe spot. Just in case you get in a tornado warning out here around and southwest of Indian Lake. There's not a lot of population out here. I know that for a fact because we've tracked this area before. So, not very populated region. It's in upstate New York. Way less populated than towards central and southeastern New York. But yeah, this storm in Iowa is starting to explode, so wouldn't surprise me if every chaser and their mother is running towards this storm along the I-35 corridor north of Des Moines, Iowa. But a bit of a sleeper target would be these storms if they do really start to mature. And I wonder if those could somehow hurt the environment. Like if these do get really strong. If they get really strong, they're going to be able to be their own severe storms. But if not, what if they just stay, as light to moderate rain showers? I wonder if they could create a cool pool and hurt the environment. Just something to think about because I don't think any model run showed those storms being there. I mean, actually, the HRRR did develop storms at 4 o'clock, very close to that area. And then they do become big supercells. And you can see here, they do create cool pools as well, so... Well, we'll have to watch that. I wonder if those storms may be a problem towards 5 o'clock. That is a very specific donation. Thank you for the $2.53, Charles. Appreciate it. Jackson Center, Ohio. Go over there. You are in between two mesoscale discussions. You're in a slight risk, so most likely you're going to get the leftovers. You have a chance for some leftovers at 7 o'clock tonight, and you'll have a chance for a likelihood of leftovers early tomorrow morning. I don't expect anything severe in that area, but there is the opportunity for severe weather over the next 24 hours. And that includes tomorrow as well. So definitely watch the next 24 hours, just isolated severe storms possible. And then I do wonder if Saturday might be your best opportunity for severe weather if we get some better instability out there. Do you think the risk could go moderate? This one, yeah. It could go moderate for hail, tor, or both. Let's see. What is that? What? Oh, is this in Iowa? This is from Quad Cities. This is from Quad Cities, sent to me by Pez. This is their local area forecast discussion here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go on the SPC site and we're going to read it on there instead of this site. So let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Big old AFD. Is this the right one? Oh, this is their old one. They actually issued this is their newer one, right? Yeah. So this is actually the newer one issued about roughly, I don't know, 15-ish minutes ago. I just want to show you this. This afternoon's tornado situation is particularly dangerous. Tornadoes this afternoon could lead to considerable damage and pose high risk to life. If a tornado warning is issued, do not hesitate. Go to your shelter area immediately. So, very strong wording from the National Weather Service out here in eastern Iowa. Hail up to the size of baseballs or larger, possible this afternoon, may cause extensive property damage. Looks like we just got a tornado watch. No probs yet, but there you go. Tornado watch is coming in. By the way, just in case you didn't see, there's the rest of that severe watch out there in New York. I don't know if I showed you all that, but there you go. That rotation's already weaker there in New York. All right, let's go see the wording. I can't see the probs, but can at least tell you the wording. Several tornadoes likely, widespread hail up to 4 inches in diameter, likely, widespread damaging wind gusts, or I always say widespread for the wind gusts, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, likely. This is for over 8.6 million people, over 3,150 schools, and just under 200 hospitals. It goes till 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. local. Thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate it. Whilst these probs come in, I'll go look at that real quick. Fort Scott, so that's southeastern Kansas. Let's go ahead and take a brief look at that. Your main threat is definitely hail, also damaging winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado. The best timing for it is later tonight. These storms could get stronger here. This model run shows them pretty weak, but you could see they could actually be a lot stronger than what that model run shows. So watch towards like 8, 9 o'clock. There's a chance for significant severe weather, but there's also a chance that you get nothing more than light rain. It's very, very hit or miss. But you're in that risk for large hail, damaging winds, and a brief spin-up tornado, all being possible. Just a matter of if storms that do form hit you. More interested in the hail probabilities. 80-80 hail. So we didn't actually see 90, which is interesting. I was thinking we would see 90-95 for hail. But yeah, 80-80 for hail, 60-40 for wind, and then Tor is a high. So 80-60 Tor. That is for sure moderate probability. The last moderate risk we had for tornadoes was was it 70? I feel like it might have been 80-70. What was it? I literally just looked at it today and I can't remember it. But that is definitely moderate probs. I think this might be higher than our last moderate for tornadoes. See, now I gotta go look. Because I gotta know, is this the highest Tor watch probs we've seen this year? March 10th. I literally looked today, but we're looking again because I can't remember. It was 70. It was 70-60. So this is actually the highest probability watch for tornadoes that we have seen so far this year. There you go. Highest tornado watch, tornado probabilities of the year right there. So far. So far. Because we definitely have an upcoming day that could beat this. But update here at 23 more minutes, so keep refreshing that whatever page you're using to see mesoscale discussions, because pretty high chance we get a moderate here in 23 minutes. We could get an MCD first before the moderate, or they may just skip right to the moderate. Yeah, we should see a moderate for hail and Tor. We really should. Let me just take a screenshot of this real quick. There we go. Just one more minute here. Okay, perfect. So we're going to start watching this storm that's firing north of Des Moines, Iowa, as it's likely going to rapidly intensify here over the next hour. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. You think... Wait. They just did the outlook. What? That's crazy. Why is the outlook 22 minutes early? The outlook was 24 minutes early. Wow. That's very, very early outlook. I am honestly very surprised they didn't go moderate. 30% wind probabilities have been expanded southwestward into southwest and central Oklahoma. Oh, they did. They added 30% wind back into Kansas, Oklahoma. Marginal risk probabilities for wind and hail were also expanded to the west-southwest into, let's see, NE. I don't know if that's, I think that's in Nebraska. Yeah. Confidence is still too low for supercells across the Midwest to remain discrete for a long period of time, which would have warranted a categorical risk upgrade to moderate. Nevertheless, should a dominant supercell become sustained and discrete for at least a few hours, especially along the warm front over northeastern Iowa into southern Wisconsin, a sustained and intense tornado will be possible. So, something looks off about this outlook, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Spot the difference between the two outlooks. Something looks quite familiar from yesterday. It looks a little bit different. So the categorical risk hasn't updated, but the tornado risk is updated. This looks generally the same. The wind threat, they maintained that 30% wind risk, and they extended it a little bit to the south-southwest. The hail risk looks generally the same, except for maybe, looks like they might have maybe disextended the SIG hail risk. I thought that went to eastern Michigan, so maybe they disextended a little bit of the hail risk in Michigan. But yeah, overall, I agree with the outlook, except two major things. I think they should have went 45 SIG 2 hail across that hatched area, that SIG 2 hatched area. And I think across that same area, they should have went moderate for Tor. But, you know, it could very easily verify as an enhanced risk if storms stay too clustered. Pretty surprised that's not moderate, though. Pretty surprised. All right, let's go back to... Not that. Let's go back to Oklahoma. We have a mesoscale discussion out for Kansas, Oklahoma, and northern Texas. Oh, wow. Up to 4.25-inch hail with this as well. 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, 2.75 to 4.25-inch hail. Tornado or two, maybe one strong possible. A tornado watch will be needed by 21Z. So get ready for a tornado watch if you live in that red area you see on screen. Not the one down here. Not the one down here. The one up here. This red area, northern Texas into Oklahoma and southern Kansas. So we'll be watching that very, very closely, as a tornado watch will likely be issued again in about an hour or so. And storms are already beginning to initiate. Still a rotating storm in New York. Hard to tell because it's far from the radar, but it is still possible. But my main concern is completely with this storm in Iowa. 10 out of 10. That's going to be the storm I'm going to be watching the absolute closest. And aside from that one, I'm going to also be watching this area closely too, because I think that these storms could grow rapidly into supercells as well. So now you've got a hard choice here. Do you target cluster 1, cluster 2, or cluster 3? What do you go for? I would say cluster 1 is the least likely to be a problem. Cluster 2 definitely could be an issue, as it's already firing relatively semi-discrete. Cluster 3 definitely has the highest chance to be an issue, but it also has the best chance to be overconvected, since it's fired right in the best environment and right along that very agitated CU field. So you got 1, 2, or 3. I would probably go for 3. Even though it has the best chance to be a bit more sloppy, I would probably have to go for 3. That categorical risk still hasn't updated. Yeah, and like I said, this one's like the closest to the warm front. It's not on the warm front, though. Yeah, I think pretty much the entire community is in agreement that today should be moderate for at least hail. Also, considering the fact that the Tornado Watch is pretty high-end. Let's see. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I gotta text to Lucky. Nope, not related to weather. Don't worry. Just something that's happening tonight that I'm not going to be able to do because we're probably going to be live streaming. Could they still upgrade? Nah. Main threat is going to be already well underway at 9 o'clock. It'd be probably pointless to upgrade at 9. I mean, has the SPC done a random urgent update, unscheduled update before? I don't feel like they would do it, though, because they're still talking about that high uncertainty. I mean, I know they did it for a day 4 through 8 outlook before, but I don't know about a day 1. Yeah, NHC does random updates all the time. They do it all the time, especially if there's a landfalling hurricane that's a major or greater. A Cat 3 or greater. Nope, you didn't miss much. Storms are firing now. They're starting to become strong, and this one's likely going to be a big issue here very shortly. We're probably going to get a severe warning pretty soon on it. It already looks like it's trying to get a mesocyclone here near Garden City, Iowa. Very, very favorable environment. Very favorable. Those, I gotta be honest, those temps are a little bit high. Honestly. They are a little bit high. But I don't think they're too high to the point where storms will be elevated. But the temps are definitely on the higher side of things. Uh, 18Z HRRR is out for tomorrow. Fully out. Shows a big problem in central Iowa tomorrow evening. From eastern Nebraska to central Iowa. Maybe even into eastern Iowa. Interesting. And then, yeah, look at that. Definitely going to have an issue for a few tornadoes, damaging winds, and small hail across central, southeastern Michigan, northeastern Indiana, northwestern Ohio on Saturday. Or not on Saturday, on Thursday. My bad. Completely and utter wrong day. And then also could see thunderstorms being a problem in New York Thursday afternoon and evening. That's for today. Look at the NAM 3K for today. Golly, man. Now that would be a huge problem if we do actually see supercells that far into southern Iowa. That would be a big problem. And then you could see the cluster on why the SPC didn't pull the moderate in southern Wisconsin still showing up on the NAM. There's your severe warning. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated. And this storm's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah, it seems like most of the community is quite surprised there's no moderate today. At least for hail. I was at least expecting the hail one. Yeah, we have two SIG 2 hail risks. 4.25 to 4.5-inch hail possible, both in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois, and also in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. I don't really think the risk in Oklahoma for hail is as large as the risk for hail in Wisconsin and Iowa. Which is why I was thinking a moderate for Wisconsin and Iowa. And maybe northern Illinois. Haley, it's possible. I wouldn't be worried about it yet. But, I mean, you're already in the enhanced risk. I mean, it's definitely a very real possibility for you. If that storm just takes up all the energy, is that also good? Because it can grow too strong and rip itself apart? No. No. This thing's gonna grow up into a monster supercell, and I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it. This would be your concern for like this stuff growing into big supercells and then taking up the environment, causing cool pooling. And then if this storm goes into that environment after these storms have used up the environment, then it could definitely start dying and weakening. It's called cool pooling. It's when storms train over an environment that's already been used. But the only reason how this area, the only reason that this could get cool pooling is if these storms get very strong. If they stay this weak, they're not going to be taking up the environment that much. They have to become full-blown supercells. So it's either a bad or worse scenario, really. They're both bad scenarios. Because either these become supercells and become big problems on their own, and then this storm moves into it and weakens, or these storms die off and this storm moves into that environment and strengthens. So either way, it's a bad, bad scenario. Yeah, this storm is becoming more clustered here in New York. So if you're in that severe, just make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows. Pretty confident that that's just going to start dying out as it gets ingested by that cluster. But we will have to watch some more of these storms in the future, especially as we get closer to 5 o'clock. As these storms head into Vermont and eastern New York. Like I said, 5, 6 o'clock Eastern, about an hour or two from now. Well, it's your lucky day, Critty. You missed 2 hours. You've caught the other 5 to 7 hours. We're not going anywhere. It's going to be a long day, so prepare. It's going to be a long one. Long day mainly for me because I got to sit here for, 7-ish more hours and talk the whole time. But also going to be a rough day for those who are going to be impacted by this severe weather. So this is probably going to be one of our longer severe weather coverages of the year. And I'd have to imagine, Friday's probably going to be the longest because Friday looks, right now, looks very, very bad for severe weather. Yeah, what's up? Welcome to 4,500 Kate, buddy. This thing's probably already producing significant hail. I bet there is already 2-inch hail falling with this. Welcome to 4,500 plus instability. That's what happens. I mean, when this thing exploded, it exploded, man. It took no longer than 20 minutes for this thing to go from a rain shower to a full-blown supercell. I mean, you can already make out a classic embedded supercell in here, can you not? I mean, look at that. It's already a full-blown classic supercell trying to spark up. The biggest question here will be, do these storms here or here impede on its development? Do these help the supercell, or do they hurt it, or do they really do nothing? That's going to be my biggest question. Like, what are these two guys doing here? But yeah, this is definitely going to be the first storm that has an opportunity to produce a strong to intense tornado in the next 2 to 3 hours. And it could be this area probably going to be a long-tracked supercell threat, at least until the border of Iowa and Wisconsin. So get ready, everybody out in front of that, too. We've got a full-blown supercell that's fired, and there's nothing that's going to be stopping it. Now, the lower-level wind shear not being insane could stop it from being a crazy tornado threat. But most likely, we're going to be looking at still a strong tornado threat with this storm. Like I said, the wind shear is not the best out here. But still, you've got good mid-level shear and that lower-level shear. Not the absolute best lower-level wind shear, though. Definitely not the best. 88, but it's gotten better. It was at like 40 2 hours ago. So if something does inhibit this from becoming an intense tornado threat, it's going to be that lower level wind shear. Trying to see if anyone else in the weather community is, talking about this not being a moderate. Seems like most people were thinking they were going to pull that moderate at 4 o'clock. And there you go. It is a significant severe 1.75-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds now ongoing. Here comes another radar scan, too. I love this little radar scan. I'm going to actually loop this here. Look at that. I mean, like I said, no more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It went from a heavy rain shower to a full-blown supercell. Cape did go down a bit. Nope, never mind. 4,647. 4,400 or 4,647. Can't English. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, and I'm already throwing English out the window like yesterday. But yeah, 4,500 plus Cape. I think it's created like, I don't know if this is an outflow boundary left from, there's some sort of boundary here, and it is not the warm front. And that boundary has attached to this storm. But that boundary isn't a boundary, not a warm front. Look at that. Beautiful. Central Illinois radar is back online. Love it. So if we do get storms out here, we'll be able to see them. Because that was offline, and that would have created a ginormous radar hole across pretty much the whole central state of Illinois. But now that radar is back online. Make sure that's muted. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch this storm as it is already beginning to become significant, and it will likely continue to intensify. Yeah, hail is by far going to be the biggest problem with this storm, followed by damaging winds, and then the tornado threat is going to likely gradually increase with this. I don't expect it to go from, like it did with a rain shower, from a rain shower to a supercell. I don't expect it to go from a supercell to producing an intense tornado in the matter of 20 minutes. It's probably going to take a while because that lower level wind shear is not the best. But in 2 hours, that wind shear starts to get better. And then in 3 hours, once this moves into eastern Iowa, that wind shear gets really good. And then the lower level jet ramps up in about 4 or 5 hours. Here comes another radar scan. Still looking at about 1.75-inch hail. You're not seeing the crazy hail spiking that we saw with storms yesterday. And by the way, the hail spike would not be down here. It would actually be up here. And there's not a lot of hail spiking yet. There's a lot of CC here, which for sure means that there's a lot of hail falling probably in the northern edge of that Eagle Split updraft. Almost, I mean, if you just didn't have this rain over here, this would look like a very classic Eagle Split supercell. Basically, that just means there's 2 split updrafts here, which is an indication of a very mature and well-organized supercell. Now we just have to wait and see if any velocities increase down here for that tornado threat. But again, probably going to take a while for that tornado threat to ramp up. Severe thunderstorm watch, not severe thunderstorm watch, wow. Severe thunderstorm warning out here in northern Texas. The reason why I said watch is because right after that I was going to mention we're probably going to see a tornado watch very, very soon across this area, because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. So storms are already mature and firing. So most likely we will see a watch here very, very, very soon across this area. The SPC said before 5 p.m. Eastern, but we already have severe storms firing, so I imagine that's going to be probably well before 5 Eastern. Let me see. Y'all think there's any storm chasers on this storm? Let's see. Just a few. Just a few. Just a few chasers on this storm. And there's more coming, too. There's more coming. I don't know how many of these are going to the west, because some of these guys may actually be going into southern Wisconsin. But there's definitely a lot of chasers out there. Maybe not as much as yesterday, but still a lot. And yeah, it looks like this is rapidly organizing, so that tornado threat is going to be present here soon with this storm. Chasers are saying it's rapidly rotating. Again, because there's rotation, it doesn't necessarily mean it needs a tornado warning. There's actually a criteria for a tornado warning to be issued. So just because there's rotation doesn't mean we instantly need a PDS tornado warning or a radar indicated tornado warning. Sometimes chat acts like that. I've noticed that there'll be this little area of rotation and you guys start spamming in the chat, trying to get my attention, like there's going to be a Tori soon. I go look at it and it's like 2 pixels of rotation. I think it should be a moderate. I don't know why it's not a moderate for hail, at least. And also another big reason, JCP, another big reason is because we have the highest tornado probability for a watch that we've ever had this year. And we already had a moderate for tornadoes this year. And we beat that. So an enhanced risk for severe weather has a higher chance to produce tornadoes than a moderate risk. At least for today. Because we had a moderate risk about how long was that? 24 days ago? Roughly 24 days ago, we had a moderate risk. And the watch prob on that was 70-60. The watch prob on this enhanced risk is 80-60. So the tornado watch probability on an enhanced risk is higher than the tornado watch probability on a moderate. That's why, and also because of a bunch of model runs, a bunch of mesoanalysis, a bunch of observed soundings, a lot of people are saying that this should be a moderate. Huge wall cloud. Yeah, rotation is most likely ramping up in here. 35 days ago? Dang. It was. Man, how'd you know the exact day? You went and counted it? Good on you. My math is off by a huge margin. Yeah, so we'll see if we get a tornado warning on this soon. But definitely rotating. And no longer a severe in New York. So the only storms that are severe right now, we have our severe in Iowa that's popping off. Northwest of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, we have another severe. Are we good? Had a connection issue for a brief second. Are we alive? Okay. Looks like we are alive. On my end, it went out for literally 2 seconds. We good? Good, good, good. Thank you, Major, for the $2 donation. Do you think the new system affects risk levels? Oh, for sure. Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, it definitely does. Lake, why can't... Are you trying to send messages, or are you just purposely sending blank messages? What's up with that? I'm good? Okay, okay. Because on my end, it went out on all three of my softwares over here. I have three things up to make sure my connection's good. It went out on all of them. I can't see those chats. Those chats are blank for some reason. Cody just sent a blank chat. You guys are trolling. You're trolling. That's what you're doing. You're trolling. You gotta be. Okay, okay, I get it. You can send blank messages. I get it. Oh, man. Alright, I'll go look at a chaser here. Jump scare. Doesn't look like rapid rotation, but there's definitely a big mesocyclone that is attempting to spin up here. Not very strong though. Not very strong on radar either. And it doesn't look like it's about to imminently produce a tornado yet. Day 4 moderate's not possible, no. Look at that, though. Very, very classic supercell here. A 30% is an enhanced. It's not roughly an enhanced. It is an enhanced. So we'll continue to watch this closely. It is becoming more and more discreet, more and more on its own. And these storms have stayed as just rain showers. They've really just stayed as ordinary rain showers. So biggest problem right now is this severe thunderstorm warning just north of New Providence in central Iowa. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in that warning. A lot of lightning, a lot of hail, some damaging winds. So please be away from doors and windows. Did we get the 19ZH yet? Nope. New meso analysis is in. Just a little bit of cape. Almost 5,000 cape. That's it. Just a little bit of cape. On the ground. Are you sure? Cap. Cap. That ain't on the ground. Let me see. How much did the wind shear improve at all? 87 over there. 87. How is it 87 in two different spots? I just picked two different areas and it's both 87. Here it's 61. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like everything for 0 to 1 kilometer SRH is below 100. Yeah, like this whole area is below 100 here. Somewhere between 60 and 80. New severe, little surprised that it's not tour possible. Little surprised that's not tour possible, but it is what it is. The rotation on radar doesn't look insane, but in real life it looks pretty crazy on chasers. So I think our greatest tornado risk is going to be later tonight. I don't think this storm is going to have a really good risk for tornadoes. Really, our risk for tornadoes ramps up after 5. And it looks like it ramps up quite rapidly, too. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to do much tornado-wise for quite a bit. It could produce a brief weak tornado, but probably nothing notable till after 5. Oh yeah, it's definitely a rotating wall cloud. It's definitely a wall cloud. But it's going to have to ramp up a lot more if it wants to actually produce a tornado. No, multiple chasers have confirmed a large meso and a rotating wall cloud. But I haven't seen like a funnel or an actual tornado yet. And I don't think we're going to get that for a while longer. Wind shear's just too weak with this. Now, that boundary might help. That boundary might help increase the tornado threat with this storm. Just as a whole, because there is some sort of boundary that's either close to this storm or latched to it. Here comes the HRRR. Another report. Tornado. Sure, buddy. But yeah, apparently there is a tornado on the ground. Someone in chat said that too, and I mean, I haven't seen anything. I've looked at many chasers already. Funnel? Who are you guys all watching? You guys, either one of you guys is watching a chaser and everyone else in the chat is just repeating whatever the first guy said. Or you're all watching a chaser and you're leaving me out of it. Because the chasers I have, they're looking at the storm and they definitely don't see no funnel or wall cloud. Well, earlier they did see a wall cloud, but not currently. Oh, there was a funnel. Holy crap, that's a lot of messages. Wow. I didn't update the messages on my other chat. Flew by. I didn't see it on the ground, but that was definitely a very good funnel for roughly 10 seconds. I don't see anything notable on velocity. Yeah, this definitely should be tornado warned now that we've seen a funnel wall cloud. And it is on the ground. It is on the ground. I can confirm. Yep. There is a tornado on the ground. There is a tornado on the ground now. Now it's a bit lighter dust, but this has produced a tornado now. And we do have a tornado watch back in Oklahoma. 50-30, 60-40, 70-70. Very high hail probs. Not as high as back up there into what should be our moderate risk, but is our enhanced risk in Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. But pretty high probabilities for hail. So a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. A few wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour, wind gust up to 75. Large hail, upwards of 4 inches in diameter. All possible. Yeah, we'll just keep waiting here for the tornado warning, but this storm has produced at least one tornado so far. So you need to be in your safe spot. If you are in this severe warning, get to your safe spot because there has been a tornado on the ground, 1 or 2 tornadoes on the ground with this storm. And it is continuing to move up to the northeast. Yeah, the NWS, I guess they relied a lot on radar, but once we start getting the reports in here, we've got 2 reports of a tornado now, and we've had multiple chasers say that there's a tornado, and we had a clear view of a tornado, so really there's no excuse for this not to be at least tornado warned. At least a radar indicated tornado warning. Not too sure. Thank you. Thank you. Spoke that into existence right there. Radar indicated tornado warning. There you go. So we now have our first tornado warning of the day. For a storm that has produced 1 or 2 very brief, very weak tornadoes. Out here across central Iowa. This is just the first of many tornadoes that we will likely see from this storm and other storms over the next roughly 5 to 7 hours. That main tornado threat should die down tonight near 11. Near 10, 11, somewhere right around there. So, yeah, this storm also could organize even better. It's got a lot of crap vection around it, so... unfortunately, if we did have a moderate risk today, much of that, the placement of where I was thinking a moderate would be, which was up in here, much of that would probably have been in a radar dead zone. So we're going to be relying heavily on storm reports today. As this is probably one of the closest radar scans we're going to get to a storm today that's producing a tornado. Until these things get to southern or southeastern Wisconsin on the ground again. Yeah, it's going to do that a lot. I'm sure it's going to be like the tornado yesterday, the storm yesterday, where we just keep seeing a tornado drop down, uncondensed, lift, drop down, it's uncondensed, lift, rinse and repeat a couple times, and then eventually it will probably plant a strong tornado, but that may not be until after 5 Eastern here, when wind shear actually gets stronger. It is lofting a bit of dirt, so it's definitely on the ground. Weak tornado ongoing here. It's trying to get fully condensed, actually, already. I will be pretty shocked if it gets fully condensed. But it is trying its hardest. It has definitely gotten stronger here. You're good, Legacy. You're good. Glad to see you back in stream. You're perfectly fine. Yeah, so large funnel cloud starting to touch down now. There is a tornado on the ground, but it's not fully condensed. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Again, this is in Iowa. This is in Iowa for those of you who are just now tuning in or may not know exactly where it is. It is in Iowa, to the west of Grundy Center. It is over Eldora. I mean, this tornado is very close proximity to Eldora, Iowa. Moving to the northeast, it's going to be very close to Wellsburg here in about 15-20 minutes. And then in about 20-25 minutes, it's going to be approaching Holland. 30-35 minutes, it should be up near Dyke. And then roughly in an hour, should get to Cedar Falls. So, again, that's your general area that is rotating. Tornado is still on the ground, not fully condensed. So, still a weak tornado, but it is still a tornado ongoing. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, so again, tornado's still ongoing. Make sure you are in your safe spot. If you are in Eldora, Iowa, and especially if you're up towards Wellsburg and Holland, Iowa, as this tornado is heading right towards Wellsburg and Holland, right in that general direction. Okay. Trying to see if this is still on the ground. It doesn't look like it. I don't see it on the ground at the moment. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to spot very, very closely if I see any motion. I see dust, but I can't tell if that dust is rotating. It looks like, I mean, there's definitely still a funnel, so if it's not on the ground, it's still very, very much capable of producing another tornado. So remain in your safe spot again, Wellsburg, Holland. A storm that is capable of producing a tornado is heading your way. Still may be a tornado on the ground. It is still not fully condensed. Basically, that means there's a funnel overhead, and then there's debris on the ground. So it's not one of them classic tornadoes that you may be thinking of. It is a very weak, but still looks like it's on the ground. So still a tornado. It is from the west. Yeah, there is a bit of a cell merge from the west-southwest right now. So that might impede on its active area of rotation. That could help intensify the rotation, though. Very easily could help intensify the area of rotation. I feel like we're going to have to start watching one of these storms out here in southwest Wisconsin soon. The new HRRR. That was actually firing big-time storms back towards La Crosse, Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota. Doesn't do anything with those prefrontals out here, but we'll have to watch those. I'm not too sure if they're going to do anything, but I know they're in a decent environment. And there ain't nothing next to La Crosse. Those storms died out up there. We had a storm near La Crosse, but there you go. Just died out. Good old HRRR. Doing HRRR things being dead wrong. Gotta love it. Davenport, by the way, you did get into that tornado watch in Davenport, Iowa. No storms around you right now, but the environment around you is favorable for the development of severe storms, including tornadoes. The question is, will storms actually take advantage of that environment and head into that environment, or will they stay to the north of that environment? Definitely still rotating rapidly. Let me go see. Last time I checked, it was still on the ground. Now this chaser's going through the core of this storm. Oklahoma dry line. It is starting to get some rain, but it doesn't look like it's really acting up much. If we take a look at dew points, you can see the dry line is probably a bit further to the west than where those storms are currently firing in northern Texas. But yeah, this really Oklahoma should start. Oklahoma's a bit later. We probably won't see too much activity in Oklahoma until after 6 p.m. The main threat in Oklahoma is from 6 p.m. Eastern, so 5 p.m. local. 5 p.m. local all the way until like 11 p.m. local. Still radar indicated tornado warning in effect here. They didn't confirm it, even though we've had multiple touchdowns. There's no confirmed warning. It is still a radar indicated tornado warning, so just make sure you're in your safe spot. A tornado is still very much imminent or could be on the ground as this goes towards Holland and Wellsburg. That's Wellsburg, Iowa. No development in central Illinois. However, rapid development of supercells is still possible throughout the day, but there's uncertainty if it will actually occur. Your most likely time frame for development is between 5-6 Eastern. So that is Central Time, take away an hour. 4 to 5 Central, 5-6 Eastern. It's a pretty good environment down there. So all it takes is just one little blip to sustain and you get a storm down there. But yeah, right now, no watch. I'm actually surprised that this hasn't become a huge hail threat. I thought this was going to turn into a hail threat, a larger hail threat, quicker, and actually be able to sustain it. But it hasn't so far. It still has a hail threat with it, just not as quickly as I was thinking. Severe in Indiana. Oh, I was literally just talking about those storms too. I wonder if V is going to sneak in here. Because this storm's heading her direction. She's somewhere near north of Danville, Indiana. So that severe storm's heading towards her. But right now, that's just for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. No significant threat with that. But all right, I'm going to take a brief break before things really start popping off here. Things are starting to pop off, but before we start talking about, a bunch of supercells, I'm going to go take a quick break. Give me just 2 minutes or so, as I haven't gotten up in almost 3 hours. So, yeah, go get you a snack or a bottle of water or something. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Alrighty. I am back. Hopefully I'll remember to take another break in like 2 hours. Sometimes I forget. I've still not eaten today. Go eat. What are you waiting for? That's crazy if you haven't eaten at all today. That's not too good. This is heading towards Holland in Iowa. In about an hour, maybe a little more, it will be going towards Cedar Falls, Iowa, which is way more populated. But there's no tornado on the ground at this very moment. At least from what I've seen from chasers. But this storm has produced multiple brief tornadoes. So we'll continue to watch it very closely as it moves off to the northeast, still producing 1.75 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And still heading for Cedar Falls. Starting to see some higher echo tops with these storms here. So watch, watch some of these storms. This one looks the most strong with its updraft so far for Dodgeville, southern Wisconsin. We'll have to see if any of those start to intensify. And then there's some little blips we gotta watch back here. Mainly this one here. And this one. We'll have to watch these to see if they organize at all. There's also another one down here. So there's a few we'll have to keep an eye on. And in Illinois, we're really watching for anything to fire back in here. For western Illinois, maybe into central Illinois as well. This stuff is a separate severe threat. Let me see here. Oh, wow. Hopefully you're doing all right, Legacy. Hopefully you're doing all right. That's bad. Well, that's definitely a reason for why you missed lunch. I thought you were like me, maybe just simply forgot to eat. Worst tornado outbreak you have ever tracked, excluding moderates and highs. Excluding moderates and highs, that's very easy. April 26th, 2024. Was it 25? I think it was 2024. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, April 26th, 2024. Shouldn't have been 2025 because I was in Alabama. I didn't go live on April 26th, 2025. So definitely April 26th, 2024. Excluding that one. Okay, well, see, now you're just being rude. I don't know. That's the most notable enhanced risk day I've ever tracked. I've tracked plenty of other slights and marginals that performed well, but I guess the other day would be Matador, Texas. EF3, borderline EF4. That was, I believe, a slight risk day. Might have been marginal originally. Have there been any prolific tornado / severe weather outbreaks with enhanced risks? Yeah, plenty. You're probably looking at one today. We had one yesterday, and then we had plenty last year. Every year we get really good severe weather outbreaks with enhanced risks. A little bit more rare, we get tornado outbreaks with enhanced risks, where we see, 7 or greater tornadoes, but yeah. A regional tornado outbreak is like 7 or so tornadoes in a regional area. So yesterday would just barely, probably barely hit a regional tornado outbreak because we had all those tornadoes in southern Minnesota. You can't count the ones there in Kansas because, you know, the ones in Kansas are separate from our risk up here in Minnesota. So you don't count those on a tornado outbreak, regional tornado outbreak scale. Now, a full-blown tornado outbreak, yeah, like if we had tornadoes from like Minnesota all the way down to Missouri, yeah, but it was more separate because we had a regional tornado outbreak up here and then just a few tornadoes down here. Regional tornado outbreaks are 7. Now, more widespread tornado outbreaks, you're looking at like 14, 15 plus tornadoes, and then significant tornado outbreaks, you're looking at like 50 plus tornadoes. And of course, you have super outbreaks, which are at least a minimum of 100 plus tornadoes, including multiple intense tornadoes and multiple EF4s. And those are very, very hard to get. Very rare. You only get those, once or twice. I would say about 2 a century. I mean, really, you roughly get like 2 or 3 a century. Super outbreaks are very, very, very rare. There's no exact definition for a super outbreak, but I know for a fact you're at least going to need a minimum of 100. So it looks like they're going to let this tornado warning expire here. So we will not be seeing a new tornado warning, at least at this very minute. Now, we may end up with a new one shortly, but they're going to let this one expire without extending it here in the next 2 minutes. New MCD for northeast and east central Iowa, southwest Wisconsin, and far northwestern Illinois. And we also got a new severe watch in Texas. So no tornado watch out here. We got a severe watch in central to southern Texas. And let's see what that new MCD was for. Yeah, we know it's up here. A swath of very large to giant hail, 3+ inches in diameter, appears likely over the next couple hours. A few tornadoes are also expected. The tornado risk will continue to increase through this afternoon and into this evening. A dominant right moving supercell has rapidly intensified immediately south of Lord Have Mercy front, extending across central Iowa, with additional storm splits evolving along its northern flank. This storm has recent reports of a tornado and 1.75-inch hail. Ahead of this storm, strongly unstable air mass around 4,500 joules per kilogram of surface-based instability per 18Z DVN, special sounding. And 50 knots of effective shear will favor continued intensification of this storm and additional storms forming along its flank and near the surface boundary over the next few hours. Given the long and mostly straight photographs per AVWP, splitting supercells with dominant right movers posing the risk for very large to giant hail, some 3 inches in diameter, and a few tornadoes. With time, lower level photographs will increase in size clockwise curvature as the lower level jet strengthens through this afternoon into this evening. This will support an increase in strong to intense tornadoes with any established semi-discrete supercells. And we are now tornado warning lists. There you go. Alito, Texas. I don't know if this is the right area. There's no thunder around yet. If there's any thunder, it will be very, very late tonight. The main risk is staying to your west. So if there is any thunder, there's a chance for some thunder around 7 o'clock, but that's conditional. So I don't think it will actually happen. And the best chance for thunder is very late tonight, closer to midnight. But most likely, you're not going to get much at all today. Just probably some light rain possible in the overnight hours. Like I said, might have some rumbles of thunder, but it's definitely not a guarantee. I have a little rain shower pretty well off to my northwest, but that's not going to hit me, and it's not going to last long because we don't have a... I don't even know how it's even formed. Surprised it's even formed. But yeah, you can see why they withheld off that moderate. These storms are very much getting clustered right off the bat. Let's see what Wolfus has to say now that storms have already fired. Alright. Right off the bat, Wolfus 1 is very aggressive. But we're going to try to match what we're seeing now with a Wolfus run. So we're going to go to 445 on Wolfus. Or 440. This is 440 on Wolfus. We're going to look for one just west of Waterloo. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Wolfus 2 is decent. Wolfus 3 is wrong. Wolfus 4 wrong. Wrong. Okay. Decent. Decent. Pretty good. Wolfus 9 is pretty good. Wolfus 10 is wrong. All these wrong. Oh, that one's a bit better. Wolfus 14. Yeah, let's look at Wolfus 14. Wolfus 14. Huge hail swath from our main storm in Iowa. And then a couple supercells from our prefrontal stuff there in southern and central Wisconsin as we get closer to the last few minutes of 5 o'clock Eastern. Towards like 5:50. Pretty widespread. Now we're going to go back to Wolfus. Let's see. Wolfus 9 wasn't that bad. That develops a whole lot more widespread thunderstorms. Not as many back into central Wisconsin. But definitely a lot more widespread, it looks like, on that one. Caleb, save the link, buddy. I'll send it again. I've already sent it 2 or 3 times today now. And I've sent it countless times in the past. Save the link. This dude's like me. See you later, Lake. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be live here through much of the day, so as long as it's not a severe underperformance. So if you ever have time, you're very much welcome to tune back in if you want to. Look at the surface observations in Oklahoma. If they want to load, that is. Oh, they already fixed it. Dang it. Oh, man. It was a glitch with 5-degree temperatures in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and 4-degree dew points. 9 o'clock? I'll probably still be live at 9 Eastern as long as this threat continues to look how it does. I wanted to show y'all that bug, but it was already fixed. So yeah, we're gonna continue to watch this supercell here, just to the southwest of Cedar Falls, as it continues to intensify. It hasn't produced hail greater than 2 inches in diameter just yet. But we will continue to watch it very, very closely to see if it does begin to intensify further like we anticipate. Better wall cloud on it. Yeah. New wall cloud apparently on this storm. There's definitely looks to be a better wall cloud now. But it's still pretty weak rotation. There's nothing great on it. Better compared to 10 minutes ago. Indiana, main threat, damaging winds. Isolated large hail. If we take a look, there is a severe storm just east of Rockville for 8 more minutes. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, some very small hail. Wind gust up to 50, 60 miles an hour. Main storm in Indiana is back up here going into Logan Sport and Royal Center, where we have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, 1 inch hail possible with this severe storm for 7 more minutes. Very frequent lightning, very heavy rainfall, and we may even get a new severe warning on that because it still looks pretty strong. So these storms are going to continue with very heavy rain, a lot of lightning for the next few hours. Wouldn't rule out some isolated wind gusts up to 60, isolated small to large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. And there is a very, very, very small chance that we could see a brief tornado. But the tornado risk is not very high in this area with this first round. Not too sure why they have a 5 sig that far south, though. That 5 significant risk is very far south. There's a conditional risk for a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong if a supercell could form. But the most likely area for that would actually be back into central Illinois, not here in Indiana. So not too sure why that 5% for tornadoes goes even into central Indiana there. But it does. Still watching that cluster in southwestern Wisconsin. So far hasn't organized much at all. Let's see. It might be organizing. It's gaining a little inflow. Yeah. Starting to see a bit better of a hook there, but it's going to be difficult to tell. We don't have any good radars out here, unfortunately. We moved away from our best radar site. So these storms that are in the main risk area are going to be pretty difficult to see. It's going to be hard to see any of these storms in here. The more north they get, the better we could see them with the La Crosse radar. And the further east they are, the better we could see them with the Milwaukee radar. And there is definitely some additional storms firing here north and east of Des Moines, Iowa, that we'll need to keep an eye on just in case. It's such a good environment out here that all it takes is just one of these updrafts to stay sustained, and they could explode into a random supercell that wasn't anticipated. Yeah, but if you look here, we got a problem. Let me show you. What do you notice here on this loop? Pay close attention to the direction and motion of these storms up here compared to this one down here. Watch the difference. Look at the northern ones and then look at the supercell that we're watching going towards Waterloo. It's for sure the northern storms are moving more northeast and the main supercell is moving more east. So this stuff is splitting to the northeast and this is splitting to the east. So meaning these storms up here going towards Janesville and surrounding areas back up here into Clarksville, Iowa, that stuff's going to be big time hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a spin-up tornado. This down here is going to be big time hail, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and could pose a significant tornado risk if it does organize, which it looks like it's trying to reorganize. You can see how it first formed, rapidly intensified, dropped 1 or 2 tornadoes, got clustered up, lost its hook echo, and now it's starting to come back with that hook echo. Little cell merge coming in from the southeast there. Moving from the southwest, moving towards the southeast side of the storm. Won't do much because it's such a light rain shower. Lucky for us, we have like 500 chasers on that cell. I mean, that's the main storm I would be on, but if I'm chasing out there, I'd also be considering dropping down to one of these blips down here. But this one, so far, we'll watch that one because that's the most intense at the moment. But we'll watch that blip down there. Just drew an apple for Newton in Iowa. Hey, there's V. I thought you would be in a lot sooner when that severe thunderstorm warning was issued earlier. That's why you tuned in. Because there's a new severe warning that just got issued to your north. I thought you would tune in when we got this severe warning for Rockville 30 minutes ago. But there's your severe warning north and a new severe watch. So you probably also got that too. Look at me, I'm live. Just for you to see your severe watch. Actually live for another event, but we do have severe weather happening in Indiana and Ohio, so we'll watch that too. So you tuned in, and they just issued the watch. You tuned in, they issued a severe warning to your north, and issued the watch within like a minute of you tuning into the stream. Wow. Well, the severe watch, brief tornado possible, but main risk is definitely hail, followed by damaging winds. Actually, a possibility for hail even up to 2.75 inches in diameter. Although I don't think the hail threat will get that large out here. But so far, it doesn't look too bad for your area. This storm, which is severe, is going to stay to your north. It's going to be very close to where you used to be. And this storm has so far shown signs of weakening. But it will eventually get to you, so this is eventually going to head your way and will eventually hit you. There's a little rain shower that might be near you right now. But this stuff all near Greencastle is heading your way. A lot of lightning, very heavy rain, small hail, maybe 30-mile-an-hour winds possible. So we'll watch that closely as it heads up towards Indianapolis in your area. Over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Really just a lot of lightning. Unfortunately, it is not a one-and-done day. I wish it was. But there is a conditional risk for more storms tonight. You've got storms now that are moving through. There's a risk for more storms to form in Illinois and head your way, although it's more conditional. So they may not happen. And then you'll have more storms early tomorrow morning, and maybe even severe weather tomorrow afternoon again. So I think this first round will be probably the best chance for a severe threat for you. But if storms do fire across Illinois later today, they'll likely be significant and head that way. And we actually had a mesoscale discussion out here for the potential of a tornado watch. But they went with a severe watch for the first round. So, basically, watch for severe weather over the next 30 minutes to an hour. And then keep an eye out for any additional storms that may form closer to sunset and head your way. Overnight, light to moderate rainfall. And then severe weather will also be possible tomorrow afternoon. But no tornadoes. I doubt we'll see much, if any, of a tornado threat in Indiana. If we do see a tornado threat somewhere in Indiana and Illinois, it would be with those conditional storms that may fire in central Illinois later this evening. If they fire. Yeah, that hail threat increased drastically for Cedar Falls, Waterloo, Elk Run Heights. So if you're in that area, Cedar Falls, it's your time now. Thankfully not tornadic. It lost its tornadic characteristics for now. So make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows if you're in Cedar Falls. 1.75-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with this storm as it moves through. Look at this, some more storms firing up near La Crosse and south of La Crosse. And still want to watch that storm southwest of Madison, Wisconsin. Why are you wondering about Pennsylvania, Caleb? Yeah, also want to keep an eye on our storms here in Iowa, too. Those new storms in central Iowa. Still a severe storm going through the northeast side of Pittsburgh. But the chance of a tornado in central PA is near zero today. I don't expect much of a tornado threat, if any, in Pennsylvania today. Pennsylvania's main threat could be tomorrow afternoon. Conditional threat for some hail and damaging winds, maybe a tornado tomorrow. Yeah, you do have actually they have a slight, when did that get there? They actually have a slight risk tomorrow in Pennsylvania, so that would be, definitely will be the main day in Pennsylvania tomorrow. Tomorrow, Pennsylvania has the best chance for severe weather, aside from our main risk area. And then I'd also watch Saturday too. Saturday or Sunday, storms could go towards Pennsylvania. But today's tornado threat, not high at all in Pennsylvania. Main risk tomorrow. Tomorrow is probably the best chance for severe weather out of all the next few days for PA. Concerned about Friday? Concerned is an understatement. Right now, I am overly concerned about Friday's risk. To the point where I wouldn't rule out a day 3 afternoon moderate risk. Depending on how things trend. So, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so just what I was thinking. Hail threat, wind threat so far. Now our tornado threat has a chance to start ramping up here. We'll see. We'll see if that tornado threat can start ramping up now. Now that it's after 5 p.m. Like I said before, Friday has a non-zero chance to go high. It's a non-zero chance. Not a very high chance, just a non-zero chance. Hold on, let me just screenshot this real quick. Turn on the new weatherwise feature. It's super inaccurate. There's something new. How do you turn it on? Where? Teach me. Teach me your ways, Caleb. What is it? This storm looks very crazy in person, but it doesn't look tornadic on chaser feeds. It just looks absolutely wild. Well, like I said, it's already a day 4 enhanced, so it's guaranteed to be a day 3 enhanced. It just depends which way models go for the potential of a day 3 moderate. Oh, Tornado ID beta. What's that? Do you have to turn on storm tracks too? Most of the time you have to do that with that stuff. Oh, I didn't know there was an automated generating storm track. That's cool. Learn that. Well, I don't see how to use it. I don't even know what it is. Tornado ID is an advanced, oh sure, AI designed to analyze. Why was that so difficult to read? To analyze weather radar data in real time and identify tornadoes. Rather than looking for clear tornado signatures, it flags storms that are tornadic in general. Sure. I don't trust that one bit. I don't even see how to use it. It didn't even pop up, so. We can do better than that, though. That thing's not good. Maybe it could be good, though, because Weatherwise is a good radar app, so you never know. Oh, I might accidentally turn that on. I don't even know how to use it, though. Like, I just clicked it and it didn't show up anywhere. Whatever it may be, I have to look at Weatherwise's socials. The AI feature was showing an area of rotation in Dike, Iowa. Way north of the hail core, there was no rotation. Seems legit. Seems legit. A lot of storms popping up all over Iowa and northern Missouri right now. We'll have to see if any of those can actually sustain and become a problem. The HRRR has a few of those storms being a problem, specifically the one near Newton and one northwest of Des Moines. And the HRRR still fires storms in Illinois, except for actually waits till 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central to fire storms in East Central Illinois. Oh, it will pop up. I'm going to enable it and see if something pops up at all. What's it look like? Maybe I can loop this and see if it popped up anytime. Oh, I guess it doesn't work for past things. I'll keep that on just in case something pops up on it, just to see if it's okay. But so far, the only useful AI tool that I've seen from weather is StormNet. This storm going towards Charles City. Hail threat is for sure increasing with that. That's going towards Charles City, so we'll need to watch that closely for a very large hail threat, isolated wind threat. Could be producing greater than 1-inch hail right now. And the cluster finally in southwestern Wisconsin that I've been watching forever. We're going to need to watch that to see if it tries to be tornadic well out in front of our other cluster. Meso update, updating. It'll be in about 5 minutes or less. Yeah, the AI hurricane models are pretty good, actually. You're right. The AI Euro hurricane model and ensembles did very well this hurricane season, as well as the Google AI models did very well. So you are correct with that, actually. I forgot about those. Uh, 1.75-inch hail reported with possibly this storm. Yep, 14 minutes ago. They just increased that severe to 1.5-inch hail. That is just northeast of Logansport, heading towards Denver and Mexico in north central Indiana. Also, another storm producing near or possibly greater than 1-inch hail here in Willington, or Willing, Sharon, Carrollton. I mixed those two together. Also missed these storms. How come you guys didn't point these out? Come on, you guys are slacking over there. We got 2 considerable severes in northern Texas for this cluster. 1.75-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's significant for both hail and wind. No tornado threat with that right now. Tornado threat may ramp up with that later in the evening if it survives. All right, new mezzo is in. Let's see if our shear looks any better. Nope. Looks like garbage. Matter of fact, the photograph's invisible. Okay, let's see if I can choose another area. There's no photograph. Where's the photograph, bro? So little wind shear. Mezzo analysis just gave up on showing a photograph. I mean, it's increased. This area is up to 90 back here. So shear is getting better with time for this storm. Once it gets in a bit further into eastern Iowa, that's where it's probably going to become a problem. But look at all the tornado ingredients here. It's supercell composite. I mean, we're at a really good environment. Pretty much just everything but lower level wind shear is good. Which we saw yesterday. You don't need an insane amount of lower level wind shear for a good tornado threat. But yeah, that will change. Like I said, later we get, the better the wind shear. Better the wind shear will be. Another Wofus run here. Yep. 7 o'clock, right in those peak hours. So we're starting to enter our peak threat for severe weather now. 5, 6 o'clock is when our peak starts, and it lasts all the way until a while. It lasts a while, probably, like I said, till 10, 11. Let's look at the new HRRR here. Yeah, this has our peak threat lasting all the way up until almost midnight, actually. 11 o'clock midnight. And that tornado threat, it's just going to depend on if we get any good semi-discrete supercells or not. Which we have some semi-discrete cells right now, like this one in Cedar Falls, but the wind shear's just not high enough at the moment. Yep, there's a lot of lightning with that storm, but the worst storm is to your north. Lebanon, that hail core producing up to 1.25-inch hail just southeast of Max, just north of New Brunswick. Sounds familiar. That sounds familiar, but it doesn't seem like that's a town. I swear that's like something else. I'm gonna look that up. Oh, it's a Canadian province. It's like, I swear I've talked about that before. Yep, sure have. New Brunswick in Indiana, though. Just north of that, that's where we're seeing potentially 1.25-inch hail. Just a lot of lightning and heavy rain around your area. Clarksville, Iowa. Let me see. Well, I can tell you that's far from the radar, so that's hard to say anything about. But definitely velocity there. See if it appeared out of nowhere. It didn't necessarily appear out of nowhere. It could be corruption, but there could also be a little area of rotation with it, so. Well, we'll just keep an eye on it just in case, but I don't think it's anything too worrisome. That storm south of La Crosse is still strengthening. See how strong that gets. Oh, well, they just went severe on it. There you go. So, new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm south of La Crosse, Wisconsin. A lot of severes, a lot of storms, but no tornadoes since you left, Critty. Storms in northern Texas have gone significant, and new severe in southern Texas as well. Definitely messy. We'll have to see if that messiness turns into full severe storms here in the next few hours. Let me see. Waterloo? Where? Oh, is that, shoot, I forgot where that was. We're gonna have to look it up. Oh, yeah, that's this one. Cedar Falls, Waterloo. Yeah. I mean, it's just far from the radar. It's gonna be hard to tell anything that's happening there, but it is undergoing a cell merge right now, like you said. Nope, they never upgraded to moderate, which at the moment is a good call so far, but our peak environment and our peak threat still is barely even started. Tomorrow's meh. I'm not too concerned about tomorrow. The HRRR is probably overdoing the stuff in southeastern Iowa. Probably overdoing the environment. We'll have to see how today plays out and finishes, and then we'll talk more about tomorrow. But right now, that's only in a 2% tour up there in Iowa, so I'm watching more of Oklahoma. I'm not really too worried about that stuff up there. I'm watching more of Oklahoma down here. This is the region I'm watching more of, right along that dry line and just in front of it. So, yeah. I think that Iowa stuff's not going to happen. I think the HRRR might be too aggressive up there because it has your low pressure being... Actually, why does it even have that? It's like your HRRR has like one big low, whereas the NAM3K has two weaker lows. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe that will be an issue. We'll have to wait to see how today performs, and then we'll be able to talk more about tomorrow. But you know, we got to get through today, and then we'll be able to talk about tomorrow. And obviously, we'll know more when we get to day of. So not really anything to discuss about tomorrow aside from the Oklahoma threat. Like I said, down here, it's 5 sig right now. You can see they have that 2% back near the low pressure, so we'll see. I mean, if the HRRR is right, we'll probably see a 5% up in Iowa too for tomorrow. But it's not nearly as concerning as like yesterday's threat and today's threat and Friday's threat. Not even close to that. All right, I already saw that MCD. Yep, I'll be live tomorrow too. Not sure exactly when, but probably between 4 and 6 I'll start up a stream. Like I said, it just depends how today plays out, because then we'll know more about tomorrow. We'll know the placement better, but right now the HRRR is thinking we'll probably be live closer to 2, 3 o'clock. But timing is probably off quite a bit on the HRRR for tomorrow, so I'm not too confident on exactly when we'll be live tomorrow. Storms are starting to get into that 10 sig 2 area. Main storm that's in that right now is this cell here in Ridgeway, southern Wisconsin. And then we'll also be watching our storm there south of La Crosse, Wisconsin as well. So just going to be a matter of time before we get some better lower level wind shear and things start to pop off here closer to 7 o'clock. New WOFIS is starting right now. Yeah, and every single one has that storm in southwest Wisconsin now. What's odd, though, is like none of them have that storm in south of La Crosse, except for maybe WOFIS 2. So we'll see what WOFIS 2 has. That might be the better WOFIS run. So yeah, I think we're really gonna have to watch that storm in southern Wisconsin in about 30 to 50 minutes. That's if it turns into a right-moving storm. If it stays going to the northeast, that's more favorable for hail, not tornadoes. Let's go back to Indiana. Yeah, that storm in New Brunswick weakened quite a bit. Not as big of a hail threat anymore as what it once was. And we got a sloppy cluster up here that's producing severe weather. About 3 or 4 severes on that. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail is the main threat with that, but we did actually get 1.75-inch hail report, like I mentioned a while ago there, north of Logansport. Indiana. Now we're going to have to start watching a bit closer up here in New York and Vermont to see if any of these storms can become sustained mini supercells. I don't think we're going to see a huge threat up here, but we could definitely see an instance of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado or two, maybe a strong tornado. If any storm can be discrete, we could see a brief strong tornado. Huh. Watch that. Not a lot of inflow with it, but keep an eye on that. North of Iowa Park, Texas, going towards just east of Grandfield, Oklahoma, on the Texas-Oklahoma border. See if that increases in activity at all. Increases in velocity. I got distracted. My bad. Googled what? Oh. You're talking to them, not me. My bad. That hail threat is, looks like it's increasing again near Waterloo. 7 minutes ago, 1.75-inch hail, so this storm has gone up and down with hail. It's been at 1.75, dropped back down towards 1, back up to 1.75, back down towards 1, back up to 1.75, and that's where we are now. It's been all over the place in terms of hail. And they did upgrade this one to 1.75 as well, like I was mentioning earlier for Charles City. We got a report just 3 minutes ago of 1.75-inch hail well south of Charles City. So this storm is capable of producing significant hail as it moves into Bassett and Charles City in northeastern Iowa. Plenty of blips, but none of them are sustaining problems right now. But plenty of blips over here. Maybe too many. Maybe too many might cause even more of a clustering problem. So you're going to watch both of these areas of interest here in north central Texas, just north of Iowa Park. That first one here has me more concerned. So we'll continue to watch that. Another storm that may need to be watched too for hail and damaging wind potential west of Benjamin, Texas. And then still normal severe here for this area. Not really any populated towns here in south central Texas. Expectations for today, a lot of hail, just like what's happening. Isolated damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Then as lower level shear increases here in about hour, maybe hour and a half. Increase in all hazards, especially hail and tornadoes. It's one of them conditional days. I mean, all it takes is one semi-discrete supercell, and we can see a long-tracked intense tornado. But it all comes down to if we actually get a discrete supercell and don't stay at just a messy cluster. Yeah, definitely has a bust mode for tornadoes, which is just things stay clustered like yesterday did. But remember, yesterday we stayed clustered. A lot of, at first, a brief tornado threat, then little tornado threat, big hail threat, isolated damaging wind threat, and then all hazards increased a bit later. And we increased with a much larger tornado threat when shear moved through. And I think late tonight, we'll see an increase in damaging winds as this turns into a sloppy linear fest in southeastern Wisconsin, northeastern Illinois, northwest Indiana, western Michigan. Two-inch hail report. Largest hail report and largest hailstone of the day thus far. 2-inch hail reported by a trained spotter here. This storm just got upgraded to 2-inch hail, radar indicated, and it should actually be observed now because of that report. So, largest hailstone of the day so far. Just reported southwest of Waterloo for this storm, now moving into Raymond and Dunkerton in northeast Iowa. Yep, still watching that little area there near Thrift in north central Texas. Want to continue to keep a close eye on that. Critty, did you see what you just said? TRG tornado. Tornado may be imminent. The channel name's TRG tornado, but you were actually addressing me as just TRG, and then you said tornado may be imminent. Found that funny because I read it differently. I read it TRG tornado may be imminent. I'm like, wait, what? Huh? Nah, tornado may be imminent. Let me go see this chaser's view. Let me go back here. Oh yeah, that's that weird looking cloud that a bunch of chasers have seen. I don't know if that's a wall cloud, but that's just really looks like an inflow tail to me. It looks like a scud inflow tail, but it did get upgraded to Tor possible. You saw that for a brief moment when I clicked it. Observed 2-inch hail, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, if you're in Independence, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot. This storm could be increasing with the potential for a tornado. Right now, that area of interest would be near Evansdale, most likely. It would be a bit of a sideways supercell. Your eagle split would look more like this. Bit of a sideways supercell. Let's see if that's another storm there. I feel like it looks like it is. Yep, it is a merger. A lot of mergers, so I don't know. So many mergers that might not have good tornado potential. Yeah, still that area to watch in north central Texas once again, right near Thrift. Not a great area of rotation, but it is an area of rotation that I want to watch just in case anything starts to strengthen with it. Let's see. Did we look at... Yeah, we did look at that new mezzo. I actually wanted to look at the WOFUS here. Yeah, so WOFUS does pick up, like I said, WOFUS 2 picks up on that storm in south central Wisconsin being a problem. It still has that messy cluster in east central Iowa. It really doesn't show anything with any of those updrafts in central Iowa. They all just end up dying out. So we'll see if that happens. And it does fire one little cell in central Illinois. I wonder if that's going to be a problem on this run. Not as good on that newest scam, but still an area to watch again in northern Texas near Thrift. I want to go to southern Wisconsin. Look at that. Now tied. That's got a new 2-inch hail report, and it is now 2.5-inch hail severe thunderstorm warning. That is our highest severe thunderstorm warning for hail that we have seen so far today. Right when I came back for this storm, it got upgraded. What do you know about that? What are the chances? So if you are around this area, Cross Plains, Middleton, that general region, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. And honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea to consider being close to your safe spot because of that large hail, especially if you're in a trailer home. If you're in a trailer home, I recommend getting to the most interior room of the of your trailer home now. This storm's getting so strong to the point where it probably is going to do considerable damage to a trailer home. So if you do live in a trailer home across the severe warning, I recommend getting to the most interior room of your home just in case you get hit by one of those 2.5-inch hailstones. And if you live in a normal home, one that is that can actually withstand storms like this, I still recommend getting away from doors and windows and still going to an interior room just because of all that hail. And you could go to your tornado safe spot. Just acknowledge that the tornado threat with this storm at this moment is very, very low. It's not a bad idea to go to your safe spot when you're dealing with such large hail that can easily shatter windows, do damage to, roofing, side panels. So not a bad idea to go to your safe spot, just precautionarily, just in case those hailstones impact you if you're in this severe warning in southern Wisconsin for Middleton and surrounding areas. And that hail threat looks to just continue to increase. Big hail spike, that's something that we saw with the 3-inch hailstones yesterday in Minnesota. I believe we actually had up to 3.5-inch hail yesterday in Minnesota. There was a delayed report of 3.5-inch hail somewhere in Minnesota yesterday. And, we saw similar large hail spikes with storms that produce that type of hail. There we go. Just got to refresh both of these. Want to make sure all my stuff's up to date. All right, good to go. Okay. Yep, there you go. 2.75-inch hail 3 minutes ago. Reported by the public. So, if that is true, which most likely is, this should go to a destructive PDS severe. That's if the National Weather Service can confirm that that is an official report. But either way, you're not going to notice much of a difference between 2.5 and 2.75-inch hail when it's hitting the side of your house or breaking through your window. Either way, it's significant hail, and you want to be away from doors and windows. And we do have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. First PDS severe warning of the day, Charles City in Iowa. Confirmed 2.75-inch hail heading into Charles City and surrounding areas. That is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. And you could see a large hail spike on that as well. There you go. So you most likely want to be in your safe spot if you're around the Charles City area, back into Bassett, North Washington, and Colwell, just east of Floyd here in northeastern Iowa. I want to go back down to the Texas-Oklahoma border for this storm. Still a considerable storm. Still a little area to watch. Not an imminent tornado, just a region to keep an eye on. And still producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75-inch hail. And there you go. We now have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, 2 of them, out here in southern Wisconsin for 2.75-inch hail. So both of these are also now PDS severe warnings where you need to be preferably in your safe spot, as they are potentially life-threatening situations. So just as a precaution, you want to go to your safe spot if you're in those brown PDS severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, what you can see here, 2 there and 1 there. And then these are considerable severes, which looks like both of those are for, get out of here. This one is for 2-inch hail now, back up into southwestern Wisconsin. And this one is for 1.75-inch hail back in Independence. And then these 2 are just ordinary severes, which this one's expired. This one is still in effect. So this storm is just being hit by a countless amount of mergers, and that's what's inhibiting it from being a tornado threat at this English. A lot of mergers inhibiting it from being a tornado threat. There you go. So tornado threat is still pretty low with this cluster as it moves into Independence, but that will likely change. The later we get, the better chance we have for tornadoes out of that storm. Back into Indiana. Plenty of low-end severes here. Bunch of low-end severes in Indiana. Just be away from doors and windows. You will be fine. This storm might not be a low-end severe. A hail spike on both radars. You can see here. So this actually should be a little bit higher. It's currently warned for 1-inch hail. Probably producing closer to 1.5 to 2-inch in diameter hail right now near Bennett's Switch and Cassville in north central Indiana. Still, hail spike is very much noticeable on that new scan. Going to keep watching this storm. Again, if it turns east, that's what we're going to be looking at for the potential of a tornado threat ramping up in the next few hours if this storm can turn east. This storm's still warned for 2-inch hail, and you can see it has already turned east. The problem is, I wonder if it might be a little bit too far north. Doesn't look like it is. You actually have better wind shear out here in Wisconsin. Yeah, look at that. This actually could be a pretty real tornado threat, as Caden pointed out there. Depending on how destructive these mergers may be as this moves off to the east. No increase in velocities, but doesn't mean it won't eventually increase in intensity. Never thought we'd have a slop fest out here in central southern Iowa, where most models barely convected anything. Wasn't really thinking we'd see a slop fest down there. I was thinking we would see either one crazy supercell or next to no convection. So, yeah, multiple storms to still watch. A lot of hail, isolated damaging winds, and a little tornado threat. The best risk for a tornado threat right now, really, is pretty low across the board. I guess the only risk I'd give it to is out here in Independence because of that Tor Possible tag and because that storm has a history of producing tornadoes. But outside of that, there's no other storm that looks even remotely concerning for tornado potential. Still a little area of velocity there, but it's not ramped up at all. And they did issue a severe on the storm we pointed out here earlier for Crawwell, north of Benjamin, Texas. Want to go back to New York and Vermont here. Both of these are just normal severes. Definitely a pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds here. 2 pockets of 60-mile-an-hour winds moving through eastern New York here. So one of those is over the Shutters Corners area. Quacker Street. Quite the name. Other one is over Warnersville and Mineral Springs, New York. This is a bit more sloppy, but I definitely could have 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail somewhere in that core. Might need to watch this storm, this storm, this storm, this storm, this storm, and this storm. You know, all these little areas of velocity. Nah. In reality, I think we might want to just watch like this storm right here. And maybe that one. I would watch those 2 cells just in case. I would definitely watch those 2 cells. And whatever's happening back over here. That. There's definitely a few areas that could be tornadic, actually, but it's hard to say what's corruption. At first I was joking, but now I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, those actually could be a bit of an issue. It's just hard to say if any are doing anything. Because we don't have any good radars out here. I'd say the most impressive probably is this one. Because it's a bit more by itself. And has a pretty clear hook there. Whereas these 2... This one looks like it has a hook, but easily could be corruption. And this one is very far from radar. I feel like that one is corruption. And these we'll have to watch still because they could increase with rotation. That looks to be corruption there, just circled. So I'd say these 2 are the most concerning right here. Right here and right here. But they're so sloppy that they're not a huge concern. Just something we need to watch. Definitely some of the better tornado potential we've seen in a little while ever since our first tornado warning. Let's see what this looks like. Not as significant of hail likely on those newer scans for this storm. Okay, that one has been disextended, so we only have this storm is the only PDS one, and that's got 2 PDS severes with it. Yeah. Let's go to the new GFS. Coming in right now. Somebody remind me in about 10 minutes to check the GFS. Caleb, you're in charge of that. Because the GEFS and the GFS are starting to render in here. for Friday. That is a very aggressive signal that I borderline want to call corruption. I haven't seen a signal like that on the GEFS since probably one of the big outbreaks last year. The question is, does it actually initiate? Because that's probably on the edge of your cold front up here and on the edge of a dry line down in here. And then your actual low pressure is up here with your warm front way off the screen. You may be saying, GFS corruption, what are you talking about? Well, it's happened before, for sure. And most of the time it's a way more clear than that. There's no clear corruption on this run, but sometimes you'll see a random spot of like 35 supercell composite, but that's not on here. But yeah, you can see it might be capped. Might not fire. But we got a new GFS coming in here. I'll leave that there so I hopefully remember. Yep, the new WOPIS says today's not even close to done, by the way. All of them are still very much showing large hail swaths here across Wisconsin. So, day is nowhere near done. Oh, we actually got a new forecast starting to load in now. Look at that, just started. They did upgrade this sphere to 1.75-inch hail observed. Not sure when they did that, but they did do it for Vermont, Indiana. Uh-oh, tornado warning. I just heard the beep. And it's for Independence. Yep, looky there. Right there. This is using the Davenport radar, by the way. So we got an area of rotation. Looks like we've got an embedded supercell right in here. Between this cluster, and an embedded supercell right in the middle. I like how two people just started questioning if this was a bust, and then we instantly got a tornado warning. Hey, Caleb will be kind in chat. I don't care if I ban you. There's plenty of people in the chat. I have no problem with banning one or two people if you guys act up. Caleb will be nice and kind and slowly give you warnings unless you're a bot, and then he'll ban you right away. I'll just get you out of here. PDS severe in just to the southeast of La Crosse, Wisconsin, Cashton, Ontario, Wilton, Kendall, Clifton, Hillsboro. I think Caden called out Hillsboro, Westby, all those areas now under a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for roughly the next hour or so. Make sure that you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to, if not maybe in your safe spot. Wouldn't be a bad idea to be in your safe spot. And I do believe that Caden's going to be correct here. He called this out first. I think, who was it? I feel like it might have been Critty. Somebody called out this area before a storm even formed. I know I mentioned it, but someone else in chat also mentioned it before me. And then Caden mentioned this storm too. But I do think that this is going to start ramping up quickly. And you know what? I've seen it all too many times where a supercell intensifies rapidly because of a storm that looks like this. What you have is you have a supercell that has curvature, and then you have another storm that looks like it has curvature, and it merges in the inflows a lot, and that actually increases the chance of a tornado because it's a very favorable merger. So watch this extraordinarily closely. I would watch this very, very, very closely as it heads towards Hillsborough. Watch that very, very closely. Aside from that, destructive hail up to 2.75 inches in diameter over Westby right now. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Westby, Cashton, Ontario, Kendall, Wilton. You don't have to be in your safe spot, but I very much recommend it. And even if this merger doesn't favorably increase the chance of a tornado, it looks like this storm is still going to attempt to produce a tornado regardless of what the merger is going to do. I want to go back here. This storm looks really good for Independence, so make sure you're in your safe spot, Independence. It's hard to say exactly what's happening here, but there's a tornado warning, so I know for a fact a tornado is possible here. I like how everyone on Twitter went from enhanced risk to this has to go moderate to I see why they kept it enhanced. And now things are going to pop off and people are probably going to go back to they should have went moderate. Because we've had 5 destructive, 1, 2, 3, 4 destructive severes so far. Like I said, I really think they should have went moderate for hail. But anyways, you know, don't want to talk too much more about that. I just saw it on my feed when I went on the good old Twitter. Let's see. Go get 2 chasers on this real quick on Independence just to see if it is about to produce a tornado. Definitely has a bunch of rotation. It is rapidly rotating. It is very rapidly rotating, and I can't tell if that is a funnel trying to form there. Go back. Definitely very, very rapid rotation. Very rapid rotation here. So if you're in Independence, Iowa, you need to be running to your safe spot now. Tornado is imminent, but it's not on the ground. We have a chaser that's got a clear visual of the area of rotation, and it's not a tornado on the ground. But oh my word, it's got to be getting close. There is an absurd amount of motion with it. Crazy motion with it. So it is very close to producing a tornado. Yeah, you could see why too. Even from the radar being this far away, you could still see a classic Eagle split supercell with a hook echo. Even though we're this far away from radar. So, Independence, again, you need to run to your safe spot. Oh, GFS run. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Caleb. Let's go see the new GFS for Friday. Golly. Holy crap. Yeah. Like I said, I would... Hey, Catman, you just tuned in at the perfect time. I'll go ahead and say it. I was going to say it right away, but I just want to point out Catman just joined. Like I said, if we keep going in this way, we could see a afternoon day 3 moderate tomorrow. We could see a day 3 afternoon update moderate for probably maybe from Kansas, somewhere from northern Oklahoma all the way up through southern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, somewhere in there. And who knows, by the time we get to day one, who knows, maybe it will be that whole thing. But yeah, it definitely has an opportunity. Very large trough, multiple negatively tilted embedded short waves, strong lower level jet, plentiful amount of instability. With the trough, you got a plenty amount of wind shear, especially Kansas, Oklahoma, along that dry line cold front, and then also back up closer to the low in Iowa. Very much plentiful. Actually, you've got two lows. A low in Minnesota and a low in Kansas on this one. Yeah, just wanted to check that. Let's go back to current because we do have very concerning storms still here in Independence. We're going to be watching this go into Independence and could easily produce a tornado. New scan up here. And yep, just like we predicted, a hook echo is very much forming, and I'd imagine a tornado warning is probably going to be issued here if we continue to see this area of rotation increase. So we'll watch that again really, really closely. And see if that rotation upticks at all. It should. There's not really a reason it shouldn't increase in rotation. It's in a very favorable spot, and it's a very favorable storm with a favorable storm merger. So there's really no reason that it shouldn't try to increase in rotation. Let's see. Don't see anything on the ground yet. I've got two chasers who are very close to this storm pulled up, and I don't see a tornado on the ground, although there could be one. Because this is getting a bit more rain-wrapped, so it's not a guarantee that chasers will be able to see a tornado if one forms. Said chaser is above this rot. Shoot, what are they in? A helicopter? Or an airplane? I meant below. Yeah, I know. I just had to make fun of you. We've all done it before. That's great. It's also tornado warned for 2.5-inch hail. So very, very large hail also possible with this storm. Let me see here. Give me just a moment. Okay, there we go. I mean, yeah, I mean, this could very easily be attempting to produce a tornado, maybe even a strong one. That could be very dangerous. Holy moly, that's a lot of supercells. Dude, if these were more spaced out, golly. Could you imagine if this was more spaced out? That's wild. Yeah, like I said, we're probably going to get a tornado warning shortly. A little surprised we don't already have one here for Rockton Valley, White City, Mount Tabor, maybe even as far east as Hillsboro. Very dangerous supercell producing significant hail and could attempt to be producing a tornado soon. I heard another beep, but I think that was just an updated tornado warning for this. Look at that. Like I said, we could have a strong tornado imminent here. Very hard to tell. Very, very difficult to tell. But again, just going to continue to watch it and reiterate anything I see on these chaser feeds, as well as anything that we can halfway see on radar. But it's at least producing large hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter and 60 mile-an-hour winds. And most likely is very close to producing a tornado, maybe one strong. Yeah, still area to watch there. Oh boy, we need a warning on this now. I have to see how bad the velocities are on this next scan here in a few seconds. But pretty sure that would probably warrant a tornado warning. Especially when it's in one of our better environments today. Also, a lot more storms starting to become more severe from this area of convection here. All these convective storms exploding, starting to become more severe and actually maintaining. Still no velocity scan on that. I feel like this is corrupted. I feel like that's corrupted because I don't feel like there should be no velocity there. Really, really think we should get a tornado warning in that. At any moment. Gracious day. I would be shocked if that's not very close to producing a tornado, if not producing a tornado. That is wild. 4 hours in, I'm going to take a very brief break. I'm going to make this one very quick. I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm going to go get a bottle of water. What the heck happened while I was gone? What in the world? I just left for a minute. That looks a lot stronger. And how is this still not tornado warned? Am I behind? Nope. That looks insane. Is that on the ground? Any chaser have that on the ground? Tornado warned? Well, yeah, I can see that there's a tornado warning. I could definitely see that. Not on the ground yet. All right, yeah, I also have these two chasers. They don't have it on the ground. Huge wall cloud. So, can confirm that this is not on the ground. Can confirm there is not a tornado on the ground, but man, is it ever rotating. However, actually, I want to go ahead and reiterate this. It could be on the ground. It could be fully rain wrapped. The area, I could see an area of rotation, but I don't know if that area of rotation actually wraps back around into the rain. If it wraps back around into the rain, there could easily be a rain wrapped strong tornado on the ground, and no chasers are able to see it. Also, a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning over here. Did that turn east? Hold on. Oh, I see something trying to turn east. This is trying to turn east. Watch this in the future towards Sun Prairie and Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. This is trying to turn east. And like I said, if that happens, the tornado threat is going to increase with it drastically. So watch that very, very closely. If that turns east, could be a big problem. And then also back here, PDS, severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and very close to your safe spot. If not, I would recommend being in your safe spot if you live in Marshall, Waterloo, Watertown, Milford, Lake Mills, Deerfield, Richwood, and surrounding areas. Very populated area in southeastern Wisconsin. That is a potentially dangerous situation there. Potentially a dangerous situation. I mean, it is PDS, so it's likely a dangerous situation with that large hail threat. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Let's go back up to Wisconsin here, western Wisconsin, where there is still no tornado warning in effect for the Rockton and Valley and White City regions, where we likely have a supercell attempting to produce a tornado right now. I don't believe it has produced one or is producing one, but this is trying to produce a tornado now. So if you are in Rockton Valley, White City, I would recommend getting to your safe spot, because this could produce a tornado, and if it does, it is actively unwarned. And still an insane area of rotation in the upper levels over here for Withrop. You need to be in your safe spot. A tornado, possibly strong, could touch down at any moment. Make sure this is muted. There we go. Actually, yeah, still a large wall cloud there. I was going back in this person's live stream trying to see if this touched down. It's very close to touching down, and it is very rapid rotation. And it is also getting more rain wrapped. So note that when you're watching chaser feeds, they may be looking at the storm, and it looks like it's not rotating, but it actually is rotating because that rotation is hidden by a wall of rain. Lord have mercy. I call corruption. I call corruption on that. Ain't no way. Oh, look at that, too. I wonder if one of you guys have pointed this out. This should already be tornado warned. We've got an area of good rotation with a hook echo trying to produce a tornado here for Woodman, Hickory Grove, Blue River. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Honestly, want to be in your safe spot here if you're in front of this storm. Very easily could be producing a tornado at any moment. I'm shocked we still don't have a tornado warning on this storm. Thankfully, it doesn't look like an insane area of rotation. Like, it doesn't look like it is producing a tornado, but that hook echo is still insane, so we could easily see a tornado with that. Oh, and looky there. 3-inch hail confirmed now, 13 minutes ago. 3-inch hail confirmed for Maple Bluff. And this storm's heading into Maple Bluff still, and it's actually turned. So this could be a problem too. I'm pretty sure we'll loop this, see if it goes to the east. Watch this. See if it's moving west to east or southwest to northeast. See that? Look at that. The last 4 frames, it has consecutively moved due east. So this should be a problem for a potential tornado threat, like I said before, as it goes towards Cottage Grove and Sun Prairie, somewhere right around there. So many areas to watch, but we actually only have 1 official tornado warning. But many areas to still keep an eye on for the potential of a tornado threat. Many, many areas. Let me see if we got anything new over here. Well, I heard a beep, but I don't think that's a new tornado warning. I believe that was just a disextension. Both of those are PDS severes. And storms are starting to fire up a little bit better here now in western Oklahoma. We'll see if that continues. Wall cloud reports, I believe Caleb mentioned that earlier. A wall cloud report there in Brownsville, Pennsylvania. Hey, look at, man. Round of applause for that one. That is a round of applause right there. That is a very early tornado warning. Round of applause for the National Weather Service out here. Who is this? Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That is a early heads up, early tornado warning right there before this storm really starts to ramp up. We just got a special MCD for the potential of a violent tornado threat. I'll reiterate that. Special MCD by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma for the potential of a violent tornado. New MCD. And that is going to be for the storm in west central southwest Wisconsin. Right here. Don't ask me why. Or is that more north? No, more north. I apologize. Here. There you go. Right here. I was a little too far south. I was going to say, I don't know why, but no, it's for this more northern one. They believe this storm is going to be capable of producing a violent tornado. And I'll show you that special MCD in the red. A developing storm has the potential for an increase in tornado potential here. Peak tornado intensity is 140 to 170 miles per hour. The potential for 3 to 4 inch hail also exists, as well as wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Give me a second. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I was typing stuff out. We also got a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning up here into southeastern Minnesota. You are not under a tornado watch, but you are now under a PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Preston, Harmony, and Bristol in southeastern Minnesota. You need to be away from doors and windows, and I would recommend getting at least close to your safe spot, if not in your safe spot, because that's very, very large hail heading your way. All right, let's go read the Storm Prediction Center's MCD on this to see their exact wording on this. The tornado threat is increasing along the warm front in west central / central Wisconsin. A supercell in Vernon County is showing increasing signs of organization along the warm front. The tornado threat with this storm will likely increase over the next hour, given the favorable environment ahead of it. There is some uncertainty with regard to the impact of outflow from this storm to the south, but a strong tornado could occur given the environment. And that is a funnel cloud reported 5 minutes ago on this still unwarned storm. So this storm was very much capable of producing a tornado, as we had a funnel cloud reported with it there, not but 5 minutes ago. I want to go back to this storm here. Still watching this closely. If you're in Hickory Grove, I would still recommend getting to your safe spot. In my opinion, I would be in my safe spot if I'm in this area here ahead of this storm in southwest Wisconsin. And we got another storm to watch closely too in Glen Haven in southwest Wisconsin. Let me see here. Okay. Gracious. Okay, I'm going to have to move this radar. We're going to move this one to the La Crosse radar site. And I'm going to open another GR analysis. I've been using WeatherWise pretty much this entire live stream. And that shows you how much I like WeatherWise. I haven't even been using my actual main radar site, GR2 version 3 here. I'm telling you, man, WeatherWise, I love it. I love WeatherWise. It's awesome. It's I know it's pricey. I know it is pricey, but I love it. Let me go back to here. We're going to get these set up. So we're going to get this radar. This is the radar in Davenport. We're going to set it up on our tornado warning for Manchester, Iowa. This is the La Crosse radar site. We'll set that up on this storm, which has the potential for a violent tornado according to the SPC. And this is our radar in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll set that up on the active tornado warning for Sun Prairie. All of those storms all have the potential to produce tornadoes in the next hour. And then again, we're also watching this area too. I'm still surprised we don't have a tornado warning there. Keep an eye on that storm and keep an eye on the CC, because that is for sure strong enough to produce a tornado at this point. Keep an eye on the potential for a debris signature here as this moves up to the east-northeast, close to Hickory Grove. That's in southwest Wisconsin. I think that should be tornado warned immediately. And then another one I'm pretty concerned about is this storm approaching Glen Haven, southwest Wisconsin. And then not to forget, we also have still the PDS severe thunderstorm warning, where you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to, if not in your safe spot, for the destructive hail in Preston and Harmony in southeastern Minnesota. That also includes Lime Springs and Burr Oak in northeastern Iowa. We also have the three PDS severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Wisconsin for Sun Prairie, Middleton, Maple Bluff, Madison, Columbus, Lowell, Reeseville, Waterloo, Marshall, Deerfield, Milford, Lake Mills, Johnson Creek, Watertown, Woodland. So many areas here. Tens of thousands of people need to be away from doors and windows and close to their safe spot, because this storm is capable of producing very, very large hail, even upwards of 3 inches in diameter. Let's go to our analysis radar here. We're going to go to this storm in southeastern Wisconsin and switch to our probability of debris. And this is pointing out the potential for a debris signature here over the southeast side of Maple Bluff. However, it is in the area where we could also see large hail. This storm, if it does produce a tornado, it will be very heavily rain wrapped. All this pink is a likelihood of 1+ inch hail here, with the potential of even 3-inch hail in the black pixels you see there. So I don't know if that is a tornado, like you guys are mentioning the potential for it to be a debris signature. We'll have to give it a few more scans, but it may be. It's definitely not definitive. And then still watching this one very, very closely. I'm, again, still shocked this isn't tornado warned. It thankfully doesn't look like it's been producing a tornado just yet. Another wall cloud report that I missed in Pennsylvania 17 minutes ago. Let's go back up to New York. These storms, very big, 60-mile-an-hour damaging wind threat with both of these lines here. Both on the border of Vermont and New Hampshire, and on the border of New York and Massachusetts. It's actually not rain wrapped. It looks like... It's actually not rain wrapped. It looks like per storm chasers. I think you're meaning it looks like it's rain wrapped from radar, and chasers are saying, and it looks like from chasers, that it's not rain wrapped. If there's a chaser there, I mean, yeah, it doesn't, like I said, that's probably hail then, if one of those chasers isn't reporting a tornado. Because there's a high likelihood, if that's an actual debris signature, there's a very high likelihood a storm chaser would be seeing it and reporting it. So I highly doubt that was a debris signature. This storm is gearing up. The question is, can it actually successfully use that potential? It's got a whole heck load of potential with it. But we'll see if it actually is able to use that potential or not. Definitely doesn't look nearly as tornadic as what it did 10, 15 minutes ago. Storm in southeastern Iowa looks a lot more fallen apart at the moment, as it's undergoing a lot of mergers. So those are your main 3 storms that we're watching. I think the highest threat imminently is out of this storm here in Sun Prairie and College Grove. And I would also start watching this storm in Lake Mills, by the way. That one is also starting to turn to the east. So start watching that one as well as it heads into Lake Mills and Johnson Creek. Let's go back to the La Crosse, Wisconsin radar site. Again, still a good area of rotation, very much. Oh, hold on. You guys are saying observed. All right, let's go back to weatherwise because that updates first. And yep. Oh, is that the storm that I have been calling out for 10 to 15 minutes, saying that it's probably going to produce a tornado and it was not tornado warned? Really? There you go. See, and that is why I was so confident in telling you guys to watch for a debris signature on this storm. It indeed dropped a tornado 5 minutes ago and is now an observed tornado warning. So there you go. I called that out but probably 15 minutes ago, way back over here, even before this radar can't even go back far enough. And we called that out. So there you go. Not surprised one bit that produced a tornado. Not surprised one bit. And we'll see if this one can try the same thing here. We'll see if that can try to do the same thing. The good news with this storm right here is it is going to be getting cell merged. So hopefully the tornado threat goes down with this in the next few minutes. But I have bad news. After that cell merge, it is probably going to increase. We now have a tornado on the ground out for Madisonville in east-northeastern Iowa. And I would also be watching this one extraordinarily close. This could ramp up very, very quickly if there's enough lower-level wind shear in here. This Hillsborough storm could ramp up rapidly in Wisconsin. Let's go ahead and switch back over to our Quad Cities radar site. So tornado on the ground over Masonville in eastern Iowa. Make sure you are in your safe spot. Tornado on the ground in Masonville in northeastern Iowa, heading towards Manchester and Delaware, Iowa. Run to your safe spot now. Both the chasers that I'm watching, neither of them have it on the ground, but that's because they're repositioning, and this could very easily be very rain-wrapped. Well, that looks extraordinarily concerning. Like, very concerning. That is directly over Masonville, which is an extraordinarily small town. Hopefully that is corruption, and the radar is dead wrong here. Very, very large wedge according to Chaser. Yeah, I think I see the one you're talking about. Can I go back on that? Give me a second. Yep. Large wedge tornado, rain wrapped, confirmed. Large wedge tornado, rain wrapped, confirmed. Strong wedge tornado on the ground over Masonville right now in northeastern Iowa. This is likely a dangerous situation in Masonville heading towards Manchester. You have to run to your safe spot right now. Large confirmed wedge tornado over this area. Let me go to that person that Sam just said in chat. I actually know that person very, very well. Let me see. Yeah, very, very heavily rain wrapped too. Really, really rain wrapped. I don't see any CC, but we're so far from radar. So, yeah, CC could easily appear up at any moment if this hit any well-structured homes or has hit any trees. Yeah, it looks like a huge tornado behind these storm chasers. I just saw a backwards camera from one of these chasers, and it looks like the left edge is huge. So this is likely a large wedge tornado here. That is on the ground. Again, over Masonville, now likely exiting Masonville and heading into Manchester. Briefly, whilst we wait for the next scan, I want to go up here again. Watching this storm in Johnson Creek closely, as that could increase with tornado potential. The storm in Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, has weakened tornado-wise, but is still producing very large hail. And then still a confirmed tornado warning up here in southwestern Wisconsin for Finney Moore. And also watching this quite corrupted velocity scan, but looks like a really, really strong supercell on reflectivity there. Very close to Bloomington in southwest Wisconsin. Okay, I believe it's lifted. I'm going to go back on this chaser. Give me a second. Yep. Velocity correlates too. Velocity a lot weaker. So likely that tornado is lifted now. And it was probably going to attempt to touch back down. I mean, this chaser said it wasn't on the ground right here. I don't think it's on the ground. Okay. Union Center now. See, when Sam says something, that gets my attention, because normally... Oh, holy crap! Holy crap! Oh my goodness! Holy crap! Look how quick that ramped up! Look at that! 2 scans! Holy cow! Union Center. And 1 to 2 scans, man. That just went crazy. And they just tornado warned it. Thank goodness. Union Center, you have the potential for an intense tornado to be on the ground at any second. Make sure you are running. Do not walk. You have to run to your safe spot if you are in Union Center in southwestern Wisconsin. That is an extraordinarily strong area of rotation that very easily could plant an intense tornado at any given second. Run to your safe spot. Do not walk. Run. You have to run to your safe spot. That is a very, very dangerous supercell. We'll need to see what the next scan has to see if that's a lot worse or not. And that is a lot worse. We've got a... Looks like that is going to be a CC drop. We'll have to wait for velocity in 25 seconds. But looks like that's most likely going to be an intense tornado on the ground about to hit Union Center in southwestern Wisconsin. Gracious day. Likely an intense tornado on the ground. Take off the radar here. Holy crap, that's violent. That is most likely an intense to violent tornado on the ground. And that is about to hit the northern side of Union Center. I think it is going to miss Union Center to the north. Wow. Perfect job by the Storm Prediction Center issuing that mesoscale discussion about 25 minutes ago, saying the potential for a violent tornado here on this storm. And thank you, by the way, Sam, for bringing that to my attention, because I was focused on the southern storm. And then I saw you in all caps say Union Center now, and I booked it up there. Because that is definitely a intense to violent tornado on the ground, lofting large debris into the atmosphere here. And also, yeah, good job by the National Weather Service. Right when that scan came in, they did tornado warn it. This definitely needs to be upgraded to a PDS tornado. Lord have mercy. I really hope that this is staying to the north of Union Center. Union Center is a very small town. And unfortunately, this type of tornado would absolutely... It would demolish... Unfortunately, it would demolish Union Center if this did hit Union Center head on. Again, this is in southwestern Wisconsin. Very violent, man. Very, very violent. Very violent. Ah, that's a loud beep. That is a very loud beep. Gracious. Stupid beep, just like yesterday. Making sure we don't have any other tornado warnings. But yeah, again, I really hope this missed homes here. Gracious day. North side of Union Center, southwestern Wisconsin. Elroy, is that an L? Yeah, Elroy Airport here. Probably going to take a near, if not direct hit from this intense to violent tornado. Holy crap. Gracious day. Let me get a 4-panel of that really quick here. Oh my word. Very, very intense to violent tornado. Again, just barely on the north side of Union Center in southwestern Wisconsin. This is a PDS tornado warning now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Observed PDS tornado warning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed and is moving to the northeast here between Elroy and Union Center, heading for, thankfully, no populated areas right immediately in front of this. It is just to the southeast of Elroy, just to the northeast of Union Center. That is where we have a very intense to violent tornado on the ground. Gracious. Over 10,000 people in this very life-threatening situation. This is the type of tornado that you're most likely not going to be able to survive unless you are in your safe spot. It is also extraordinarily rain-wrapped. You could see very heavy rain and even hail. There is even hail in front of this tornado. So do not try to go outside and look for the tornado to see if it's going to hit you. This is a large and dangerous, intense to violent tornado that is fully rain-wrapped and likely completely invisible, to be honest with you. It's probably almost completely invisible. Because there's so much rain around this thing. You're not going to be able to tell if there's a tornado on the ground. Gracious. Also, that next scan comes in. I want to go back down to Iowa. No longer a confirmed tornado warning for Delaware in Iowa. Make sure you are still in your safe spot, though, because it could put down another tornado. And then these storms here in southeastern Wisconsin, thankfully, have stayed relatively non-tornadic. We did have that good opportunity for a tornado out of the first storm here near Cottage Grove, but thankfully that weakened quite quickly. All right, next scan, hopefully here in 13 seconds. Again, we have an intense to possibly violent tornado ongoing here. Just to the north-northeast now of Union Center in southwestern Wisconsin. Yeah, you cannot give the SBC enough credit for this. I want to see everybody and their mother tweet about the SPC giving a 30-minute heads-up MCD in this area for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. But unfortunately, in reality, not a lot of people are going to say that. When the SPC wins, typically it goes under the radar. But if the SPC's dead wrong, everyone and their mother goes against the SPC. I just had another beep here. See if it's a new tornado warning. Nope, all these look... Oh, it is! Look at that. Not even in a tornado watch. Not even in a tornado watch. We've got a tornado warning for Packwood in southeastern Iowa. You're not even in the tornado watch area, but you are now in a tornado warning. So you need to be running to your safe spot as a tornado could develop soon. Still likely an intense tornado ongoing now east of Elroy. It's heading a little bit sharper to the northeast, so sadly, if this stays on the ground, it's probably going to be a very close cut, very close call for that populated town. Let's go check that on this radar. Yeah, look at that. It is turning a little bit more sharply to the northeast, so it could be a close call for this very populated area if it stays on the ground. Which, that is a pretty good sign. That is a good sign. Your inflow has weakened quite significantly. So hopefully by next scan, we start to see that CC decrease. And it looks like this lofted debris at least 12 to 15,000 feet up, which makes it most likely the most intense tornado that we have seen out here in Wisconsin so far this year. I don't remember a single other tornado that was this strong in Wisconsin so far this year. And matter of fact, I only remember one tornado stronger than this tornado, and that was the one in southern Michigan. That's the only tornado I remember stronger than this in terms of a radar perspective. And I believe that's the one that actually went Torrey. Actually, I think we had the Torrey in Indiana. But either way, this is definitely a top 5 for the strongest tornadoes we've seen this year. So please be in your safe spot. That should show you the sense of urgency. The fact that this is most likely in the top 5 for our strongest tornadoes so far this year in terms of a radar presentation. So please be in your safe spot. If you are anywhere in front of this tornado warned storm, anywhere in this tornado warning, run to your safe spot. And again, we are in southwest Wisconsin, just east of Elroy and northeast of Union Center in southwestern Wisconsin. Please run to your safe spot. Next velocity scan, still liking the fact that that inflow is decreasing. Hopefully we keep seeing that inflow decrease, but this is still most likely on the ground. We got a new tornado on the ground in eastern Iowa now. New tornado on the ground here, somewhere near Delaware in eastern Iowa. You need to run to your safe spot. New tornado on the ground. This is probably the third, maybe fourth tornado that this storm has produced in its entire lifespan, ever since it formed back in central Iowa, about 3 hours ago. So run to your safe spot. And get to your safe spot if you are in Delaware or surrounding areas, Manchester included in that, in east central Iowa, moving into northeastern Iowa. Yeah, I see that other little area you're talking about, Caden. I see that other area you're talking about right up in here. But that's gone now. Yeah, looks like this is going to be weakening quickly. So they downgraded this to a observed tornado warning. It's no longer a PDS tornado warning. And I do think that this is on a weakening trend. So fingers crossed it lifts before it gets to this very populated area. Yeah, still gonna watch this storm. Right now, it's relatively outflow dominant. But still gonna keep a close eye on this storm as it goes towards Stone Bank, northwest of Milwaukee in southeastern Wisconsin. And a continued tornado warning now out here for west of Dodgeville in southwestern Wisconsin. Make sure you're in your safe spot. I'm sure this is a bit corruption, but definitely want to be watching that Lancaster storm very, very closely. Probably should be tornado warned at this point because that's been rotating for a long time either way. And still a tornado warning for Pleasant Plain in southeast Iowa. Yeah, they did downgrade it. That's because it's probably still on the ground, but a lot weaker. Like a lot weaker now. So I think this is very close to lifting. If not, already has. Duncan, Oklahoma. Yeah, I see that. Keep an eye on it, but that storm has been on a weakening trend with overall intensity. That's the storm that I believe was back in northern Texas, producing all that hail earlier. Yep. So it's been on a weakening trend, but it may be starting to strengthen again. That is in Duncan, Oklahoma. Toward possible severe for Central City and South Central Pennsylvania. Still big time wind threat continuing into Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire. And also storms in a radar dead zone on the border of Indiana and Ohio continuing to pose a large hail threat up to 1.5 inches in diameter. And 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts possible. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Yeah, watches everywhere. Got a severe watch down here. Tornado watch right there. Tornado watch right there. Severe watch over here. Severe watch over here. We got 5 watches, 2 Tor, 3 severe. Lot of watches. That is full-blown corruption in there. A lot of corruption happening. But it is Tor possible. Three observed tornado warnings right now. And 3 radar indicated. Yeah, watch that closely. We'll need to see if that comes together at all. And pretty confident that this is now lifted here. So stay in your safe spot if you're in that observed tornado warning. But thank goodness it looks like that this intense to violent tornado has lifted. Like I said, lifted debris. I mean, we're looking at 15 to maybe even up to 18,000 feet lofted debris. Yeah. Really starting to watch that storm very closely here. We'll need to watch that. Hopefully it stays, more of this outflow dominant look, but definitely could be a problem as that goes into Heartland and Brookfield in southeastern Wisconsin. Still confirmed tornado warning out here for Delaware and Earlville and southeastern, or rather northeastern Iowa. Still confirmed. Also, look at all the hail reports from this storm. Look at all of that. That's not even all of them, because they disappear with time. We probably got like 20 plus hail reports out of this one area. Maybe even more than that. Like, look at all those hail reports, dude. Everybody in that whole city reported hail. Looks crazy. That's definitely starting to tighten up. If that ends up, if there's just some better wind shear out here, we could have a big, big problem for a strong tornado threat going into Heartland in southeastern Wisconsin. Let's go check the environment on that. I want to specifically check 0 to 1. Not a lot of 0 to 1. So that's really good. 111. That is still going to be sufficient for a tornado, maybe a strong one. But you can see our violent tornado happened, or intense to violent tornado happened on the edge of that 100 to 150 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. So that's the photograph that we had an intense to violent tornado in. You don't always need a perfect photograph to see intense to violent tornadoes. So it looks like they're going to let this storm's continuing as a severe warning. I don't know when that tornado warning expires. It's still almost a whole hour on that tornado warning. So just stay in your safe spot there. But it looks like they downgraded this warning. They did to radar indicated now. No warning for Lancaster. This looks very much corrupted right now. They did put a Tor possible severe on that. But it does look quite contaminated on radar. And they also downgraded this one to canceled. Completely gone. So you were at risk for a violent tornado, an intense tornado, not but literally 10, 15 minutes ago. And now you are safe to come out of your safe spot. Now, still stay away from doors and windows because there is still a severe for 1.5-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. But yeah, 6 tornado warnings, and we are up to 41 severe thunderstorm warnings. 41 severes. Yeah, keep an eye on that closely. Springville in eastern Iowa. Just want to watch that storm. Not in most favorable spot, but definitely want to keep an eye on it. We'll need to see how cell interactions go with this, but definitely could be a problem. It's not in the best wind shear yet. However, that wind shear, it's going to update in 15 minutes, and I imagine the wind shear is going to be a lot more favorable there than what it was an hour ago. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Wow. This National Weather Service is on top of it today. This National Weather Service in Milwaukee is on top of it. That's the second time in a row that we've had a good area of rotation, and they instantly tornado warn it. So that is likely going to end up producing a tornado. So run, don't walk. You just got that tornado warning. Run, don't walk to your safe spot. Book it to your safe spot if you are in that tornado warning, especially if you are imminently in front of it. There's likely a tornado either about to be on the ground or possibly on the ground at this point, as it's heading right for a very populated area. This is going through, oh man, an extraordinarily populated area. Very populated tornado warning. Over 300,000 people. Over 300,000 people inside that new tornado warning. Very, very, very bad. And there's our terminal radar. Golly. I don't think it's actually that large. This is higher up. So if we go up, well, I mean, Which one do we think scanning better here? Because the terminal's further from the main radar. I feel like the main radar is going to be more accurate here. Because our main radar is closer. So, yeah. We're getting about 3-4 minute scans here. So we're still a good minute away from another scan. Wait, is this updating now? I think this is updating now. I can't tell if that updated. But either way, look at this. If it loads, there you go. Watch this come together. Very, very, very rapidly. Really rapidly. Many homes destroyed near Union City via your friend. Friend is also doing search and rescue. I mean, unfortunately, especially the north side of that area. I mean, and it was likely an intense to violent tornado. Velocity did break apart there. So if that did produce a tornado, it would have been brief, but it could have possibly been borderline strong because those velocities were pretty good. But the good news is it looks like that's completely broken apart on that next frame. Terminal is still definitely crazy. We just need to watch it. Also, another area of rotation sparking up here for Dodgeville. This is a storm that has been produced. It's already produced at least one tornado. So it's known to be capable of producing tornadoes. So please get to your safe spot if you're in Dodgeville, southwest Wisconsin. I'm liking this storm more and more for the potential of a strong tornado threat. If it can sort out whatever's happening with this over here, this could be a big problem as it moves up to the northeast and east central Iowa. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe a new area of rotation forming there. This is a storm that I believe produced our intense to violent tornado. Yeah, it is. But it does have cell mergers nearby, so we'll need to watch that to see what happens. Let's see here. Oh, there you go. New tornado warning on this. This is the storm I just mentioned for the potential of a strong tornado. If it can get its act together, and they just tornado warned that. I've had that tornado ID thing accidentally turned off. There you go. There's that AI tornado ID thing. You could see it's close. It's in the clear air, but it's generally in the vicinity of it. Let's go back to... you can see it's also pointing out this Tor possible severe as well. Low-key like that. I low-key like that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of that. Oh. Hmm. Not sure how I feel about that one. Yeah. That's that might be back on the ground. We'll have to see what the next scan has, but that looks very, very, very concerning. V, if your garage is available and it's not too much work, why not? But I don't think you're going to have much of a problem with severe weather out there. Nothing fired in Illinois, so it looks like... I want to say you're done. I think you're done. I think you're perfectly fine. So if it eases your mind, which for me, I know if I were you, it definitely would. Yeah, go ahead and do it if it's not too much work. But being realistic, no, it's not needed. You don't have to. I want to go back to this storm. Really want to stay with this one. That looks really concerning. Oh, there you go. New tornado warning. Man, the National Weather Service is on top of it today. Minus that one storm that was reported, a tornado was reported on the ground. But the good news is, like 2 minutes after that was reported on the ground, they immediately went observed. They didn't go and put radar indicated like some NWSs do. But NWS has done a really, really good job today. Oh, wow. Look at that. Very large hail and probably a tornado threat here in Mexico. This is heading towards the United States, towards Del Rio in the U.S. and Texas. We've seen this before where storms form along the mountain ranges here in northeastern and eastern Mexico and then actually move into Texas and produce 4 or 5 inch hailers. We've seen it before. Not saying this is producing 4 to 5 inch hail, but it's probably producing 3-inch hail at this point in northeastern Mexico. And it could move into very close to proximity between Comstock and Del Rio and in southwest Texas. Let's go back to the Milwaukee radar site. Thankfully, didn't hold on that next scan, so we could have had 2 brief weak tornadoes here. Just moments ago. West of Harland. We got a MCD for the potential of a violent tornado in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now, I'm going to point the obvious out here. The last time the SPC issued a violent MCD today, the potential for a violent tornado, we actually did see an intense to violent tornado. Not saying that it's going to be the same case, but if I am in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is an extraordinarily populated city, I am taking this very seriously, and right now, if I'm in front of this storm, downtown Milwaukee, Shorewood, Whitefish Bay, Brown Deer, those areas, I'm getting my family together, letting them know where the safe spot is, and if I'm in a mobile home across these areas, I would consider evacuating to the south, because this storm is going to be very much capable of producing an intense to violent tornado, as well as large hail upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter, maybe even locally greater than that. So definitely want to take that very seriously. And like I said, if you are in a mobile home in Milwaukee, you may want to consider full-blown evacuation and just getting out of there. And if you can't evacuate, like I said, what is going on with these beeps? We just had a lot of updates. Like I said, you might want to at least find like a more sturdy structure. And if you can't do that, at least get to, let your family know where your safe spot is and where the most likely area that you want to be at will be during a tornado threat. Which I'm really in a mobile home. You honestly, if you're in a mobile home with that type of supercell heading into Milwaukee, you really just want to evacuate if you can. Just forget anything anything that's valuable in there. Maybe take a bit of cash, but the biggest thing is taking yourself and your family and your pets and just getting out. Don't worry about packing up and spending all this time packing. Because this storm, I mean, it's looking very mean here. So that advice applies to people who are on the northern side of Milwaukee, all the way up to about Cedarburg. It is looking really, really bad. And if you're in Heartland and you're in a mobile home in Heartland, you just heard what I said. Don't start driving anywhere. Your best bet, if you are in a mobile home in Heartland, is to probably just try to find a safer structure around your area. You don't want to try to go drive a very, very far away, even though that might even be a safer bet than getting in a mobile home. If we go to the National Weather Service, you can see here, mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. So, yeah, like this says, if you're in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. So if you've got like a stronger shelter around your area, or you got a friend around your neighborhood who's in a well-built house, and man, if you're really desperate, just go knock on your neighbor's door. There's a very high chance they're going to let you in and let you seek shelter with them. You really don't want to be driving, and you don't want to be in a mobile home. I would rather, if I were in this scenario, I would rather take my bet in booking it south in a car than staying in a mobile home. Mobile homes just get destroyed so easily. Yeah, EF1s can destroy mobile homes. And like I said, this storm, we're talking about an intense to violent tornado threat with this storm. All the beeping that I heard that I had muted for you guys, it was actually for this storm up here. We got a little tornado warning up in this spot here. And then these tornado warnings also updated, no longer a confirmed tornado warning. In this area is actually no longer even, this might be an old scan. I'm going to refresh. Nope, no longer even a tornado warning in effect here. And then still watching Center Junction in east-northeast Iowa. Strong tornado threat is present there, but it's not a big issue. That storm's staying relatively on the weaker side of things for rotation. And easily could have a tornado at any second up here near Lake Delton in central Wisconsin. Let's go back down here. But yeah, as for that mobile home advice, it's really difficult. It's way easier to say what I said than actually do it. It's a bit tricky, but like I said, if I'm in a mobile home, I'd rather take my chances with booking it south away from the tornado than riding it out in a mobile home. But really, neither are good, you know? Neither are good. Driving away from a tornado is not a smart idea. And then staying in a mobile home during a tornado is definitely not a good idea. So like I said, your best bet is to like try to knock on your neighbor's door and see if they'll let you in and seek shelter with them if they're in a more substantial home. Again, mobile homes are probably the last place you want to be in. Let's see here. Huge hook, but the rotation isn't that tight at the moment. What about that area? That's hard to say if anything's happening right there. We'll watch it, but looks more outflow dominant. Same with that area. That area looks a little bit better for rotation for Ridgeway, but a bit corrupted in southwest Wisconsin. And like I said, a tornado could be on the ground at any moment here. We wouldn't have an idea because it's far from our radar. So just be in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings. I keep zooming out just to make sure there's no tornado warnings down there in Oklahoma and Texas. Because I keep hearing beeps and I want to make sure there's nothing I'm missing down there. So we're going to watch that very, very closely again. Over Heartland, very strong rotation in the upper atmosphere. Looks on the relatively weaker side of things. Hopefully that continues. But I have a good feeling it's not going to continue for much long. Such a good environment. TRG Southwest. Oh, you mean Southwest on this? Not really seeing what you're saying here. I see this little area here. Matter of fact, that might be a tornado. That actually might be a debris signature right there. Because you have a spectrum with lowering. You have a spectrum with increase, ZDR lowering. And velocity, reflectivity, NROT, everything's present right there. This, I'm pretty sure, is corruption. Pretty sure this area is corruption. That, I think, could be a weak tornado. Ooh, 3-inch hail report. Wow. 3-inch hail report southwest of Plainville. Out of this storm now in Big Springs and Briggsville, Wisconsin. Well, if it was a tornado, there's a very high likelihood it is lifted by now. And there's also a high likelihood it was weak. Still watching this closely. Could ramp up very fast. Again, been calling it out for a while now. Center Junction. Center Junction. I can't English. Junction. Gracious. Why is that difficult for me to pronounce? In eastern Iowa, just make sure you're weather aware and make sure you're keeping a close eye on it. That's looking pretty concerning. I think that's a new tornado warning up here for this area of rotation in Harrisville in central Wisconsin. That's going to go towards Princeton. Make sure you're in your safe spot. My camera's bugging out again. If it keeps bugging out like that, I'm going to have to rip it out of my computer, plug it back in. Oh. Wall cloud 1 minute ago reported. Right in that hook. So we do know this chaser is not reporting a tornado, reporting a wall cloud. So that means it's most likely not on the ground at this very minute. But that could change very quickly. Yeah, I thought so. Was that on Oh my word. The intense to violent tornado that occurred today was in the 5%. You gotta be fisting me, bro. Look at that. That's crazy. Oh my word. There's the 10%. There's the 10% SIG 2. There's the 5%. It happened in the 5% SIG 1. Barely missed it. You gotta be kidding me, man. But I think the SPC redeemed themselves because they did give a 20 to 30 minute heads up with that MCD mentioning a violent tornado up there. That's crazy. That is crazy. Right on the edge of the 10%. Almost made it. Let's see here. Yeah, next scan looks even better. Rotation's falling apart even more. That is a new tornado warning right there. This is a storm that this AI thing has been pointing out for a while. 56.6% chance of a tornado. And it is now tornado warned. So be in your safe spot. And make sure you are staying in that safe spot until that tornado warning expires in 37 minutes. Still watching that storm here in Center Junction that I still can't pronounce. Just make sure you are in your safe spot, as that is actively tornado warned and attempting to produce a tornado. But it's still not looking the most impressive at the moment, but has pretty high end potential. Yeah, still Briggsville. Pretty good area of rotation from our closest radar, which is not very close. And then still area of rotation in Harrisville. Terminal radar looks absurd on this, but thankfully our more accurate and closer radar doesn't show that same radar. A lot of tornado warnings right now, but none confirmed. 8 tornado warnings. Yeah, that's contamination. Little storm trying to do a sneaky out here. If anything, this would be probably, might be a land spout threat. Just based on how far away it is from the best environment. Oh, actually, no. Look at this. Sneaky little thing. Look at that. Sneaky little thing stretched right on in there. More elevated environment. What's your temp dew spread here? Yeah. Yeah, very elevated. Almost 80 temps. Mid 50 dew points. That's a lot of contamination right there, too. Man, it's so fun tracking storms that are in complete and utter radar dead zones. And this one's looking a bit better by the scan. Oh, crap. Newest scan, big concern. Big concern. That is rapidly intensifying on that newest scan. That could be a huge problem going towards Colgate and Lannon in southeastern Wisconsin. I want to go back to the terminal on that. Yep, right there. Roughly right there. Let's see if this matches up. Yep. Right there. Very easily could get a strong to intense tornado out of this if that ramps up. But I do want to go back to our storm in Center Junction, Indiana. Iowa. My bad. East Central Iowa. We want to watch that one closely still. Doesn't look the most impressive still on velocity, but I'm still thinking it's only a matter of time before this really ramps up and tries to produce a strong tornado. But the biggest imminent threat right now is by far this storm in southeastern Wisconsin that is moving towards Willow Creek. And you can see this little tornado ID thing just popped up. Almost an 80% chance to produce a tornado on that little Tornado ID AI thing that WeatherWise is testing out. So most likely this is going to end up producing a tornado. I'm loving this WeatherWise AI thing, dude. I ain't gonna lie, it's really useful because it draws your attention quickly to an area of concern. Obviously, it's gonna fall to corruption though every now and then. New scan. Oh, and there you go. Oh crap. What's up with the reflectivity on that? Not gonna call that. I think it's pretty safe to call that a strong tornado. Am I wrong on saying that's probably a strong tornado? Let's see the velocity. I want to see the velocity on that, but I'm pretty sure that's going to match up perfectly with velocity. Never know. It could be... Okay, yeah, that's an intense to violent tornado. There you go. Right back at it. Hold on. I just want to go back up in the chat. Somebody said that MCD that said an intense to violent tornado in this area wasn't going to verify. Yeah, let's just go see here. Who am I kidding? I'm not wasting my time on that. I would try to go find it, but right now we got an intense tornado on the ground, and it's not worth doing that. So please be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot here. We've got a intense tornado on the ground moving to the northeast. Instantly observed. Again, good job on the National Weather Service out here. They will probably upgrade this to a PDS tornado warning if it holds another scan here. We are talking about a population of over 250,000 people here being at risk for this tornado. So please be in your safe spot. This new tornado warning that is observed is actually down to 230,000 people. Still an absolute ton of people inside this observed tornado warning. Please run to your safe spot. This is likely a very dangerous tornado. And I want to go ahead and do what we did yesterday. We're going to draw that CC signature out. We're going to take off the radar here. And we're going to remove the warnings so we can see, oh my, lot of population right over Good Hope Road, moving to the northeast, going, oh my goodness, Lord have mercy. Going through just an insane amount of population here. Along Plainview Road, Woodside Road. Just a lot of population here. And again, this is in southeastern Wisconsin, just to the northwest of Milwaukee. We'll have to see if that debris signature falls apart or rapidly grows. Another tornado warning up here. This looks pretty good too. Look at that. That's moved its direction, and is going closer to Princeton now. in central Wisconsin. Yeah, like I said, this is slowly turning into a very big problem here in east central Iowa, now east of Center Junction. Why can't I say junction? I can't say that word. Oh my goodness. That's frustrating me. That's going towards Andrew in east central Iowa. That looks like it's about to be a strong tornado as well. Wow, look at that. There ain't no CC on that next scan. This is the old scan here, so maybe just a brief strong to intense tornado. Now, before I go and be relieved here, I wanna see the velocity scan still. So we might not get a PDS tornado warning from this now that it looks like that's probably lifted. So just a brief strong to intense tornado impacting a lot of homes, and yep, it's gone. Just like that. Just like that, it's gone. As quickly as it touched down, it lifted. New tornado warning for, I swear this area was in a tornado warning not too long ago. Probably from this storm here. I feel like we were talking about this area west of Madison not that long ago. So new tornado warning there. We're gonna get the analysis radar on here. I don't see a clear CC drop, but it wouldn't surprise me if that is an ongoing tornado here. From Chaser. It's still day. Feels like I've been streaming so long that it'd be night by now. Chasers that I'm watching don't have a very clear visual of it. But it's definitely got to be close to producing a tornado. Yeah. Looks like this radar in La Crosse, Wisconsin, we're not going to need anymore. Because these storms are moving east. Yeah, not liking that. Not liking that. We'll see if that weakens due to potential corruption, but not liking the look of that storm going into Cross Plains and Martinsville. Familiar town name. Martinsville in south central Wisconsin. Oh, confirmed tornado in Iowa. So that is officially a tornado on the ground now, according to the NWS. So this warning now observed. There you go. So that is on the ground. Waiting to see that update on GR2, but it is on the ground. It's observed. I'm looking right at it on a Chaser feed too. Rope tornado is on the ground. Very photogenic rope tornado ongoing here in Iowa. Wow. What do you mean you think it lifted? It's very much still on the ground, buddy. It is very, very much still on the ground. It might even be getting to a strong rope tornado. stream wasn't updated. Okay, yeah, valid. I do that all the time too. No worries. I've done that plenty of times. Yeah, it looks like it's getting pretty strong though. It's got a lot of dust and debris with it, so definitely a notable rope tornado ongoing here. Just near Wyoming in eastern Iowa. Like I said, may even be a strong rope tornado at this point. This storm in southeast Wisconsin might have one more opportunity to produce a tornado here as it goes towards Brown Deer, River Hills, Fox Point, Glendale. You guys watch out. This storm's been capable of producing a tornado for a while and has produced at least 2 tornadoes so far. Very dangerous supercell right there. Thankfully that fell apart, so like I thought, maybe a bit of corruption mixed in with that apparent strong area of rotation that now looks quite a bit weaker, heading towards cross plains. This thing's still tornado warned down? Oh, it just got tornado warned again. New tornado warning for Crawfordsville, Columbus City, Columbus Junction. It's the same freaking word that I can't pronounce today for whatever reason. Grandview and southeast Iowa being your safe spot. New tornado warning there. Looks like our rope tornado just roped out. Looks like it's not on the ground anymore. So I don't think we have a tornado ongoing anymore. Just northeast of Wyoming and Iowa. Just a brief, strong, small rope tornado. What a perfect tornado. I mean, maybe not a perfect tornado because I didn't see if it hit any homes, but from what I saw, it looked to be over an open field, just picking up dust and dirt, very photogenic in a rope tornado. So, if it didn't hit any homes, perfect tornado. Strong, small rope, photogenic tornado. And an open field, a chaser's dream. Lord have mercy. Golly. Probably going to get a strong tornado out of this one. Rotation not the most impressive at this very second. But probably going to change in the next scan or two. Fingers crossed it won't. But a lot of population here in north or east central Iowa. Now, you guys need to be running to your safe spot. Definitely could see a strong tornado out of this shortly. Look at that. Definitely trying to ramp up. Oh, another confirmed tornado warning. New tornado on the ground. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground up here. Very tough to see where. We'll have to go back here and see where that original area of strong rotation was. You could see it was in here. So I'm assuming that tornado was somewhere in this vicinity down in here. So that's an observed tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado was and may still be on the ground as that goes towards Princeton in eastern, actually more of south central Wisconsin. New MCD for the potential of a violent tornado. And you guys want to argue. I saw some people in chat arguing that this wouldn't be a moderate risk for tornadoes. This is the third MCD for the potential of a violent tornado. So you can see peak intensity is 140 to 170. A potential for a violent tornado in this red area you see here, with specifically highlighting these two regions. Even though really, really they should have just highlighted this whole area, because there is 3 storms in here for the highest tornado potential. Roughly those 3 areas. But at least those 2 areas for the potential of a violent tornado, but also that middle storm too that we've just started recently watching. As you can see here. Really trying to ramp up over Key West. So all of these storms here have the potential to produce a violent, intense to violent tornado. This one here, and this one up here. All of those. This one? I was just looking at this storm. You guys a scan ahead of me? Go over here. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Okay, there's that newest scan. We're going to have to wait for the velocity in 24 seconds. But you could see still a very classic supercell here. So be in your safe spot still, Key West King. Make sure you're in your safe spot. A tornado, potentially strong, is imminent there. Oh, and it just broke apart more. Just broke apart more, so that's really, really, really good. Oh, Central Iowa, not this one. My bad. I see it. I see it. I see it on the radar. I see the name. This one. Yep. Mini supercell definitely rotating. It's still in the tornado watch area too, so good thing they didn't remove that watch from these areas. That definitely needs to be tornado warned. Very much could be producing a tornado shortly. This storm is almost out of room here. Just a little bit more before it gets to the lake. And then it won't be affecting... At least the tornado potential won't be affecting people anymore. See if there's anything... Ooh. That looks more like corruption right there. But it is Tor possible, so it needs to be watched just in case. Still can't see anything in that one. This one looks to have died out quite a bit, which is really, really good. 2-inch hail reported on this southern storm 16 minutes ago. That is pretty crazy for a storm that far south, but I mean, it's right on that edge of the enhanced risk. Want to see the velocity update on that one. 82%. That's very, very high for this AI thing. Still haven't gotten a velocity scan. 22 seconds till the next scan. We're going to wait here until that updates. All right, next person to call something a bust, you're getting a timeout. Test it. I dare you. You're getting timed out. Next person to call something today a bust. All right, bye-bye, Cody. Enjoy your time out. Have fun. Yeah, I don't know how much of that's corruption. The CC definitely looks like corruption. The velocity is almost in that spot where it would be corruption, but I'm not too sure. You mean for Oklahoma? Are you blind? No offense, but are you blind? Storms are still occurring. You don't call it a bust until the morning of the day following. And we've already had plenty of hail reports out here. I'm going to go to Ohio. Yeah, so from a far away radar, it looks like this is rotating, but we have a closer terminal radar, and that confirms that it's most likely not rotating. I didn't know Composite had that AI thing. Look. Composite says there's a little area of rotation right there. Let's check it and prove it wrong. Yeah, that's dead wrong. It doesn't have anything highlighted here. And then it has a few areas highlighted here, quite a few. It's highlighted our area up here, which is a very tricky storm. Could easily not be corruption. I want to check this one again. This is trying to intensify further, but it looks like there's going to be a cell merge that hits it. Let's see which way that cell merge is going. Yeah, it is going northeast like I thought. So that should inhibit it from producing a tornado for at least a little bit, but after that cell merge is done, it's probably going to intensify again. Look at that. 88 mile-an-hour winds. Measured 88 mile-an-hour winds right here. Wow. That was for sure with the RFD of our tornadic circulation. 100% the RFD of our tornadic circulation that was here. Right in that spot where your RFD would most likely be. So, very intense wind speeds. Very intense wind speeds. Likely not a tornado. Although the NWS is likely going to survey that area just in case. But regardless of if it was a tornado or not, 88 mile-an-hour winds is 88 mile-an-hour winds, and it's definitely very damaging. Definitely keeping an eye on that. Easily could have had a brief tornado at some point out of this storm, but it's far from radar, so there's no way to confirm it. Yeah, still a lot of areas to watch here for the potential of a tornado. That's why we have so many tornado warnings still. Still at 9 tornado warnings. I believe our peak today was at 11. 11 was the most I saw. 23 minutes ago, that was your reported tornado, so That's probably what originated this observed tornado warning out here in Wisconsin. I do want to give that Milwaukee storm another check here. Doesn't look like anything was on the ground with this in the last few minutes. Like I said, it is about to move offshore. About to move offshore. Capping is going to start filling in now that we're getting into the overnight hours. Your cap always, your cap's going to increase as the sun goes down. But you do have maybe a little bit of capping there. But it's not really the cap that's the problem. It's the cap, not the cap. My goodness. It's not the cap that is the problem. It is the fact that we don't have a lot of forcing out there. There's not a lot of, there's not a cold front to push up against your environment and force thunderstorms. There's not a warm front that storms can try to fire on. There's not a dry line that storms can attempt to fire on. There's no subtle short waves that are trying to fire prefrontals or anything like that. There's no forcing out here. So it's not the cap that's the problem for storms. Man, that's getting very tight, but it is being hit by a cell merge right now. A quarter of the country is hitting at 2,000 plus Cape. Welcome to tornado season. Yep. Sure is. I've drank 5 bottles of water today. Normally, I'm at about 3 right now. I've drank more water than I probably should have, but that is keeping my voice from not hurting as much as yesterday's live stream. Especially when we go from not live streaming a lot to boom, 7-8 hour live stream. My voice is normally gone. It was hurting this morning from yesterday's 6.5 hour live stream, and this just agitated it horribly. So, and then tomorrow we'll probably be live for a few hours too, unless my parents need help with something. There's something I want to do with my parents later this week, and I don't know when I'm going to do it. I'm hoping we can hold off on it because it's outdoors. I'm hoping we can hold off on it until a more inactive day. But we'll see. Still 9 tornado warnings, only 1 observed, which is likely no longer on the ground. And still plenty of storms to keep an eye on. Welcome back, Cody. Welcome back. You learned your lesson? I forgot you were still in timeout. He was in that long of a timeout. We'll definitely be live till the 000 run for the HRRR. So, stay here and look forward to seeing the HRRR out till tomorrow's threat. And unfortunately, we're not close enough to look at Friday's threat with that run. Which actually just reminded me that all our FSA 21Z finished. It's actually not even finished. It doesn't even go out far enough. What the heck? I don't even think, actually, the 21Z, I don't even think goes out that far. Why was I thinking the 21Z wrap went out that far? It's the 18Z, 12Z, 00Z, 06Z, and 00Z that go out that far on the RRFSA. It's the wrap model I'm thinking about, not the RRFSA. The wrap model 21Z goes out 51 hours, whereas normal wrap models only go out 21 hours. I was confusing the two. Okay, no more timeout. Unless Cody says it. If Cody says it, then we can time him out. It'll be funny if he said it before I ended up saying that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5-inch hail for Del Rio and 60-mile-an-hour winds, but this storm is considerably weaker now. So thankfully not going to be producing the 2 to 3-inch hail it was producing in Mexico earlier. Caleb, you want to time him out for another 5 to 10 minutes? Go ahead. I know you love timing people out. Go ahead and time out Cody for 5 to 10 minutes. It's up to you on which one. Why does ATZ GFS have snow in Iowa? Exactly what Critty said. Because it's the GFS. Exactly what Critty said. That tornado warning will remain in effect for a bit longer. I don't know if they're going to let it go for the full 17 minutes. But, yeah. Your tornado threat is decreasing by the minute if you're in that tornado warning in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I think our greatest tornado threat at the moment is going to exist with these storms down in here. I think that is where our greatest tornado threat will exist. We're starting to grow more into a line here, as you can see. Have the worst tornadoes already happened? You said it the other way around. Have the worst tornadoes happened already? Maybe. Maybe. It's hard to say if we'll see another tornado like what we had up there in central Wisconsin up here somewhere. In Union Center. That was the name. Hard to say if we'll see another tornado like this, the tornado we had in Union Center. But there's definitely still intense to violent tornado potential. Although that potential is not going to last much longer. I don't think we'll have the potential for intense to violent tornadoes beyond about 9:30 Eastern. So 9:30, hour and a half from now. That should be when our tornado threat begins to decrease quite a bit more. But man, new HRRR. Yikes. So this is roughly what we're seeing right now with all these supercells in eastern Iowa, and then that big supercell in Milwaukee, and then those few supercells in central Wisconsin. And it says that's going to keep on going for at least another 2 hours. At least another 3 hours here. 2-3 hours. So roughly about 11 o'clock, 10, 11 o'clock is when these storms get very much clustered. The biggest concern would be that far southern storm. We would still want to watch those tail end Charlies on the messy line, but the biggest concern would be that far southern storm that is actually occurring down here. But you could see it's not it's not doing so hot right now. Not doing so hot right now. Uh-oh. Caleb's going crazy. Come on now. We are still at 6 tornado warnings. We lost the one in Milwaukee. We'll lose this one here in 14 minutes. We'll lose that one in 14 minutes. Don't know what's going on right there. I want to say corruption, because I think the actual area rotation is here. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's corruption. I'm pretty sure the main area to watch is actually right there. Man. What an insane day so far. Oh, crap. Observed tornado warning again. I was just about to start a recap on what we've seen so far, but now we've got a new observed tornado warning here. Damaging tornado confirmed by broadcast media at 7:59 Eastern. That was this scan right here. And it was located near Andrew. Near Andrew. So don't really know which one of those areas of rotation is producing the tornado, but I'm sure at least, one of them is now that we have a report of that. But unsure exactly where. No, we're still not that close to ending, Caleb. Yeah, we still got a lot more time on this live stream. We're not that close to ending. I'm not ending with all of these tornado warnings. The only way how I would end if there's this many tornado warnings, two ways. One way is a family emergency, and I really have to go. And another way is if it is like 12 o'clock at night. If it's like very late and we have all these tornado warnings and I'm exhausted, that's one way I'll end. Or if we have all these tornado warnings and there's a family emergency. Those are really the only two ways I'd end with that many tornado warnings active. Yeah, it is a pretty good bow echo here, producing 70-mile-an-hour winds about to head into Vernon, Texas. It's northern Texas, so make sure you're away from doors and windows there. I do think the main threat in Oklahoma is starting to conclude now. Now that we are, right around sunset up here. But the threat is going to continue into the overnight hours here in Oklahoma. I just think the primary risk has concluded. And I think this bow echo could be a problem for multiple hours well into southern Oklahoma. So again, tornado is likely on the ground somewhere around Andrew in eastern Iowa. Uncertainty on exactly where. I'm going to turn up my mic just a tad bit, because I've noticed I'm getting down into the blue, the green and blue on my mic, which means I'm very low. Yeah, is that a new warning for Mineral Point? It is. That is a good new warning right there by the National Weather Service. It's very far from radar, but it does look like that is actually an area of rotation to be concerned about and could produce a tornado. Okay, why is there so many flashing polygons? We're about to lose an observed tornado warning. That's what it is. I'm like, what's happening here? Yeah, we're about to lose this tornado warning and this tornado warning. So they issued a new tornado warning. So in 9 minutes, we'll be left with only this flashing tornado warning right here. Yep, first observed tornado warning into Illinois. That's because these storms are crossing from eastern Iowa into western northwest Illinois. That long confirmed warning you see here, population of over 16,500 people. One school and 11, or rather, one hospital and 11 schools. All right, let's go back up here. Don't see anything in Cross Plains anymore. They'll likely let that expire in 8 minutes. I think our only tornadic storm in Wisconsin now is the one in Mineral Point. Still gonna keep an eye on that one though in Ripon and Rosendale. But our main tornadic storm in the entire state of Wisconsin is this one here in Mineral Point. All the other ones look very weak to the point where they don't need to be warned. And here's a new area of rotation. Trying to spark up on this embedded supercell. That is going to need to be watched here. Let's go back to our analysis radar. New velocity scan in 23 seconds. But yeah, this is an embedded supercell right in here. You can see the hook is right in there. And then it goes up into the rest of this supercell. So you do have an embedded supercell right in there. And we'll need to see if that rotation increases at all. I don't know about this storm maintaining. The HRRR wants it to maintain and intensify over the next few hours. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It doesn't look too healthy. And also with this, it looks like that new area of rotation is fairly broad still. Let's see. Tell you this severe threat in the New England states was way more linear than I was thinking. I was thinking we'd have an opportunity for a discrete supercell or two up here, and I mean, we've really just had a big fat line here and a big fat line here. We do have one cell here, but I definitely wouldn't call it a supercell. Just a discrete storm. Apparently a rain-wrapped tornado still. Yeah, I'm assuming that's on the still observed tornado warning. I don't really know what other storm that would be on. Holy crap. Look at this. If you guys want to click on this, the world's first 360 camera flown inside a tornado. This was inside that photogenic rope tornado that we had earlier in Wyoming, Iowa. Holy crap, that is groundbreaking right there. So please go check that out if you're available to. I put the link in the chat. That is wild. I've seen a few from that account. Give me just a second. All right. I don't see any areas of great concern for a tornado here. A lot of this stuff has turned sloppy, so I do think our greatest threat for tornadoes is probably ended. So hopefully we keep on downtrending, and hopefully these storms keep clustering up and becoming sloppy. But I can tell you this, our wind threat is going to continue and probably even increase here over the next few hours. Not sure. Not sure if our wind threat will last that long into southern Wisconsin, or not southern Wisconsin. Been talking about southern Wisconsin so much, I just called Michigan, Wisconsin. Not sure if it will last that long, but I mean, we do have a enhanced risk out for damaging winds into Michigan, just in case. Tomorrow's threat definitely depends on how much overconvection we get in the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning out in Iowa. But I think really no matter what, Kansas and Oklahoma is going to be a big area to watch tomorrow. And then depending on what happens overnight with the overconvection, we might also have to watch Iowa again. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a quick break here as things have winded down just a little bit. Give me about 2 minutes. Believe it or not, it's been another 2 hours since I took my last break. That's how crazy things got. So I will be right back in about 2 minutes or so. Give me, like I said, just about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. A little bit quicker that time. I thought I was going to take a bit longer, but I really only needed to get water there, so no, I was quick. Yeah, I think today's performing as expected. I don't really think it's overperforming, underperforming. I don't really think that. I think it's performed as expected so far. Let me go see the reports. Already at over 200 reports for today. And yesterday's at over 340 now. Gracious. Gracious day. Yeah, I don't know if a moderate risk for tornadoes. I'm not 100% sure if that would have verified. If today's threat is fully, if today's tornado threat is, pretty much done. In terms of the strong to intense tornado threat, I think we're definitely decreasing with the risk for an intense tornado. But yeah, today's most definitely verified as a moderate for hail. Most definitely. Pretty confident that it did. Let's see. Yep. Oklahoma City should be just heavy rain and isolated lightning left over. I would still watch this line. I don't know how long it's going to be alive, but I mean, it's going to head probably towards the southern side of OKC, maybe towards Norman eventually tonight, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last as a severe storm. So we got the 00Z HRRR here, rendering in about 40 minutes or less. We got the SPC outlook in about 40 minutes or so. I will be live for both of those. We are down to just 3 tornado warnings. So if it feels like it went from mayhem to very inactive, well, that's because we went from 11, 12 tornado warnings all the way down to 3 in the matter of about an hour. So definitely way less active now than what it was just an hour ago, and right about what we were expecting. Right about somewhere between 8 and 10, our main tornado threat was expected to die down as storms went more linear. But our wind threat will most likely increase now. So hail threat decreasing, the risk for intense tornadoes is decreasing rapidly, and wind threat is increasing. Yeah, the remainder of this threat, will have the risk for still 1 to 2 inch hail, even hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter possible if storms are discrete. Widespread damaging winds of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, and wouldn't even rule out a gust or two up to 80. And a few tornadoes are still likely. We'll still likely see a few spin up weak tornadoes, and I wouldn't rule out 1 or 2 of those being strong. Because if you look at your risk, we still have the entire enhanced risk left for our QLCS threat tonight. You can see that wind threat there. But the main hail threat, I think, is pretty much concluded. With the exception of if a storm like this can intensify. What's up with this outlook on my screen? I didn't choose no outlook. Get out of here. Let's see. Yeah, this is the observed tornado warning down here that we still have for 25 more minutes. Just a few areas to keep an eye on, although I don't see any notable rotation anywhere in here. So 2 tornado warnings expire in 10 minutes. I imagine we're going to lose both of those because neither of them look that impressive. But that's probably also correlated to the fact that we don't have a great radar near them. Give me just a moment. Okay. All right, see you later, Proxy. I'm still going to stay live for a while longer, though, because I want to see how these storms form into this line, and I also want to see the HRRR and the SBC outlook. I mean, we don't need the HRRR to go out that far. We're not really too interested in Thursday. I would like to see what it has towards the end of the 00Z for Thursday, but really, the main part of the HRRR, we only need to go out about 22 hours, so it won't take long for us to see the HRRR run. Out till tomorrow. No longer a confirmed tornado one in here across eastern Iowa. Nothing. Ooh. Clear air. Dang it. I fell for it. Nothing too impressive rotation wise here at the moment. But that's probably going to change once all these clustered storms start getting their act together. We'll have to see if we get a tail end Charlie here. It's in the clear air, so we get another velocity scan. Right now, it looks like it's not in the clear air because the reflectivity updated before the velocity. So really our main threat for severe weather right now is focused with this line. That's our main risk for severe weather right now. We have some scattered severes and a scattered severe in central Wisconsin, still somehow for 5 more minutes in eastern Wisconsin, scattered severes in Ohio and west central Illinois, and quite a few severes in the New England states. But as for our main risk area, it's really going to stay with this line. I'm just curious to see if this line intensifies, because the HRRR might be overdoing it. Give me a moment. Trying to text Lucky. He won't be joining, unfortunately, but it is what it is. He's a busy man. Not really sure what to make of these this cluster here. So we'll keep watching this area here. I feel like this might be the most interesting area to watch right in here. We'll just have to see, because all these storms are merging with our cluster and our line, and they're all coming together now, so we'll just have to wait and see. It's going to take a while for this cluster to sort out in here because there's so many storms merging into each other. Whereas back further up north, these storms have already finished merging. All right, we'll go back here. Yeah, that looks concerning. That looks concerning, south of Stockton in northwestern Illinois. And this is the area that you guys are saying may have been, may have produced a tornado. So, I mean, looks like corruption on radar, but who knows? It might not be the area you guys are talking about. Might not be this rotation. Unless you have an exact location of that storm chaser that you're watching. Moving my water bottles. I got too many. I got to clean off my desk a bit. There we go. Let's go back to weather-wise. I want to see that southern storm here. I doubt that thing's going to be maintaining it. It already looks like it's dying. I don't think it's going to be maintaining or intensifying like what the HRRR was saying earlier. Shocker. HRRR is going to be wrong. I don't think the HRRR did too terrible today. But, I mean, no model run did great. I just don't think the HRRR did that bad. Back to our analysis radar again. Looks like that broke up. But still an area to watch for the potential of a tornado south of Stockton. So this is going to be where our greatest tornado threat will be for quite a while. And then we'll have the risk for an embedded tornado threat with our line once it gets a little bit more organized later tonight. And you can already see our line is attempting to be more organized. Would you all consider this a major tornado outbreak? I'm not too sure about that. That's difficult to say. It was definitely a more widespread and notable tornado outbreak. It wasn't a regional tornado outbreak. It was definitely more widespread. Hold on, let me see this. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would consider it a major tornado outbreak. When I think of a major tornado outbreak, I'm thinking like, March 14th, 15th last year. April 26th, 2024. Those type of major days. The Rolling Fork tornado, March 24th, 2023. Mayfield, December 10th, 2021. Those are major tornado outbreaks. Major, major tornado outbreaks. And this one doesn't compare to those. But yeah, I would consider this like a notable tornado outbreak. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say major and I wouldn't say regional. I would say a notable tornado outbreak because we probably had, 2, 3, maybe even more strong tornadoes. One intense one, one intense, potentially violent one. Hopefully, though, it won't be rated violent because I think and I'm really hoping that it stayed north of that town. So even though it looked violent on radar, hopefully it won't be rated as such. Well, we're down to 1 tornado warning, y'all. We doggone went from stupid active to inactive in a matter of an hour. We've got quite a few severes and 1 tornado warning. I don't know how many. We only got 2 considerable severes. This one in Illinois and then our damaging wind one on the border of Texas and Oklahoma. So 2 considerables, 1 tornado warning. We went from very active to quite inactive quickly. Yeah, we already went over the GFS. It's not new. It's not new because I remember going over it 3-4 hours ago. Look at this. A new MCD just got issued. And it is within, if I can find it, the general thunderstorm risk. Actually, the marginal. A non 2% TOR. Not quite into the general thunderstorm risk. Non 2% TOR. And the SPC mentions thunderstorms are expected to develop in the next 2 to 3 hours, capable of severe hail and damaging winds, with the potential for a tornado or 2, maybe even a strong tornado. Can't rule out a strong tornado with this red MCD, but it will likely be a severe thunderstorm watch because that tornado threat is very conditional. And that will be with these storms that you could see the HRRR has developing tonight. As soon as 02Z, which is not but an hour and a half from now. So, definitely not done with severe weather for tonight. That's for sure. Severe weather, like I said before, is going to continue probably till 2 a.m. It's just our tornado threat is now quite low. This could be a problem. Like I said, we'll just have to wait to see how all these storms emerge, but definitely watching that little hook there in Hanover. Yeah, the SPC did absolutely awesome today. I will say, with the exception of Oklahoma, that definitely didn't pan out as expected. That definitely underperformed. It was a complete bust, tornado-wise. The Oklahoma tornado threat was a bust. But the risk in Oklahoma wasn't a bust. We still had damaging winds and large hail. But the large hail risk definitely underperformed in Oklahoma. The wind risk definitely underperformed, and the tornado risk was a full bust down there. So, yeah. Things definitely didn't go as expected in Oklahoma. Random wall cloud reported north of Del Rio 18 minutes ago off of this storm. Look at that. But for the northern risk, yes, the SPC absolutely nailed it on the northern risk. Although I still think they should have gone moderate for hail, and I still think today would have performed very well for a moderate for hail. We're already at 170 hail reports, and that will probably approach 300 by the time everything is all said and done. So both yesterday and today were both very significant hail days, as I expected. So I'd say both yesterday and today played out relatively what we were anticipating on our main risk areas. Yeah, this tornado warning expires in 8 minutes, and they might just let that expire. There's a small chance we could be down to less than 1 tornado warnings in 8 minutes. The reason why I say less than 1 is because I don't want to say that number, because a few times when I say that on a stream, we end up getting a tornado warning right before it expires. TRG, tweet tomorrow a picture of red Sharpie and hope the cap doesn't come off by Friday. Yeah, I might do that. I bet you remember I did that for the moderate risk. Predicted that in my neck of the woods. On day 3, I posted a picture of a red Sharpie and said, "I hope the cap doesn't break." And then we woke up to a day 2 moderate. The cap indeed did break. Yep, I did that for the NC event. Sure did. People at the SPC are dedicated their life with weather. A lot of better forecasters want to be 10-year-old SPC on Twitter. Am I just like not reading this correctly, or did he like not make sense? A lot better forecasters than want to be 10-year-old SPC on Twitter. The thing is, you put SPC. You should have said a lot better forecasters than wannabe meteorologists on Twitter. That's what you should have said. Because you confused me there, Caleb. Come on. It's late. But here's the thing. You also got to realize, I hate that Twitter does this. There's people who genuinely want to improve at what they do on Twitter and post their outlooks and get an absurd amount of hate because of it. Not every outlook you see on Twitter is a wannabe SPC forecaster and horrible at what they do. Some people on Twitter are actually really, really good forecasters, but they are shut down by the community because they post their own thoughts. So just also keep that in mind. I just don't like how the community tends to shut down people who have their own thoughts. New MCD from Michigan. Tornado watch will likely be needed for the potential of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes, 1 strong, all being possible. But we will see a new tornado watch issued for Michigan. They do mention the tornado threat is more uncertain given the messier linear mode being likely with these storms. How is it still day in Iowa, bro? It's almost 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. How is it still day out here? It's like full-blown day, too. Like, there is blue skies in some of these chaser feeds. That's wild. All right, I'm going to clear this out, too. There we go. Well, that's because you had a blue sky bust, Caleb. That's because you have a big mod dome that covers like half the state of Illinois. Yeah, it's still a very favorable environment for severe weather. But these storms have grown linear and upscale, and they've turned into a hot mess. But for sure, still the possibility for tornadoes with this line as it progresses off to the east. Still watching that little storm in west central Illinois, but let's go take a look at that. I'm sure it's dying off even more now. Yeah, that thing is not becoming a problem for Chicago. I think the HRRR is dead wrong on that. Let's go look further up north here. Don't see anything of great concern there. I do see something of great concern right there. Is that what you guys literally just pointed out? Yeah, it is. Let's move this to the Chicago radar. I think I already have a Chicago radar. Yeah. Shoot. I'm gonna close that one. Don't need it anymore. So this will keep in southeast Wisconsin. And then this one. Yeah, watch that closely. We could get an unwarned tornado here very, very soon. North of Pearl City in northwestern Illinois. We lose our last tornado warning in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Will the SPC issue a warning, or will the National Weather Service, rather, in this area, issue a tornado warning before this one expires? We've got 1 minute and 5 seconds left on that tornado warning. Will we go tornado warningless, or are we going to get a new one for this area of rotation before then? It all depends on if they see it. It definitely has a tornado risk, for sure. It is definitely a classic embedded supercell and should be tornado warned. 100% should be tornado warned right now. But it's not at the moment, and it has just appeared up recently, the last 2 scans, so we've got 25 seconds. Dude, this is going to be close. There's a chance like they issue this warning right as this one expires. I'm just waiting to see it. No, that's corruption right there. This is the only area of concern right here. This is corruption, and this really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just the 2 pixel area of rotation right there, and we did it! We are tornado warningless. Don't expect that to last too long, because we should probably see a new warning shortly for this area. And we now have a tornado warning, but we were tornado warningless for just a few seconds. We had no tornado warning for just, like, literally 5 seconds. We did it. We did it. We got tornado warningless, and now we're back to tornado warning. But we went back to tornado warningless for just a little bit. First time in so long. But yeah, I expected that tornado warning to come shortly. Like I said, I didn't think we'd last long without a tornado warning. Not with this area rotation ramping up. But look at that. it was, oh, now you can't look at it. It was so pretty. No tornado warnings for literally like 3 seconds. Way more messy on that news scan. I think it actually completely fell apart on that news scan, but you could still see a little hook there. But it looks like it completely fell apart. This is like the same cluster that we've been dealing with the entire day. This is, I'm pretty sure this is associated with the same storm that we had fire in central Iowa like 5 hours ago. Like if you follow that, you could see that is associated with the same cluster that went from north of Des Moines back in here and tracked all the way through Waterloo and is now right here. Talk about long tracked. Matter of fact, I could show you from MRMS here on College Due page. 200 frames. There you go. Look at that. That's the storm. Remember, so long ago, we talked about it. 3 o'clock was the first blip we saw. 3:05. Boom. It appeared up on radar. And then exploded into a supercell within 30 minutes. Tracked across northeastern Iowa, hit that cluster, helped turn it to the southeast, and is now in northern Illinois. But man, look at that radar imagery. This is from exactly 6 p.m. Eastern time. Golly, man. That is one radar imagery to remember right there. Man. Now we're growing more upscale into this line. And again, we have the soon to be rendered in here 00Z HRRR starting in about 7-8 minutes here. Is that like a donut hole right there? I almost think that actually is an area of rotation. I think it is. Because this is your old area of rotation that we were watching just a few moments ago. You can see there's your old hook echo. And it's dissipated into here. And now we might have like a new area of rotation trying to form just north of Pearl City, embedded inside of this supercell. So we'll wait to see if that intensifies further. Keep in mind we're far from the radar, so data will be inaccurate. Rockets. So we'll monitor that very, very closely. Unless you were talking about the past intense to violent tornado. Got it, Rockets. Never mind. Never mind, you weren't talking about the current storm. This dude. Well, I really hope that we continue to see this line this week. The only notable storm is the considerable severe with a tornado warning for Freeport Illinois. And then we still have this line here that thankfully is weakening, but still severe, going to the northeast here in southern Oklahoma. Actually, a little area of rotation in Granfield in southern Oklahoma along that line. Yeah, bro did not survive like the HRRR said. Buddy did not survive like the HRRR thought. This is what the HRRR thought radar would look like right now, and this is what it actually looks like. Comparing this cell here to this radar in Davenport. Buddy did not survive. How the heck did you see a wall cloud from that? Okay, buddy, what? 1 minute ago, wall cloud reported. I mean, I guess you could see the mesocyclone from that far. But I feel like it'd be pretty difficult to see with all this rain around. That's a pretty far report there. Let's go up here. All right, let's go back down to this storm. It did get downgraded to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, do you want to watch that little broad area of weak rotation just in case? In southern Oklahoma. And then a bunch of corruption on our storm heading into Freeport, Illinois. New tornado watch for Michigan just got issued until, get this, 8Z. That is very early tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. New tornado watch till 4 a.m. Eastern time. A couple tornadoes possible, not very high in wording for the tornado threat. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter possible. So wind is the biggest threat, followed by probably tornadoes and then hail. I feel like hail is going to be our least concern out in Michigan. There's your new watch. Actually goes all the way to Detroit, Michigan, too. Wow. That's a biggins. Half of Michigan now under a tornado watch. Did they for real leave a tiny little tornado watch right there? That might be just a glitch on weather-wise. It probably is. I don't know. They might have actually just left 2 little counties there under a tornado watch. I'm not 100% sure. But they definitely still have the tornado watch out here for Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Look at the 3 areas of rotation from this. Yeah, there's not actually 3 areas of rotation. It's just far from the radar. I still don't see anything very definitive on velocity now. It still looks like just corruption mayhem. The potential for 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail, 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, and a brief tornado remains possible across the tornado watch in Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas. New MCD there. And I will show you that right now. Actually, can I wait until... Pops up here. Ah, perfect. It's already in. There you go. They also highlight down here in southern Oklahoma for the greatest, specifically wind threat in this MCD. Went back to that to make sure you could see it. 00Z HRRR should be rendering. It sure is. There you go. It still is absolutely dead wrong about that storm in Davenport, by the way. What the HRRR thinks the radar looks like out there for Davenport versus what's actually happening. Dead wrong. We'll see what the rest of this run has for tonight, and then see what it has for tomorrow. And we also got the SPC outlook here coming in shortly. Right now, they've maintained an enhanced risk only for the northern area, not for Oklahoma and Kansas. But they have maintained the enhanced risk. I imagine it's for probably just... It's probably for just wind. That's what I would expect. And they may have dropped that 10 sig Tor. We'll have to see. I would have expected them to drop the 10 sig Tor, drop the 30 sig hail entirely, and then keep the sig wind. But we'll see what they actually do. Like I said, they definitely kept an enhanced risk. They definitely kept that. Yeah, so the main threat is going to be across Michigan, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. That's going to be your main risk for severe weather tonight. And you can see that secondary area for severe weather firing on this run too, in Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas. And also down in Oklahoma, a continuation of that small to large hail threat, mainly damaging winds and a brief tornado being possible there. So we'll wait, see what the rest of this... It looks like this threat's probably going to die out about 11 Central, midnight Eastern, so the Oklahoma threat should keep going for at least another 2 hours or more. And the HRRR, again, ignored the random supercell it has going through Chicago. There's an extraordinarily high probability that that is dead wrong, because the storm that is currently ongoing in Davenport is not a full-blown mothership supercell. It's actually non-existent and a light rain shower currently. So ignore the crazy supercell through Chicago on this run. It's dead wrong. Like I said, Michigan's going to be the biggest threat. Right in here is where your biggest threat's going to be. A little bit more north than that, actually. Drew that a little bit wrong. Right in here. There you go. So where storms are roughly currently, and then continuing eastward. Draw that from the current radar, by the way. Right in here. So that's the main area to watch tonight. Wind gust up to 80 miles per hour possible. Brief tornado or two, maybe one strong. And then large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, all possible. What's the watch probs on that? Oh, we still haven't got the watch probs? What the heck? Still haven't got the watch probs on here. Let's go to the SPC site to see that. They actually did. Look at the little watch in freaking Iowa. Oh, I'm taking a screenshot of that. Look at that. They left him all by his own. All by his lonesome. Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. 40-20, so pretty low tornado threat. Decently high wind threat, and then still a pretty good hail threat too. I love how they left the little guy all on his own out here. I mean, this storm's already dead, so I don't know why they left him out there. I love that. Here's your new outlook. Don't know I agree with that. I don't really agree with that 10%, but they kept it. Although I don't think tornadoes are going to be that big of an issue as like what they were earlier. Wind threat, yeah. Hail threat, I mean, I'm pretty surprised they kept the hail threat at 30 sig, and pretty surprised they kept the 10 sig Tor. Now, why the heck did they keep the sig in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas? Like, what? Not sure at all on why they kept the sig Tor risk in Oklahoma, because these storms will be a small hail threat, pretty big wind threat, and maybe a brief spin up tornado possible, but not likely going to get a sig Tor in Oklahoma. So don't really know why they kept the 5 sig and the 5% in general. They kept the 5 sig in central Illinois, central Indiana, just in case any other supercells do fire out here, which it still doesn't look likely, like what the HRRR has in northern Illinois and northern Indiana. So I don't really think they should have kept that either. I disagree with quite a bit here. I'm going to be honest with you. I think they should have kept that 2%. This should be a 2%. I don't think that 2% should go past probably southern Oklahoma. So I think that whole area should be 2%. And then I do think, they could have kept the 2% SIG into central Illinois and Indiana just in case, but I don't think it was needed for a 5% there. And this storm's probably mainly going to be elevated, so, I mean, can't entirely rule out a tornado with that, but it's unlikely. And then I also disagree with the 10 sig Tor and the 30 sig hail, so I disagree quite a bit with that outlook, to be honest with you. This severe was upgraded to 70 mile an hour winds for Janesville. Still a little weak area of rotation there, but nothing that's imminently going to drop a tornado. So, yeah. Tornado warning lasts for 25 more minutes up there. Our only active tornado warning. Let's see if the HRRR goes out far enough into tomorrow yet. So there's your threat tonight. Like I said, main risk is going to be in southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and into Michigan. Additional severe storms, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 inch hail, maybe a brief spin up tornado. Won't entirely rule out an isolated strong one in northern Kansas, northwest Missouri tonight. And then a continuation of your severe threat back down here. Damaging winds, 1 inch hail, a brief spin up tornado possible with that damaging wind gust storm as it moves through central Oklahoma. I do see why they kept that 2% down into southern Texas, actually. It's definitely possible we see some very large hail, up to 3 inches in diameter, a brief tornado or two, and up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with those storms. Yeah, I see why they kept that. But like I said, we'll probably see nothing in central Illinois, central Indiana. Really, the only threat in Illinois and Indiana is the far northern side of Illinois and the extreme northwestern side of Indiana. I don't see central Indiana or central Illinois getting anything tonight. So I don't know why they kept the 5 sig that far south for tornadoes. But while that renders in here, for tomorrow, let's go in and talk more about tomorrow and Friday. Hold on. Let's go ahead and switch over to our NAM. Swallowed some water down the wrong pipe. So, first I'll start with the SPC outlook. So for tomorrow, we have a slight risk across Ohio and Pennsylvania. As these storms move across that area, could re-intensify. We have the risk for tornadoes tomorrow. The main area is definitely in Oklahoma, into Missouri. But we also could see a 5% added back here into Iowa if things keep up trending. Aside from that, damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour will be possible. Large hail upwards of 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter in Oklahoma will be possible. I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado in Oklahoma either. And I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado in Iowa either if we do continue to see that uptrend. We'll see with the 00Z HRRR coming in now. Thursday, we have a marginal risk for severe weather, level 1 out of 5 across a good chunk of the central and into the northeastern U.S. from southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, through Tennessee, Kentucky, all the way up into New York and southwestern Vermont. We'll most likely see that marginal risk expanded a little bit further into Michigan, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a slight risk somewhere back up here into New York and Pennsylvania for the potential of damaging winds and isolated large hail. Then we go into day 4. We're going to skip you. We're going to go into Saturday. We'll come back to Friday in just a second. Saturday will be a continuation of the risk from Friday. Leftover chances for severe weather, all hazards possible. A few tornadoes, maybe one strong, likely 60 to 70 mile an hour winds will end up being a possibility. And then probably isolated large hail up to 2 inches in diameter will be possible on Saturday as well. That risk could shift more to the east or northeast. We'll just see. It depends on how fast our trough gets through on Friday. And it could also shift more to the north-northwest as well, depending on if we have leftover instability up here or not. And then beyond that, we're going to go into more inactive pattern. Sunday, Monday will probably be relatively inactive. And then going into early next week, into Tuesday and beyond, we'll probably see an uptick with the potential for severe weather going into early next week. Also, wouldn't be shocked if we end up with an enhanced risk at some point somewhere across southern Michigan, northern Indiana, northern Ohio, roughly in there, going into Saturday. I would say damaging winds, but I'm not 100% sure exactly what that hazard may be for an upgrade for an enhanced risk in that area. But it is possible. Back up a day into Friday. That is going to be our main day for severe weather over the next the rest of this stretch. This stretch doesn't stop until Saturday. Then we finally get like I said, a day or two break until the next outbreak. So yesterday's already concluded. Today the main threat is finished, although we will still have a severe threat and tornado threat into the overnight hours. So between tomorrow, Wednesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Friday looks by far the worst. We have a very large slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5 in the yellow. I think that could be expanded even further into Minnesota and Wisconsin. If our warm sector goes that far enough north, that slight risk also extends all the way back down into northern Texas, central Kansas, eastern Nebraska, and much of the state of Iowa. That enhanced risk, I think we'll see that expanded further to the north, possibly even into Minnesota and western Wisconsin with their outlook that they will issue tomorrow. And of course, as y'all know, that enhanced risk goes into Oklahoma, and I do believe there is a possibility for a moderate risk to be added at the day 3 outlook tomorrow afternoon. I would not rule that out. We definitely have the potential for a day 3 moderate risk tomorrow if we continue to see the trends that we have seen today into tomorrow, and maybe even if things just stay the same or maybe uptrend. As long as they don't downtrend, I think we have that potential for a day 3 moderate for Friday. And that moderate risk, I think, is possible anywhere from central Iowa all the way back down into northern Oklahoma. Really, anywhere inside the enhanced risk currently issued right now for Friday, I think has an opportunity for a moderate risk on the day 3 outlook for Friday. The most likely area, I would say, is back up into Iowa, northern Kansas, northern Missouri, eastern Nebraska. Let's see here. And taking a look at that on our model run, this is the NAM model. You can see tomorrow's severe threat will be a possibility here. We'll have the possibility for some severe weather tomorrow. That could also extend more into Pennsylvania, New York. I didn't draw that far enough to the east. Taking a look at ingredients. Like I said, if we keep seeing an uptrend in Iowa, could see a 5% tornado risk down there. Aside from that, the main risk will be in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri, with that risk for all hazards. And then also, we have that slight risk in Pennsylvania for redevelopment of storms that will be there tonight, lasting into tomorrow. Real quick. Tornado warning still in effect for 17 more minutes, but it is definitely much smaller. All right. Now let's go and pull this out further. Thursday will be kind of a break day. Again, we'll have severe weather possible up here in Michigan, into the northeastern U.S., and maybe even seeing a slight risk for severe weather if confidence increases enough in severe storms firing across central New York. I don't really see much back into like Texas and Oklahoma for once over the last few days. I mean, you guys in Texas and Oklahoma, you've had severe weather ever since Friday, Saturday, yesterday, today. You've been Monday, today. You've been having severe weather frequently ever since Friday or Saturday. And then finally in Friday. Finally Friday on the NAM model. This is what it shows. A very widespread area for the potential of severe weather across this area here. Going into Friday afternoon and evening. Widespread significant severe weather likely in this scenario. And this very easily could warrant a moderate risk across that central portion of where I've drawn there. Very easily, if this does play out, could warrant a moderate risk across that dry line cold front from central Iowa down through northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. You can also see that lower level jet directly out in front of those severe storms. So very much could be a big problem. And believe it or not, I think the NAM may be underdoing Saturday's severe weather threat. I think it may be underdoing. I think the trough is too slow on the NAM, and that is resulting in a lesser threat for severe weather on Friday. So I think the NAM is actually underdoing our risk on Friday, which I never thought I'd say the NAM is underdoing a risk before. That is crazy. So something more like the GFS. I mean, everything disagrees with the NAM. The Canadian, the Euro, and the GFS are in great agreement, and then the NAM is just like Yeah, I'm gonna just chill out here in the middle of nowhere. But who knows? Maybe it will trend back to the NAM and we won't end up with such a big risk. But yeah, something more like the GFS is more likely, which would definitely end up promoting a much higher chance for a moderate risk. And like I said, there is a non 0% chance for a high risk on Friday if something like what the GFS, the Euro, and the Canadian, high risk Canadian all show. But again, there is a scenario like the NAM where things don't trend that way and we actually see a bit of a downtrend. But regardless of if we keep seeing an uptrend or if we see a downtrend, regardless, we're looking at a significant day for severe weather on Friday where strong tornadoes are expected. Up to 3-inch hail is likely, and up to 80-mile-an-hour winds will also likely be possible. That's really regardless of if we see an uptrend or a downtrend, those hazards should be possible. Unless we see a major downtrend. So there you go. That's your little update on the severe weather risks. And now I want to show you the extended range here. So here's our GEFS daily sum of the US's supercell composite. This is tomorrow on Wednesday. This is Thursday. This is Friday. This is Saturday. Most inactive day, Sunday. Probably still inactive Monday. Maybe still inactive on Tuesday, depending on how troughs look. And then once we go towards the middle of next week, things begin to uptick in activity. But Sunday will definitely be our most inactive day ever since early April, out of this 1 to 2 separate stretches of severe weather. Let's see what the 00Z HRRR has for tomorrow. It should be out far enough. And it indeed still shows a crazy environment across Iowa, so we probably will end up with a 5 sig tour tomorrow across Iowa if this does look, if this continues to look the way that it does look. What in the Indiana? What is that? What is that? What the heck? What is that? Is that like a bunch of hail? That's crazy. A new tornado warning for this area of rotation here in southeastern Wisconsin. That hook echo present there. I'm going to take this to the Milwaukee radar site. Actually, I already have one on Milwaukee. I'm dumb. Very weak area of rotation. Nothing too significant, but something that could produce a brief tornado. And then also severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan. This is that line that was previously tornado warned in southeastern Wisconsin for the potential of actually a violent tornado with the SPC's MCD from quite a while ago. That is now moving into Wisconsin, and the threat for severe weather is increasing rapidly across this area. Tornado warning in Ohio. Bet you didn't see that one coming. That is 1,000,000,000% based off of only the terminal velocity radar here. So could see a brief tornado out of that as it moves to the southeast. Brief spin-up tornado possible there. Going into Newark, Ohio. Yeah, tomorrow definitely looks pretty crazy. I have a pretty good feeling we're going to see pretty big changes in the SPC outlook for tomorrow. Matter of fact, we'll probably end up with an enhanced risk. So, probably going to see an enhanced tomorrow. I wonder if CSU Severe has an enhanced tomorrow. It almost has an enhanced for hail in south central Oklahoma, but it doesn't have an enhanced tomorrow. Almost does, though. Almost. Yeah, NSSL has a ginormous enhanced tomorrow. Huge enhanced from NSSL, from freaking New England coastline all the way to southern Oklahoma, all the way back up to central Iowa, southern Wisconsin. Huge enhanced from NSSL for tomorrow. Giant enhanced risk there. Yeah, brief tornadoes still possible with this area, although it looks considerably weaker now for Eagle and south of Eagle. In southeastern Wisconsin. So tomorrow probably going to end up with an enhanced risk, like I said. Probably, I don't know if it's enough of a severe threat to see an enhanced risk in Iowa, but I think we'll see a 5 sig tor up there, and we'll probably see an enhanced for hail in Oklahoma. I could definitely get behind that. I would not be shocked if we get an enhanced for hail in southern Oklahoma tomorrow. Any quick questions before we wrap it up? We're going to wrap it up before the 8-hour mark here on this stream. 7 hours, 45 minutes will be our coverage today that we have provided. So hopefully you've enjoyed. We're going to start wrapping it up here. Like I said, any questions, brief questions. I have something I was hoping to do at 9:30, and I think I'm going to be able to make it. So I'm going to go ahead and end and hopefully make that. So tornadoes are going to be possible throughout the rest of the night. So, I mean, I could literally stay here all night and talk about severe weather, but I got to go eat. I haven't had supper, so I want to go get me some food and do that thing at 9:30. On a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about Friday? I'd put that right now. I'd put that at a 7. I'd say 7. Pretty concerned. Today was probably an 8. Today was, for the large hail threat, I was very concerned about that hail threat. Very, very concerned. Like I said, I thought it should have been moderate today. Today's tornado threat didn't meet the high end. It didn't meet the ceiling, but today definitely was not an underperformance in any way. Except for back down there in the tornado threat for Oklahoma. Tornado threat and hail threat definitely was an underperformance back in Oklahoma. QLCS spin up spam possible right here as this stuff goes into southeastern Wisconsin. But like I said, I'm not going to stay live. I got to go get food and I have stuff I want to do. If things do get significant in like the next hour or something, if something starts really, really going crazy, there's a slim chance I'll hop back on here. But that's going to probably do it for tonight because, like I said, I got to get stuff. I got to get food and do a few things and, prepare for tomorrow because we'll probably be live for multiple hours tomorrow too. So I appreciate you guys tuning in. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday, I will catch you at some point tomorrow. Definitely want to watch these little areas of rotation. We'll likely see a tornado or two along them as they go into southeastern Wisconsin, so be hyper weather aware for that. A brief tornado, maybe even one strong possible there. And then still 2 areas of rotation to watch along that tornado warning in Ohio. So, yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow at some point. Make sure you have that notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow. Hit that like button if you haven't already and share the stream and the channel with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And, yeah, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday night, like I said. And I'll see you guys at some point in tomorrow's live stream. Not sure when exactly because we still have some things to figure out for tomorrow's risks. So we'll just kind of wing it and see what happens. But yeah, definitely going to see the risk for severe weather still tonight and a few tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong. But thank you much for on chat. Thank you everyone for being here. I'll catch you at some point tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather and see you in the next one. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream, whenever that may be. Thank you much for on chat and everyone for being here. Have a great rest of your Tuesday night. Good.